All right, welcome everybody. We're going to start out with the hearing for SF 24-01 EG for Haystack Solar Facility. The hearing will be conducted in accordance with state statutes, rules of the Natrona County Commission, and
Chairman
applicable
North?
laws. Yes.
On the agenda, we do have the consent agenda prior
Oh,
to the
I'm
public
sorry.
hearing.
Thank you. All right. Do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I make a motion to approve that.
Okay, all in favor? Okay, so moved. Thank you. All right, now we can move into the hearing tonight. Declaration of the public hearing open to consideration of SF 24-01 EG Haystack Solar Facility. The hearing will be conducted in accordance with the state statutes, rules of the Natrona County Commission, and applicable law. May we have staff report?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Sean Gustafson, ECS Engineers, the interim county planner. SF 24-01 case number. The current zoning for this area is RAM, ranching, agriculture, and mining. There is no applicable minimum lot size, existing land use. The site is central Natrona County, south of US Highway 2026 near the town site of Natrona, and east of Natrona Road, County Road number 209. The land is unimproved rangeland. Adjacent land uses to the north, south, east, and west is all RAM zoning. Water source would be well water, and wastewater would be septic if necessary. Summary: the applicant EG Haystack Solar LLC through its agent Ryan Winuk, I hope I said that right, of Jacobs is requesting approval of a 2,010 acre solar facility including a 199 megawatt generation, 100 megawatt of battery storage. The project also includes a substation, laydown area, access roads, and medium voltage collection systems. The site is located in central Natrona County, south of US Highway 2026 near the town site of Natrona and east of Natrona Road number 209. Township 35 north, range 83 west, 6th principal meridian, Natrona County, Wyoming. Section 10, all of Section 10, Section 14, the southwest quarter, the northwest quarter, and the northwest quarter, the southwest quarter. Section 15, all. Section 22, the north half, and the north half of the south half, and the southeast quarter of the southwest quarter, and the southwest half of the southeast quarter. Section 23, southwest quarter of the southwest quarter. The material submitted for this is the application, of course, that we're all familiar with. I'm going to emphasize that if approved, there is also a site plan process that goes along with this, which includes full design plans, building permits, and so on. Material submitted. The applicant must also apply for Wyoming Industrial Siting Permit in accordance with the Wyoming Industrial Information and Siting Act, Wyoming Statutes WS 35-12-101, ISA, the rules and regulations of the Wyoming Industrial Siting Council, the otherwise known as ISC, certain applicable standards in Natrona County land use regulations for site plan review are similar to certain standards applicable to the ISC. Accordingly, the request references the applicant's forthcoming ISA permit application to further demonstrate project compliance with Natrona County solar site plan regulations. It is important to note that the Wyoming Department of Environmental Quality, WDEQ, Industrial Siting Council, ISC, prefers the county commissioners in the county of the proposed facility is to be located, find an application in compliance with county zoning and applicable regulations in the jurisdiction. The following is a synopsis of the application requirements and the section of the application for the requirements, kind of a cross-reference. Landowner signatures are in section 4.1, enclosure 1 of the application. Landowner notices, section 4.2, appendix C. Local jurisdictional notices, sections 4.2, appendix D. General scope, 5 is in section 4.3. I'm going to catch up here a little bit. Let's see. Well, I'm not smart enough to run this thing. I said, yeah, put it up there, no problem. Off. There we go. Thank you. I should, we went through that one. Okay. The public information, section 4.4 of the application, summary of solar facility, section 4.5, also up here is a summary of it. The social and economic report is in section 4.6. Site drawings, section 4.7, appendix A. I'll add here that a drawing submitted with proof it was prepared by a licensed surveyor in the state of Wyoming has now been received there also. Drainage, erosion control, grading and vegetation removal plans are in section 4.8, appendix F. Reclamation and decommissioning plan is in section 4.10, appendix H. Environmental analysis is in section 4.11. Visual impacts, appearance, and scenic view sheds, section 4.12, appendix J. Solar glare analysis is in section 4.13, appendix K. Traffic study is section 4.14, appendix L. Evidence of legal access is contained in section 4.15, appendix M. Transportation plan for construction and operation phases is in section 4.16, appendix N. And the notice of mineral rights is in section 4.17, appendix E. Planning considerations. The purpose of section 5.09 solar and wind energy facilities of the 2022 zoning resolution is to explicitly require certain information to ascertain and evaluate the specifics of the facility being proposed, and make recommendations to grant or deny the permit based on the information received, public comment, and the purpose and intent of the zoning resolution. The listed considerations are a little more detail on what I just went through. Application requirements to obtain permit required by WS 18-5-502. The owner or developer of the facility shall submit an application to the BOCC, and the application shall, number 1, have signatures of the application from all service property owners beyond which the solar facility or WEF will be located. That is included in section 4.1 enclosures, and it's by e-signature. Number 2, provide evidence that reasonable efforts have been made to provide notice in writing to all owners of land within 1 mile and all cities and towns located within 20 miles of the facility. Notices shall include a general description of the project, including its location, projected number and capacity of solar facilities, or WEF, likely routes of ingress, egress, and likely location of electric transmission and other facilities. That is included in section 4.2 and appendix C. The general scope, relevant information on the project, including general location of the project, time frame consideration, including the schedule for phasing the project, life, markets for the electricity produced, and status of power purchase agreement, and that's included in section 4.3. The public utility information documentation and the proposed solar facility or WEF is owned or operated by the public utility and subject to the requirements of the Public Service Commission if applicable. It's included in section 4.4. The Summary of the solar facility or wind energy facility, provide a description of the project, including its total nameplate generating capacity and nameplate capacity for each module. The equipment manufacturer, types of solar modules, complete component list of the system, number of solar arrays, and maximum solar or WEF system height. The distance between the ground and the top of the solar array or WEF. That's included in section 4.5. Social and economic report. The social and economic report requirements shall include the following. Included in section 4.6. However, Converse County is listed instead of Natrona County. That was clarified at the Planning Commission as a typo. And since that point in time, we have received correction to that. The mill levy rates were correct. The reporting of Converse County was a typographical error. The estimated amount of property and sales and other taxes to be generated by the project in Natrona County, that is included, as Converse County was listed instead of Natrona County, which has now been corrected, and Natrona rates were utilized. Estimated local expenditures of construction materials in Natrona County, and that is included. C, the estimated number of construction jobs and estimated construction payroll, that is included. The estimated number of local construction job opportunities is included. The estimated construction workforce spending in Natrona County is included, and the estimated number of permanent jobs and established continued payroll is included. Number 7, drawings prepared by a qualified professional surveyor licensed in the state of Wyoming to a suitable scale on a 24 by 36 sheets. That is included in section 4.7. There was some it wasn't completely certain if it was prepared by a licensed surveyor in Wyoming. That has now been provided and corrected. It was prepared by Mr. Randall French, 609 DF. Boundary lines and property lines shall be shown. Those are included it's at GIS accuracy is what I'll put there. It's included on the map. General description of the project boundary is included in Appendix E. All existing and proposed structure, rights of ways, utility easements, and above and below ground facilities and utilities within the project scale. That's shown at map scale in Appendix A. All proposed and existing public and private access roads and turnout locations include dimensions. That's included at schematic level again. There are no turnouts or dimensions listed at this point in time. Topographic line showing the existing topography of the project and surrounding area. That is included. I don't know what the source of the topography is, but it looks to be correct. And that is certified by Mr. French. Fencing detail included Appendix A. Included in Appendix A, schematic location type is not shown at this point in time. A complete electrical layout of the entire system, including substation, transmission, collector, and gathering lines and other ancillary facility components. Those are included, and again at schematic level. Drainage, number 8, drainage, erosion, dust control, grading, and vegetation removal plan prepared by a Wyoming licensed engineer, which includes the following. These are included. It's Appendix F, 609 Consulting, states that they were determined that a complete drainage analysis would not be necessary. Staff feels that a drainage analysis will finally be necessary with the site plan and the detail of the detention ponds to help detail the detention ponds and the actual routes of the drainage. But the intent of the information in Appendix F is appropriate for this application. Ms. Goals is a Wyoming licensed engineer. A, existing and proposed contours, again, those are included. 609 Consulting maintains that minimal road grading improvements will result in little to no change and less than an acre of disturbance for the plus or minus 2,000 feet of a primitive road improvements. Existing wetlands and floodways. Again, that's included. Section 4.11, wetlands and biological resources have been investigated, delineated, and discussed along with other natural resources. Wetlands have been delineated and mapped on the site and layout plans. There is a presence of both jurisdictional wetlands and floodways, and the applicant identifies that this will be fully studied with the ISA application, and will address that in full detail. The plan will need to be explicitly incorporated. There's present, okay, blah, blah, blah. The site plan will need to be explicitly incorporated in the final delineation and potential mitigation. The applicant states that conflicts are to be avoided, minimized, and mitigated. There's a better map of that. Drainage flow and direction. Water management structures, C. Included in Appendix F, retention ponds are shown. No design information or sizing for detail at this point. Detention ponds are stated in the drainage letter, I believe the legend in the map lists retention ponds. I'll just note that detention is preferred. Retention holds the water for as long as it'll hold the water. Detention lets it loose at historical rates, if you will, in historical directions. Drainage and flow direction included and shown. The intent is to keep the developed conditions the same as historical pattern, and that is stated in the drainage letter by the engineer. Effect on downstream and upstream properties, that is also included. The drainage letter states that historical runoff rates are to be maintained. And in the post-development condition, this is conceptual, indicating good intent. No calculations or design has been done at this point in time. Erosion mitigation and runoff control, included as schematic. Unsized ponds that may be detention or retention. Again, detention is preferred. Dust control plan, it's included. They talk about mag chloride on a yearly basis and water weekly or as needed, depending on weather conditions. Waste management plan, a waste management plan that includes the inventory of estimated solid waste to be generated and proposed disposal program for the construction, operation, and eventual decommissioning of the proposed facility is included in Appendix G. Reclamation and decommissioning plan. Describe the decommissioning and final land reclamation to be followed after the anticipated useful life or abandonment termination of the project, including the evidence of proposed contaminants with affected parties, county, any lesser property or owner, etc. That ensure proper final reclamation of the solar energy system. Bond shall name the Natrona County as the beneficiary, and this is discussed in Appendix H. Environmental analysis. In the absence of a required state or federal agency environmental review for the project, for example, NEPA, the Planning and Zoning Commission and BOCC may require an environmental report in accordance with the solar facility and WEF regulations prepared by a licensed professional. Section 4.11 states that a full study is forthcoming in the ISA application, and that is required. The information included does not qualify for a full NEPA study, but is rather a baseline that identifies 7 endangered species that may be present and recommends a comprehensive study in cooperation with Wyoming Game and Fish. Staff finds this adequate for the application, knowing the full NEPA study will follow. Visual impacts, appearance, and scenic watersheds, or viewsheds, number 11. Potential visual impacts may be caused by components of the project, such as, but not limited to, mirrors, WF towers, cooling towers, steam plumes, above-ground electrical lines, accessory structures, access roads, utility trenches, installations and alteration to vegetation, Those projects that are within scenic viewshed utilize reflective components, e.g., for example, exposed mirrors, shall provide a viewshed analysis of the project, including a visual stimulus of the planned structures. The number of visual stimulations shall be sufficient to provide adequate analysis of the visual impacts of the proposal, which shall be from no less than 10 vantage points that together provide a view from all sides of the project. The county may require analysis from significantly more vantage points, such as different distances and sensitive locations. There is a study included in Appendix J, Section 7.5.3. It concludes that it is neutral to minimal adverse impacts. Number 12, the applicant shall provide an analysis from solar glare hazard analysis software for PV systems, PV being photovoltaic. That's an important difference here. This is a photovoltaic proposal and not a thermal solar or some of the older technology. Systems that provide a qualified assessment of when and where glare will occur throughout the year into nearby properties and public roadways. If glare is predicted, the applicant shall provide mitigation measures to address the impacts of solar glare. Mitigation measures may include, but are not limited to, textured glass, anti-reflective coatings, screening, and angling of solar PV modules in a manner that reduces glare to the surrounding land uses. That is included in Appendix K, and no glare is predicted with this system. Number 13, a traffic study, if deemed necessary by the County Planning Department. That is included in Appendix L. Concludes minimal impact and proposes no improvements at this time. I've got more to say on that with YDOT here in a bit. Number 14, provide evidence sufficient for the BOCC to determine if the proposed facility has adequate legal access. The application shall describe how private roadways within the facility will be marked as private roadways and shall acknowledge that Natrona County is not required to repair, maintain, or accept any dedication of the private roadway and public use. And that is included in Appendix M. Transportation plan number 15 for construction and operation phases indicates by description and map what roads the project will utilize during the construction and operation maintenance phases of the project, along with their existing surface and condition. Specifically, any new road and proposed upgrade or improvements needed to the existing transportation system are anticipated. The county may require financial guarantees to ensure proper repair, restoration of roadways, and or infrastructure damage or degraded during the construction or dismantling of the project. Appendix N includes this. It also includes an alternate route bypassing the derated bridge on Natrona Road. Number 16, notice of mineral rights. Applicants shall certify that the notice has been provided to the record owners and claimants of the mineral rights located on or under the lands where the proposed solar facility will be constructed. Such notice shall contain the location of the proposed project. Underground wiring may include notice by publication. The certification of notice shall be provided with the application. The notice shall comply with all standards and requirements adopted by the Wyoming Industrial Siting Council. That is included in Appendix E. Okay, then the staff comments. Sheriff's Office, Emergency Management states they do not have any issues with the plan that has been provided. Road and Bridge. Road and Bridge has concerns when it comes to transporting heavy loads across the bridge at Natrona over Casper Creek. Mike states that he spoke to the representative from Haystack Solar and that at that time they indicated they would be using the Tulsa bypass road east of the Natrona County Bridge. I do not see any details as to how they think they will get heavy loads to the site, I would like to see a detailed mapping of the road routes, specifically the areas that they think might be using and coming off of Natrona Road. They will also need to apply for road cutting approach permits to come off the county road. Also, when they speak of improving roadways, does that include Natrona Road? Those were all questions from Road and Bridge. The Natrona Bridge was derated by YDOT, and they are aware of this. Goes on to state that I haven't finished looking through the application yet, but these are some of my questions that may be answered. What about an alternate route to the project area? Is there another way in or out for people down Pine Mountain? I'm sorry, I'm on to GIS comments. That's why I missed that part. Again, GIS comments, I haven't finished looking through the application yet, but these are some of my questions which may be answered in their application. What about an alternate route to the project area? Is there another way in, out for people down Pine Mountain? This is probably more of a concern for during construction with, will the people in Pine Mountain be delayed or stuck from getting out on the highway if they have to evacuate? And GIS again, here are my review questions and comments. Can we receive the planned site plan when the completed as-built in both digital and paper format? In digital format, we want to meet regional CAD template standards, NAD 83/2011 State Plane of Wyoming East Central U.S. Survey feed. Could the plans and as-builts include northing and eastings at section corners and or quarter corners? And then goes on to provide a couple of links to the some of the standards. If they have names for the access roads, buildings, points, project area, we want anything they can provide for attribution. This would be beneficial data for emergency services. A note on page 341 in 6.2 atmospheric condition, the wind seems underreported. On page 418, under the solar glare analysis report, it is noted that there is a pilot view restriction. Could more information be provided for the airport and runways? On page 455, under traffic analysis report, it is noted that Natrona Road CR 209 intersects with Stonecker Road CR 126. It does not actually. The road appears to go 7-ish miles south and does not connect to Stonecker Road. There does appear to be a private extension south of Natrona Road going through Triangle F Ranches, State, BLM, and Wild Horse Basin Ranch roads. If an easement could be obtained that would allow access via this route, that would provide another ingress-egress route for the people in Pine Mountain and possibly the project site. On page 531, the bypass easement is noted. Should this easement be recorded and filed in records, or do they need to provide this information to planning? Health Department had no comments. Fire District. The comments were nothing too concerning with this project. I have read their EMP and am finishing, being their emergency management plan, I'm finishing the application. I do think they have some holes in their application that will need addressed before they go in front of the ISD. However, I am not finding anything overly concerning in the area of fire and life safety. They have already changed their EMP to include the suggestions I made, so we are good to go there. The creation of roads will create wildland fire breaks, so that will be a benefit. The buildings on the site will be assessed for fire and life safety requirements once they are closer to the portion of the project, but nothing concerning the buildings or what will be stored in the buildings at this time. I do anticipate some additional impact on county resources during construction phases. However, I'm learning that those types of concerns are addressed during the ISD permit hearings. I have had some concerned residents in my office asking questions out of scope of my practice. If we can ensure the company is answering our residents' questions and concerns, then from a fire and life safety standpoint, I believe we are okay to move forward with the project. Conservation District, there was no comments received. Additional comments. I should also mention here while going through the fire safety, there was a fire safety seminar performed yesterday at Fire Station number 7 that had a lot of good information in it on the type of systems, the advances that have been made, what Underwriters Laboratories and NAFTA has been doing in codes to make these systems safer. So it was a very good seminar. There was a lot of folks there. Additional comments. Planning contracted Brooke Allen, PETE, professional traffic engineer, YDOT District 2 traffic engineer, to discuss the traffic concerns. YDOT will require permitting and traffic control at this approach during construction, and a left turn lane will be necessary. The extent of the measures necessary will be evaluated during the permit process with YDOT when construction is scheduled. Then I included Ms. Allen's email below. YDOT has reviewed the traffic impact study included in the application, although not noted in the report's recommendation. YDOT believes construction of a left turn lane is necessary due to drastic increase in left turning vehicles during peak hours for safety reasons. An access modification application would need to be submitted to our office prior to any work beginning. This application should include pertinent data regarding the turn lane and any other proposed modifications to the approach for consideration. The only other general comment we have is that any oversized, overweight loads go through the standard permitting process. Planning also contact Mr. Glenn Janoska of the Casper Natrona County Airport, and Glenn responded with the following comment. Provided that any type of FAA study, glare, etc., that may be required is done, I would not see an issue with the development from an airport standpoint. Staff findings. Staff finds that in the case of SF 24-01, the solar energy facility is a permitted use in RAM zoning. The list of requirements 1 through 17, as we went through, as stated in section 5.09 of the 2022 zoning resolution, have all been individually addressed within this application. The State of Wyoming Department of Environmental Quality Industrial Siting Council requires an application to assess socioeconomic and environmental impacts for proposed solar facilities before they may begin the construction permit process. If approved, then the applicant may begin gaining pertinent DEQ and state permits for the project sought. The Industrial Siting Division prefers to know if the proposed use, in this case a solar facility, is allowed within the county being applied to. To the staff's knowledge, the industrial siting application has not yet been submitted to DEQ, but it is forthcoming. The solar facility application to the BOCC is not a full design, and it's not really intended to be. The state of design is general and schematic in nature, showing the intent and overall scope of the facility, outlining the ability to meet section 5.09, but does not yet constitute a site plan or complete design for construction. Before any construction can commence, permits and issues can commence or permits are issued, the applicant must submit a complete set of design drawings for review and approval in accordance with Chapter 3 development standards and applicable WDEQ standards. Public comment. As of the date of this staff report, there have been there was 18 written, received 15 opposed and 3 in support. Since then, we've received another 6 in opposition, which makes 21 in opposition and 3 in support. Recommendations. Natrona County Planning Commission voted to forward a do pass recommendation at the November 12th, 2024 Planning Commission meeting, the applicant asked that the BOCC meeting and public hearing be delayed from December 3rd meeting to the January 21st meeting to provide the applicant an opportunity to address public comments individually and formally. Since the January 21st meeting was not possible due to the legislative schedule, the February 4th, 2025 meeting has been chosen as the date of this memo today. And as the date of this memo, I had no corrections or amendments, but since then we have received the corrections and amendments, as I've stated before in here. The Board of County Commissioners may approve or deny the requested application for the solar facility after consideration of public testimony and all the facts of the case are presented during the public hearing. Staff finds the application complete and in compliance with Resolution 4622, Section 5.09, and solar and wind energy facilities. Should the Board of County Commissioners vote to approve the requested solar facility, staff have 5 suggested additions as recommended. Number 1, all comments by staff be addressed formally. This has mainly been done, but would like to make sure that is completed. All information and stipulations and recommendations within the industrial siting application and review by WDEQ be shared with Natrona County when ready and to become part of the application's requirements. 3, the design and construction plans to be submitted to Natrona County Development Department in accordance with Chapters 3 of the Natrona County 2022 zoning resolutions to be reviewed and approved. All federal, state, and other potential permits be submitted to the Natrona County Development Department as part of the applicant's requirements. And number 5, YDOT application permits be shared with Natrona County. Staff also recommends that the motion incorporate by reference all findings of fact set forth. And with that, I'll answer any questions you may have.
We got any questions for Mr. Commissioner Laird?
How are you doing?
Good, sir. How are you?
So far, so good. What I'm wondering is when you and staff reviews these applications, are you able to review the truth of what's revealed to you as to what they put in one of these, as to whether it's true or not?
Yes, I won't say we do that for every line that's in there, but yes, we do go through and check claims. I do at any rate. Check claims, look at similar situations and so on.
Well, you know I'm a lawyer, right?
Yes.
So one of the things that I always look at is potential liability for and harm, and whether the persons who cause harm have an ability to pay for their harm. So I'll give you an example. Let's say that this solar farm gets approved and something terrible happens, and it burns down 15 houses and hurts some people. Do you know whether this LLC, and for those of you who don't know what an LLC corporation is, it's a limited liability corporation. So they limit their liability, which means that you can't go after the parent company who has all the money. So let's say that this LLC has a $300,000 bond and that they do $10 million worth of damage. You know what ends up happening to the residents if that's the case?
Oh, yes.
What do you think happens?
They're caught holding the bag. They have to, that has to be made up somehow, and the resident, because it's not covered by the bonds. The taxpayers wind up paying it.
So then next, you're familiar with what happened out at the dump when the fire started. City fire started, burned a bunch of houses, and all they had was a couple, 300, 500,000, I think, of liability, and there were millions of dollars of damage.
Yes, sir.
Those people didn't recover.
Yes, sir.
You understand that?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, do you check any of that out?
I don't have access to know what the financial, or at least I don't know how to find the financial access for a newly formed LLC. In this case, this is a fairly newly formed LLC. All I have to go on there is the word of the company.
Thank you.
Commissioner Coates?
Sean, how are you tonight?
Good, good.
So, a couple points of clarification. What's the difference between a formal plan and a letter?
Are you talking about the drainage?
Yeah.
The difference between a formal plan is the formal plan will calculate the size of those detention ponds that are necessary. It will detail the actual routes of the drainage. It will call that delineating the basin, not
So-
just show the general tendencies of it.
Sure. So if our planning and zoning manual describes a requirement for a plan, regardless of anything else, of anyone else's feeling, shouldn't we have a plan?
Yes, and we will with the site plan
All
on
right.
that.
But
That's
if that's
where
what's
that
required
comes in.
for the application, a plan, as it is spelled out, specifically, a drainage, erosion, dust control, grading, and vegetation removal plan prepared by a Wyoming licensed engineer. Should
Yes.
that not be included, regardless of someone's personal feelings? That's the requirement.
Well, that's a good question. You're working at the meanings of the words or the definitions of the words in this. In my opinion, that plan, that detail comes in full with the site plan as we go through it. In the application process, it's a schematic plan, a plan that shows you what the intention is. In the site plan and the construction plans, that takes that to full detail so it can be built.
Sure. So, I guess we could get into that more as we go down the road. I guess secondarily, would you consider the waste management plan included to be a detailed plan?
It's not fully detailed, no.
Should there be some form of detail that the commission can utilize to look at and say that this satisfies some needs of the community, so it won't harm the county or its people?
Yes, and again, that will come with the site plan on who will be taking care of, how the trash will actually be handled,
So you see my problem with this, though,
I do.
is we're supposed to approve something. We're supposed to approve something with very limited knowledge of what this will do to the county.
Correct.
So I guess that's the long and the short of what I have at this moment. So thank you.
And the only thing I can offer there is the standard process is the full details are included, reviewed, approved or denied within the site plan as that goes to, again, planning department and the building department.
After we've already approved
Yes,
something,
yes.
which seems backwards.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit. I can see that, but if you have a full design done, on a project such as this, there's been, I mean, even on this, there's been a significant amount of time and money put into this project. So you do a whole design, which will probably, maybe run 10 times that amount and then are denied. You've done an awful lot for nothing, whereas when you approve the site plan and call that the engineering design plans, the nuts and bolts of the project, then that's where the county then has the opportunity to direct that, make sure it is in compliance.
My last comment I'll counter to that is, or you've done just enough work to get the county enough knowledge to knowledgeably weigh on an issue in front of us. So that's all I have for that.
Sean, I got a quick question for you.
Sure.
You said that they're going to develop over a mile of road to access this area, and yet it's under 1 acre of disturbance.
Not quite a mile, 2,000 feet, 12 foot wide is how they're figuring that, and it's just under an acre of disturbance. Now, staff doesn't necessarily agree with that, because when you start disturbing things, when you start installing these battery buildings, you start installing the the units themselves on the posts, you will disturb more. And that's going to be covered under the stormwater protection plan that has to be submitted also.
But that didn't cover retention ponds or anything else that they said that they're gonna put in there as far as their overall disturbance goes. So I have
Right.
I have a hard time saying that you're going to only disturb that little in that amount. I understand the calculations that they're coming up with, but it doesn't add up.
And I agree.
And so, that's a deficiency as far as I'm concerned, as far as what they're actually claiming they're going to do. Because if all you're gonna do, if you think you're gonna access that entire area with one straight road, it doesn't work that way.
No.
Or at least I have never figured out how
Yeah.
to do that. If you do, let me know, please.
Yeah, no kidding. No, the access roads around it, if you scale them off, they are very close to that 2,000 feet, but that is not the only disturbance that will happen with the project.
Okay. Does anybody else have any questions for Sean?
One short question. You can let me ask you one short question.
Absolutely.
So is this a dangerous project to our people?
It's a very good question. I don't believe so. Through the, what I have researched, what my knowledge of solar facilities today, if we're talking solar facilities of 15 years ago, possibly. Solar facilities of today, though, are much better designed and thought out facility than they were. There have been advances in technology, so.
You're lucky I only asked for one question. I have two or three more I could ask you, but I'm not going to do it right now.
Commissioner Mill?
Sean, thank you for putting this together. Commissioner Coates already caught one of my questions, so I don't have to go there, but just for confirmation, number 8, C, and F. Which one do you want? Did you say one in one and say the other in the other?
Which one? 8, C and F. C and F. Oh, you're right. That retention in F is incorrect. It is a
That's
detention.
meant to be
I mean,
detention.
retention can be done. It's just not preferred.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify for the record.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yep. I've actually got it in blue marked out here.
Do you need a bottle of water after all, reading all that?
Getting pretty close, yes.
Okay, have we got any other questions for Sean right now? Okay, Sean, I'm gonna ask you to not go too far. We have several agencies here that I would like, since they're listed in here. Fire Department, Weed and Pest, and Game and Fish Department. I'd like to get their comments on this before we go too much further as far as answering any questions related to staff reports. So,
Sounds good. Thank you.
you bet. Start out with Brian, Chief Oliver.
Hello.
Thank you for coming tonight.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Appreciate if you give us your input and any concerns you have or positive aspects or anything else that are related to this.
Okay. So I'll start with a few notes that I have. Excuse me. Since the planning and zoning meeting that I attended, I've done quite a bit of research on more of the battery packs and the lithium battery storage versus the solar panels themselves. And a few things that I've found and some of the trainings that have been offered by Haystack to us here lately. Hopefully we can put some ease to our residents and maybe generate more questions, honestly. One of the big things that, or two of the big things that have been brought up is the smoke release and then the contaminated water runoff for suppression efforts. A couple of years ago, with the invention or the mass production of lithium batteries and the heavy metals that they were putting in them, the smoke that was coming off of those when they went into thermal runaway was pretty toxic. Now, with that being said, any smoke from fire, even wildland fires, is toxic. The one of the major concerns was the excuse me, just a second. The hydrogen fluoride gas that's off gas out of the batteries. This gas was very prominent in the older model batteries. These newer batteries that are going in, it's not so prominent. Most of the hydrogen fluoride gas, if the battery is on fire, will be consumed by the burning process itself. So basically what we're being trained on, and I have no personal experience with any of this at all. I've not dealt with a lithium fire. So the contaminated water runoff from suppression efforts and the smoke release from the batteries, specifically the battery packs that will be going in out there, is very similar to a regular residential structure fire. You're going to have the plastics and the polyfoams that are burning, that kind of stuff, producing the toxic smoke. That's what these battery packs will be off-gassing as well. The explosion risk on the batteries that are being used, they're still there. They can be overheated and explode. A couple of the issues with that is these battery packs, on the inside of these battery packs, they look just like AA batteries. They're just little cells. And if those battery packs pressurize, they can, and blow up, they can blow the little battery cells out and, cause spot fires. So there is some concern there. We're assured that that type of thermal runaway is being mitigated with these newer battery systems, and we're not having so many issues with the current stuff that we've seen in the past. All of these cabinets, do you happen to have any pictures of the cabinets that we can put up? I don't know if I have this, if we can show the residents what these look like. Basically, they look like a row of lockers. There's no internal access to these. You cannot occupy one of these. There's one central control panel on the exterior. And I do have some pictures here. So nobody will be going inside these. In the past, these cabinets have been solid cabinets. And that's when we're seeing the videos of the explosions. There's a video out there that shows a fireman opening the door of one of them, and it blew him backwards through a fence even. Since then, they've put venting on top of these cabinets, so inside the cabinet those gases can't build up. So that they have been improving on that type of stuff. There's a lot of passive and active safety features. I can't speak for all of them. There's not, trying to find the companies and the information for some of these is kind of hard. I do have the one for Tesla, and then another big one I noticed was Panasonic. They're kind of at the forefront of these energy storage systems. Like I said, they can't be occupied, so there would never be a rescue situation inside the cabinets. The way that they design these cabinets, they're designed to be self-consumed. So that in itself brings up a couple of issues. One, that's a good thing, and two, it could be construed as a bad thing. The suppression tactics that were being taught for these is very similar to how we would respond to like an electrical substation, to the refinery, to a major pipeline event. Is, we're on a residential or commercial structure fire, we're going to show up, we're going to pull lines, we're going to kick the door in, we're going to go in. These type of systems, we're going to show up, we're going to stage at the gate, wait for a company representative to get there to let us know what's going on, and then we're going to develop, our tactics from there. Basically, what we're being trained on is to let these self-consume completely, which is an average of 4 to 6 hours. that we would be on scene just to let them, a unit consume itself. And then, possibly spraying some water. And the problem with spraying some water after they're self-consumed is the leftover energy that's still stored. These are energized electrical equipment, high voltage. So basically they present two separate fires for us, what we call a Class A fire, which is the ordinary combustibles, the plastics and insulation of the building, or the cabinet itself and the battery packs, and then a Class C fire, which is the energized electrical fire. Basically what it boils down to is right now with the technology as new as it is, there is no good answer on fire suppression for these. Water is conductive. Water, if we have one cell in a cabinet that's burning or entering thermal runaway and we spray water on the entire cabinet, the chances of us putting more batteries in the thermal runaway is very high. It's good. Any type of the suppression agent that's on the market today is not necessarily rated and or effective for lithium battery fires, which leaves us to just using the water. The regular firefighting foam that we would use on normal fires is absolutely ineffective. So again, there's no good answer as far as suppression agents or putting water on the fire. So we're kind of, it would be at a point where if we responded, our initial response would be show up, stage, have a company representative there, and the first thing that we would want to do would be make sure that the incident stays there. So we're going to protect any exposures, make sure it's not running through the grass. And then we're going to let the company start the shutdown process on these. These newer cabinets do have battery control systems in them, so they can be shut down remotely. But what we would be looking at is a hazardous materials incident. And so we're going to stage until, once we get there and stage, we're going to call the regional response team, which is our local hazmat team, and treat this incident as such. What that entails is a lot of manpower and a lot of time, which is its own animal. Within that time that we're out here at this plant or dealing with the lithium batteries, we still have calls going on. So there's going to be, other agencies involved, or possibly overtime calling in firefighters to man the station and cover the other calls while we're out there. So that is a concern.
Brian, let me ask you a quick question. How long does it take you to get out there if you're dispatched?
Yeah, sure. So on dry roads, we're looking with our engines, we're looking at about 25 minutes. With our tender that we just got, our tenders maxes out at 60 miles an hour. So, it's going to be 30 minutes at least before that truck gets out there. This time of year, if the roads are icy, it just really depends. It might be 45 minutes for us to get out there.
Okay,
So-
then in your opinion, in a normal wildland fire, how quickly does that spread in this area? With the winds and stuff like that, how many acres, how fast can it cover a square mile?
Sure. So wildland fires are measured in what we call chains, and chains are 66 feet, which is kind of irrelevant. However, by the time we got out there, if we were dispatched to a wildland fire and it was, a well-involved fire, it's going to be several acres before we get out there. Whether that started from inside this plant and spreads outward, or vice versa, spreads into the plant, it's going to be well established before we get out there.
Okay.
How close are the closest houses to this proposed solar farm?
I don't think I have those notes, sir. I would have to look again on the application to see. I'm sure somebody behind me could probably answer that pretty
Yeah,
accurately.
somebody can, I'll ask them that, but
Okay.
so what my point is that so that your trucks would leave from the fire department facility that's out by Robertson Road.
Yes, sir.
That's our nearest point.
Yes, that's the closest fire station.
So when I first heard about this proposal, what bothered me and what I worried about is whether the county is set up to even handle this kind of a project in terms of something should go wrong.
Absolutely. On our own, absolutely not.
Yeah, see, that's, now, that's the part I've been concerned about. I mean, if we had a big fire department out in that area where they got there in 2 minutes and you had enough trucks and you had enough of the fluids you need to put the fire out and enough people, to me, it's a different story. But this is Wyoming,
Sure,
you know?
absolutely.
And one thing too that I'm very accustomed to from living here my whole life is what a really good Wyoming wind can do to a fire,
Hmm.
any kind of fire.
Absolutely.
I mean, it can turn it into a Ferrari.
Yep.
So are you saying that to be really safe, the county would have to spend $30-40 million on a fire station out in this area before we should even let this happen?
Well, that's, even that is questionable. And the reason I say that is because even if we were, let's say that we had a station in, right off the highway in Natrona or even Powder River area, or for instance, if we were out on Natrona Road and one of these cabinets started on fire, we're still not going to have the resources to do anything about it, even if we're there. And now there's, like I said, there's several safety features, but with how we're being taught, with the way that the codes are coming up with on these and just letting them burn, even if we were on scene when the fire started, there's not going to be much we can do. We're still going to have to basically let it burn itself out.
Well, I really appreciate your honesty, because I'll tell you, as a commissioner, I don't want to subject my people to danger. I just don't, unless we can handle it.
Mhm.
And I'm hearing you say we may not be able to handle it.
It would definitely be a multi-agency response.
Yeah.
Or we would need, for instance, I started working on some response plan stuff, and we would need, so our tender, which is our new tender, which is 3,000 gallons. I'm sorry, I don't know. I did that paper. So the initial response out there, and this would max out the county fire department. I only have 2 stations. I have 6 guys on duty at a time, 2 engine crews. The initial response to a fire in one of these cabinets would be 4 engines. That's going to bring 3,750 gallons. I would ask for 2 tenders, which is our 3,000 gallon tender and bar none's 2,000 gallon tender. The regional response or hazmat team for Region 2, which is based out of here, that is going to take a lot of members away from the city fire department because they're the main component of that. So their staffing is going to drop, and they would have to do callbacks to make sure that their stations are filled.
So that means if there was a fire on the other side of town, those people would be in trouble too. Because the
Yeah,
fire,
absolutely.
it'd all be out there.
Yeah, they absolutely could be. Yes.
Thank you very much, Chief.
Sure.
Okay, sorry. I'll let you continue.
Oh,
I
no
just
problem.
wanted
Yeah,
wanted
no
to
problem.
answer
I'm just kind of rambling. There's been so many questions come up. I've tried to help with. The big thing with a fire in a lithium battery pack is, we're going to, anybody that would be impacted by the smoke is either going to be evacuated or sheltered in place. Turning these into a hazmat call, it's not going to be a quick go out there, put the fire out, investigate it, and come home. This is going to be an extended operation. We're going to be on scene until subject matter experts can get there with the company representatives and figure out where that cabinet is in its process of de-energizing. It would take multiple units out of service for possibly for several hours. Like I mentioned before, average on-scene time for a lithium battery fire is 4 to 6 hours. Anything that we have on our trucks, as far as suppression, the water, the foam, suppression agent, has the ability to make it worse than just letting it burn out. So, we show up. I understand the letting itself consume it. It's becoming a more industry-wide practice on some of these large commercial buildings and these big projects that we're seeing. But we have the public's perception, and we have something that's on fire and producing flames that can be seen from the highway, seen from people's residence, and they see us out there in our trucks standing there not doing anything. That perception isn't good. On the other hand, at that, if we were to apply a lot of suppression water, regardless of our training and what the information is, we're going to be in trouble by the residents for all of the suppression water and the runoff. So it's definitely not one of those that we can't handle it. We will get it handled for our residents, but it's going to take multiple agencies, several hours. Now, this is all what ifing everything, that if one of these does propagate into an actual fire. Everything that I'm seeing is on a normal daily basis. These are safe systems. One other thing that I would like to mention is right now we're on the 2021 code cycle. It's starting to get better on the lithium battery stuff. The 24 code cycle will have a lot more information on it. And when they want to start this project, construction begins in 27. That will also be a new code cycle. So that's ultimately depending on when construction starts and when we adopt those codes. That's the codes that we would follow. And by 2027, they'll have a pretty comprehensive section on lithium battery, especially these big energy storage systems. And it was one of the things that kind of hit home with me, just working around, radios and buying different batteries and all the battery equipment that we have on our trucks, is these big energy packs, these cabinets. It's like buying the DeWalt or the Makita battery. When your DeWalt battery gets low, do you go on Amazon and buy the $10 replacement, or do you buy the actual DeWalt battery? And if you buy the actual DeWalt replacement battery, your chances of problems are a lot less than if you buy that no name. And that's what I found with these cabinets, is there's very reputable companies that make these, and then there's places that we've never heard of in Wyoming that make these. So again, it depends on what they go with, what type of storage system is chose, but ultimately that they're all the same. They're the
Are
cabinets.
they made in China?
Yes, sir. Some of them are. Yes, sir. Absolutely. Yeah. I do have, and anybody's welcome to see this. This is the data sheet for the Tesla Megapack 2XL. This is their newest model. This is what I believe what I am seeing is the main type of models that these big projects are using. But it has some pictures and the technical data. Tesla's safety testing is on here. Currently, they're developing all kinds of stuff for lithium batteries. UL's developing different codes. You have UL 90, NFPA 855, NFPA 800. The International Fire Code is starting to put that in there. So there is starting to be some stuff come of this. But right now, there's just, as far as fire suppression, there's no good answer for us.
Okay. I appreciate that, Brian. Has anybody else got any other questions for
I got a question or two, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Milne?
Oh, thanks for coming in. Really do appreciate it and your opinion and all your expertise that you're giving us. Just a couple questions, real quick. The other counties that in Wyoming that are having these solar farms built, how are they coping with their fire problems? Same thing. Have you reached out to them and talked to them about?
Yeah, and a lot of it, one thing to keep in mind is I think we're very fortunate in Natrona County that we've got career fire departments. So we have full-time staffing. Some of the counties that are getting these projects are staffed 100% with volunteers. But it's exactly the same. They're being taught the same tactics. and they are definitely 100% dependent on multi-agency response. So there's not, Wyoming is just as rural as we are and still as small of a state we are, there's just not one fire department in the state that could handle one of these by themselves.
And I'm not trying to do and get you or anything like that. And you can answer in complete swag. But about how many hazardous material type fires, locations that could produce a hazardous material fire are in this county, where you'd have a similar response?
Oh, good Lord. Well, we have just about 700 commercial buildings in the county. Just to probably, I know it's in the 600s are oil field related. So just the shop buildings, the commercial structures that we can see in these different areas alone, all have hazardous materials component in them. And then, we include like the pipelines, we include the tank batteries for the oil and gas storage. Thousands. There's a lot of hazardous materials response in this county.
And out of those, about how many of, percentage wise maybe, how many are let it burn?
Less than 1%.
Due
Uh,
to,
So the tactics for oil and gas and for pipelines, that side of energy production, there's, it's been around long enough that there's been good solid tactics designed for that. There's suppression agents that are specifically designed for hydrocarbon and polar solvent fires. So that the suppression efforts, the codes, and the regulatory side of the oil and gas has caught up to that. Lithium batteries are being produced and the technology is changing so fast that there is no keeping up with that right now. And that's kind of why it's let it burn down till it's a Class A fire, make sure it's de-energized, we'll do the evacuations, protect the surrounding exposures, make sure, it's not running through the grass. It's the old school saying that we used to have, surround and drown. You show up to a fire and it's too involved to go in, so you just surround it with hoses and drown it out. So
basically lithium batteries and explosive bunkers would be the two categories that we'd have in the county at that point that are let or burn.
yes, and those would be definitely the predominant ones. Everything else that I can think of as far as our manufacturing and production here, we could make some attempt for suppression on.
And that's using mainly the city's hazmat.
Yeah, so we have hazardous material technicians on our department. And so all of us are operations and awareness trained, which is just the very minimal, don't stick your finger in it, don't smell it type thing. Technician level is when you get into the meat potatoes of hazardous materials. Those are the guys that are going in the big level A suits. We have those, but we don't have the equipment to support that. The state of Wyoming, ever since 9/11 and Homeland Security came out, they've developed the regional response teams for all the states have them, and ours is Region 2, and we're just lucky enough that it's based out of Casper. So we have a major amount of state and Homeland Security funded equipment here available to us. Now that staffing is a multi-agency staffing, but for here in the county, mostly the city firemen take care of that. So if we activate regional response, they may send one guy out in a pickup with a gas monitor to help us, identify stuff, or they may send, a 10 or 20 person response team with all the equipment.
All right, cool. Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, any other questions for Chief Oliver? Larry?
Would you just turn around and look at all these people for a second? Now, I'm not sure what their opinion is yet. I kind of got an idea, but if you lived out there, would you want a big old 2,000 acre solar farm near your house, knowing what you know?
I would definitely have some concerns. So I have some personal opinions. some things on with this project. And I would have to say ultimately, I think that's why the folks chose to move out there, is to be away from everything, to be honest with you. And that would be my, kind of my ultimate opinion is they're out there for a reason. They like the country life. They don't want to be around industrial equipment, and they want to enjoy the scenery and enjoy the animals. So
You're a really good, perceptive guy, likable guy. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Brian. I appreciate that.
do you want me to leave the info on the
Yeah, if you
battery
want to
pack?
give that stuff to Michelle, then she can add it into her packet. I'm gonna ask either Matt or Jason from Weed and Pest to come up next.
Hello, Matt Jolivet with Natrona County Weed and Pest. Thanks for having me, commissioners. Responsible development within Natrona County is a very important job of the county governmental system, and certainly you'll consider these impacts from multiple different perspectives. I lead an organization tasked with implementing programs to control specifically noxious weeds and pest species on a countywide scale. Landowners are ultimately responsible for noxious weed control on their property. To help in this effort, Natrona County Weed and Pest utilizes tax funds to plan, support, and provide weed and pest services. Most often, these are accomplished through the targeted use of herbicide applications. The planned construction of Haystack Solar Power Generation Facility will require noxious weed control efforts before construction, during the life of the project, and if weed control is implemented successfully during this time period, a very little bit during the reclamation process. Haystack Solar's permit application addresses noxious weed control. It recognizes the responsibility of the landowner to control noxious species, as well as the need to wash vehicles and use weed-free seed, best practices of that nature. It states on page 238 that the draft Haystack Solar Weed Management Plan will be used. I've spoken with my contact at Haystack in regard to this weed management plan, as the text was not attached or filed with this permit application. I was met with a willingness to work with Natrona County Weed and Pest to develop a suitable document. We reviewed basic initial site inventory and invasive plant risks as it relates to the development of this project. And that would be the beginnings of what would embody an official weed management plan in a similar scenario. The important thing to us is that NCWP personnel that Natrona County Weed and Pest have someone to call, someone who can give approvals to address these concerns, and then most importantly, someone to send the vastly reduced bill to when things get done. And all of these suggestions were very well received. In similar developments that include federal land and state land, they have to follow very strict frameworks. Because this project proposal is on Natrona County private land, that framework is far less defined. I'm currently optimistic about the process and interactions I've had, but as this process proceeds, we ask that the permit acceptance be contingent on Haystack Solar Weed Management Plan that includes a codified relationship between the weed and pest and ultimately the surface owner or developer of the project. You know, the fact is, in that initial inventory, we have about 5 or 6 weeds of concern, things that we do on adjacent in that area. 4 of these are really pretty quick in the bag. Go out there, treat them, low cost, not a lot of burden on the system. One of them, the elephant in the room is cheatgrass, and it kind of overlaps many different perspectives that you'll get tonight. I think that again, when it comes down to, again, who do you call, how do you get permission, and who do you send the bill to? Those are very important things. I don't have particular concerns with it at this point. I think 2 years out from the project, the timeline is probably reasonable, but we need to make sure that we get this codified moving forward and understand that this framework may not be there for us if we don't expect it of us, of Haystack, and the community. So, yep. Thank you. Any questions?
Just one.
Commissioner Coates.
So in regard to the two areas that are specifically defined, the rolling sagebrush steep and the salt desert scrub basin.
Yep.
In the salt desert scrub basin, it says it's really a very sensitive area to grazing pressure, and it promotes the invasion of weeds there. So that's specifically in the application that's cited. So being as we're going to do some form of earthwork, we can debate how much, but because we're going to be doing some form of it, and my understanding is that weeds have a dormancy in the soil. So there are weeds now that are unaccounted for on survey based on soil loading.
Sure.
So with high wind speeds, occasional flooding in the area, which we do have, knowledge of, does that give you any pause during the construction that we might have some transportation of weeds downstream onto adjacent landowners? And what's your response to that?
My response to that is the ability to work with any county landowner is already in place, right? If we have permission on an adjacent landowner, we can certainly provide them with the financial help and planning to get those weeds taken care of. If we don't have timely access to find these infestations, say when construction happens, certainly there'll be an opportunity for these to spread. But my hope is that actually the increased visit to the site, maybe even a road here and there, would make these more accessible and perhaps mitigate a lot of that the weed pressure.
Thank you.
No other questions? I appreciate it, Matt.
Thank you.
Is it Brandon with Game and Fish?
Hi, members of the commission. I'm Brandon Werner. I'm the wildlife management coordinator here in Casper. So when a project like this gets proposed, it goes to our habitat protection branch. Unfortunately, they couldn't make it tonight, so they sent me here for more of like on the ground. How's this going to affect wildlife? So I'm here to be a voice of something that cannot speak for itself, and that's wildlife. So when Haystack comes to us or a project like this, we request different surveys that get done out there. So whether it's like raptor nest surveys, or we had them do burrowing owl surveys, or sage-grouse surveys are a really big one. So in that country, it is out of sage-grouse core. It was taken out in 2015 due to a lot of subdivisions out in that country, small 160-acre parcel houses, and to just poor quality sage-grouse habitat. But on the other hand, this is in crucial winter range for pronghorn. So there's about a 50,000 acre chunk on the north end of this herd unit. So this is part of the rattlesnake herd unit, which is areas 70, 71, and 72. So I don't know if we could kind of go back to the map of where this is proposed. If we could do that. So essentially, they reach out to us to see if there's any ways that we can mitigate impacts to wildlife in this country. And with it being in crucial pronghorn habitat is exactly what it means. Like, it is crucial for the pronghorn when they need it most in the wintertime. So where this is running north to south, so on the north side we have Highway 2026 there. That is a barrier for these pronghorn. So it is a herd unit boundary. So it's a lot of woven wire fence. So we don't have a lot of pronghorn that go north and south due to that fencing and to the traffic. But what we do see is these pronghorn go east and west. They go around Pine Mountain, and there's two really big wintering areas. And we get this wintering observations from decades of game and fish personnel being out there in the wintertime, seeing these large concentrations of pronghorn in these areas. So where this is, it is a big, essentially a migration route that they used to go back and forth. So as the permitting agency, if you were to move this through, we would ask that you go by our winter range stipulations, which are no construction from November 15th through April 30th. And also, when we were looking at mitigate some of these impacts, I don't know if we could go back to the map of where the proposed panels are going to be. Is essentially when we have some meetings with Haystack of trying to create alleyways that these pronghorn can move through and not just have one big fence that surrounds the whole thing, and try to move it back off of the highway a little bit as well. So that's our biggest concern right there, and I will stand for any questions.
Commissioner Laird.
Why do you have a concern?
Because this is in crucial winter range. So right now the population objective out there is 12,000 pronghorn. Our population models, our surveys show that we have 12,000 pronghorn out there. So this is what pronghorn need to get through the winter, especially if you think a couple years ago with 22, 23, when we had that really hard winter. They need all of the resources that they can get. And if this was removed from there or would inhibit their movements, there's the potential loss of pronghorn.
So just a hypothetical. So knowing what you know, and it sounds like you're a pretty good game ward, and you lived out in this area, would you want that 2,000 acre farm to be in there?
If I lived out in that country, I feel like I would want to see wildlife. And I'm not saying that this will get rid of the wildlife. It will not, but the potential impact to reduce some populations is there.
So it's a negative impact on the wildlife. How would you look at it?
Yeah, anytime you remove habitat from the landscape, negatively affects wildlife
Especially 2,000 acres worth.
in a continuous chunk.
Thank you very much.
Brandon, in your opinion, what's the biggest challenge to wildlife when we're talking about crucial winter range?
I would say it's development for sure, and it's all human development where it's houses going up or just energy development. But there's also a lot of changes in climate that's going on as well. There's a lot going against wildlife, and even just the road on 2026. Look at how much more traffic's out there. And then we had that hard winter in 22, 23. We had animals getting hit on there constantly. So, humans, we love wildlife, but sometimes we're kind of our worst enemy too.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? All right, I appreciate you coming up. All right. We don't have any other agencies in here, so I'll just kind of cover kind of what we're gonna do. Now, we're gonna have those that are for come up next, but when you do, you'll need to state your name, your address, and then we will have a 5-minute time limit for most of them. I know Haystack has got a presentation that they want to present, so we'll let them go first on that portion of it, because I know it's going to last a little longer than 5 minutes, maybe a lot longer than 5 minutes. But we'll go through that after the people that are in support of this, we're gonna take about a 10-minute break so you can get up, stretch your legs, and walk around a little bit before we come back. And then we'll follow up with that with those that are against this. Then the commissioners will go into discussion, and we'll discuss the things that have been brought up tonight. And then we'll hopefully make a decision one way or another. So, with that, I'll invite Haystack up to do their presentation.
My name is Dale Harris. I'm a representative of Infinity Global. My address is 5717 Legacy Drive, Plano, Texas. Chairman North, Commissioners, I wanted to start off by thanking the board members, local agencies, and community members for taking the time to meet with me to discuss this project. Based off of those meetings, we have tailored this presentation to be as effective as possible to cover the 10 major points, which please go to the next slide. Oh, there's a clicker, sorry. Last time I don't remember there being a clicker. All right, which was this one right here? Okay, perfect. All right, so this is going to be the outline in our presentation that we will be covering. And to make sure that this is informative as possible for both you, the board members, as well as the community members, we have brought many of our subject matter experts that have worked on this project for the past 2 years. So starting off with a little bit about who we are. We are an energy solutions company that develop projects that contribute to the all of the above energy solution. We are a US-based company with global operations. Our headquarters is going to be in Miami with offices in Dallas. We develop these projects and own and operate them long-term, which is a very important note to take. It makes it crucial for us to build long-term community relationships. We have currently over 15 gigawatts in different stages of development throughout the United States. We have 400 megawatts of operational assets and 700 megawatts planned for construction this year. So we had some specific questions on our operational assets, so we've decided to highlight 10 of these operational assets. They are in Idaho, North Carolina, and California currently. This is a little bit more details on our operational assets, which consist of about 28 different sites that are managed by our in-house operations and maintenance team. A key objective of our operation and maintenance is quality, health, safety, and environment. It is a policy that is implemented throughout the global organization and is key. Safety is a key function of what we do and something that we strive hard to do well. You will hear us talk about safety multiple times throughout this presentation because it is key for us as a business. These are about some of the courses that we implement for some of our operation team members that they are required to take before ever visiting the site. I'm going to go through these a little quickly. This is just some details on our operation and maintenance team and how it is a full house asset management, fully in-house asset management strategy. We use SCADA computer systems to monitor our operational assets remotely. This allows for us to determine if there is any sort of fault within the system 24/7 from anywhere in the globe. We invest heavily into these systems because safety is a high priority for us. We've learned from the mistakes of other companies, and we do not intend to make those same mistakes. This is just a brief high-level view of the project layout and the location. This is going to be over 24 miles from Casper. We are going to be 1 mile off of Natrona Road. We are also about 0.4 miles south of US Highway 20. This is a very important thing to note how set back the project is. We picked this location to try to minimize our impact. Our property owner, Mr. Kilt, says a 5,000 acre parcel here. We picked this location to have it as set back as possible, using the geography to prevent any sort of impact. You'll see that there is also only about 5 homes or a few homes within a 1 mile radius of the site. So for the access to the site, we are going to go about a little over a mile down Natrona Road, and then we'll cut directly west or east over into the project. We currently have a bypass that is owned by Mr. Kiltz that we are able to utilize for heavy equipment. The initial traffic analysis that was performed had shown that we did not need to make any sort of major improvements. We had received the recommendations from YDOT, and we have coordinated with YDOT and have every intention of incorporating any of their
No, it's still on. Oh, some of these things do that. No.
Light on down here?
Yeah, it is.
Hear me now? All right, there we go. So we are not only committed to incorporating any recommendations provided by YDOT and County Road and Bridge, but we will also be providing additional benefits to the community, which you will hear in our conditions that will be submitted by our council for approval. These additional benefits are going to be replacing the bridge that is there that we do not need to utilize. But as a token of good community, we are willing to take on the responsibility of replacing that bridge. Not only will we replace the bridge, we will widen Natrona Road all the way up to and slightly beyond our access point to prevent any sort of major traffic impact, also allowing for emergency vehicles to respond effectively. So once again, safety, fire and safety. It is extremely important for us as a company to make sure that everything that we are doing is going to be safe and not harm the community in which we are trying to build relationships with. We have met with local agencies to review our emergency management plan. We have already incorporated some of their recommendations. We have provided multiple training sessions to the local agencies, and we have brought in some of the industry-leading experts in fire and battery safety. Those experts are going to be the ESRG, and we are committed to working with them as well as all required local agencies in the development of our emergency response plan. We understand right now the local agencies might not be equipped, which is why we are wanting to offer this additional training and do not plan to construct until we have a plan in place and which is approved by the county. Now, that being said, I would like to introduce ESRG here.
Good evening, Chairman, Commissioners. Brian Sholem from Gilbert, Arizona. I work for a company called Energy Safety Response Group. We're a group of fire service professionals that come and help companies like Infinity with safety, with training. I have 23 years in the fire service. I also write code for the 2021, 2024, and the 2027 International Fire Code. I am on the technical committee for NFPA 855. I have a lot of wealth of information and knowledge in me, and I'm the one that actually does all the training and the one that did the training yesterday. We've learned a lot in the last 6 years when we first got introduced to lithium-ion batteries. And by learning a lot, we've learned from our mistakes, and that's where the codes come from. And currently, we have a lot of safety features that are required in the fire code. Detection, notification, deflagration prevention, which wasn't around before, deflagration control. All these things are now required in the code, and my job is to make sure that this facility is within all the local fire code as well as NFPA 855. This is some of the fire code requirements that are going to be in there. This is the 18 code. You guys are currently on the 2021 code, which has more requirements. The 24 code has even more requirements, and we actually just did some hearings for the 2027 International Fire Code. We're getting better, so by the time this is ready for installation, this installation will be per the most up-to-date fire codes. One of the most important things that we require in the fire code, like Dale was saying, is the battery management system. What this system does is it monitors each individual cell. If that cell has a bad day, they can remotely shut down that cell, that module, that rack, or the entire cabinet remotely, well before the fire service has to be on scene. What we're hoping for nowadays with the new testing we have is that the fire department shows up, they don't have to do anything, the thermal runaway is contained, and then we all go home. The biggest thing, and Chief kind of talked about it, was this UL 9540. That's a listing for these battery systems. And what we do is we take a cell and we put a nail through it and make it go in a thermal runaway and see if it goes to cell to cell. If it does, it fails, it will not get listed. If it doesn't propagate, then we're going to go to the module level. Same test, does it propagate from module to module? If it does, it fails. If not, we go to the rack level. Same thing, we're going to put that entire rack in a thermal runaway and see what happens. Does it propagate? If there is no propagation, then it gets listed. These batteries, no matter what battery technology that is at Haystack or in the future, make sure all the batteries are listed in 9540. That's a code requirement. Very important for us. Another key, and this is what the industry did in the last 5 or 6 years. Instead of putting them in a building where, as a fire service person, I have to go in that building at some point to either do search and rescue or just to be able to turn that building over back to utilities or whoever it might be. Nowadays, it's a non-occupiable cabinet. There's no space in there for anybody to be in there. It's an appliance. We talk in the fire service about we're going to risk a lot to go save a lot. There's nothing to save. So we can be very defensive, very slow-minded, take our time, very methodical, get all the information we need to get together, and then make good tactical decisions. And that's part of what the training that I gave yesterday. As far as the solar panels, same thing. I'm from Arizona. We have roughly 664 days of sun. We have one cloudy day a year. We have solar panels everywhere. I am very familiar with solar panels on roofs and in solar farms. The key with the panels these days is they need to be crystalline silicone. That's the safe one. Older generations had very bad, very toxic materials in it. The solar panels installed here are going to be the newer generation, the very safe ones. And that's also my role, making sure that all these things are per the codes.
Thank you very much, Brian. So to discuss the visual impact once again, we chose this location to minimize the visual impact. You'll see that there are a few homes within a mile of the site, but we have set this back 0.4 miles off of the highway and 1 mile off of Natrona Road. These are a few of the simulations that we have performed, this one being from the Highway 20, which is approximately 0.4 miles away. This is going to be from Natrona Road. When you first turn into Natrona Road, you will not be able to see the site at all. It is not until you get further down the road and you pass the access point in which you will be able to actually see this site. It is going to be a maximum of 10 feet tall, excluding the substation area. So 10 feet from a mile away is very difficult to see, and that is its max tilt. The majority of the time throughout the day, it's going to be even less than 10 feet. From US Highway 20, that is half a mile away, again, or close to half a mile. Seeing 10 feet from half a mile is extremely hard. So with regards to stormwater, we are required to do a stormwater prevention plan, which needs to be submitted to Wyoming Department of Environmental Quality. It's an extensive application process in which we will be talking about all of the retention ponds and the runoff from the water during construction. We also will be utilizing best management practices to prevent any sort of major erosion, and we will do reclamation during construction and post-construction to prevent major erosion. Now to bring up our environmental consultant, 2DOT, Chad.
Chairman, Commissioners, good evening. Jack Pritchett of Thornton, Colorado. I am a senior project manager with 2DOT Consulting. I've been working with Dale and the Haystack team on conducting environmental assessments and resources surveys for the Haystack project for 2 years. As was stated at the beginning of the meeting, we have conducted a wetland delineation throughout the entire project area, the results of which the Haystack site plan is considering to avoid as many wetlands and drainages as possible. We're also coordinating with the Army Corps of Engineers to also get their sign off and understand their recommendations for mitigating any sort of potential impacts. Regarding water for the site, the primary use of water is going to be during construction for dust control and for road compaction. There will be no wells installed on the site. Regarding biological resource surveys, we've been on the site, like I said, for 2 years, doing everything from state listed species surveys to federally listed species surveys. Mr. Warner described greater sage grouse. We've done 2 years of greater sage grouse surveys, raptor and eagle nest surveys, burrowing owls, also identifying big game use throughout the project area. We've coordinated with Wyoming Game and Fish. We've had 3 meetings with them. 1 on-site meeting, walk-in with, unfortunately, Brendan was invited. I don't think he was able to make it, but it's all good. We were on site, walking with the team, displaying our results. We've submitted our results to them. They came back and provided a letter of recommendation to avoid, minimize, and mitigate impacts to wildlife. So currently, we are working on a monitoring plan in conjunction with Game and Fish. So basically, everything that Haystack will do pre-construction to monitor for wildlife, and also for post-construction and eventual report submittals with Game and Fish. As Brendan stated, big game is a big concern of theirs. So we're working on developing with Haystack migration corridors throughout the project area to allow for big game movement. We're going to be using wildlife-friendly fencing, making sure that those migration corridors are placed in an area that makes sense for the project and for the big game movement throughout. Regarding noxious and invasive weed management, Haystack is working with the Natrona County Weed and Pest Control District, as well as the Industrial Siting Commission. As was stated, it will be minimal grading, as minimal as possible, which will assist in minimizing the proliferation of noxious weeds. But again, we plan to work with the different agencies to have a solid weed mitigation plan in place prior to construction, during construction, and eventually down into the reclamation process. And then lastly, Haystack and 2DOT, we've been in consultation with the Natrona County Conservation District, as well as other environmental consultant regarding selenium. This consultant has a lot of experience here locally with selenium contamination, and in discussions with them, the potential for selenium contamination to occur is thought to be low, but they did recommend conducting testing, selenium testing, baseline testing prior to construction, and testing post-construction to determine what, if any, mitigation measures need to be implemented. Thank you.
Don't run off.
Some questions?
Jack, come back up. You're not done.
Be that easy on you.
All right. Number one, I know you talk about wildlife mitigation and friendly fences and everything like that.
Yeah.
And according to the Game and Fish Department, they're recommending a 500-foot cap every mile.
Correct. So actually, when we were out on site with Game and Fish, they had slimmed that down. We agreed to a 150-foot wide mitigation corridor. From there, the plan is to include 3 wildlife corridors within those miles.
Okay, because there's 27 miles of fence according to the plan in there.
Well, and
And, but
That's
it
going to
doesn't,
be a-
it doesn't show where the fences are. It just talks about how many miles of fence there are. And so,
So one of the requirements in us going through the industrial siting board, we have to work with Wyoming Game and Fish, and I have every intention of incorporating their recommendations into our design. This was a preliminary design, and after meeting with them, we have decided to add an additional migration corridor. We are also going to make sure that the panel array blocks are going to be fenced in individual sections. So it is not going to be a 2,000 acre fence around the entire site. There will be a flow of animals through the site is the objective.
okay, Dale, you can probably answer this next one. Where are you gonna get the 14 million gallons of water for suppression that you have listed?
The 14 million gallons of water for suppression. So we will be working with the local municipalities to be able to get our water, and we will add the necessary water tanks per the requirements of the local agencies.
Okay, have you reached out to any of those to make an arrangement with any of that?
For the purchase of the water,
Yeah,
at this point, we have not.
okay,
This is going to be in mid-stage of development. There is still going to be many plans that are put in place and still need to be approved by the county to be able to meet all of the safety measures that we adhere to.
okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Laird?
So I might have questions for everybody, but I'll start with you, Mr. Harris.
Yes, sir.
Did you call me on the phone?
Yes, sir. Called you a couple times since we talked last.
You wanted a meeting, you wanted to get together for a win-win, so, win-win situation. So I remember the conversation was that I asked you if, your major company would back up this LLC if there was major league damage to the people of Natrona County.
Yes, sir.
You said that wasn't in your wheelhouse, which I appreciate.
Yes, sir.
But you never got back to me on that one. So we never had the meeting. So what did the company tell you? Will they back this up to the penny if they hurt somebody?
So I did call you to try to discuss this matter, and when you first brought this up to me, you had discussed a $300,000 bond for decommissioning.
Is that what it is?
No, sir, that is incorrect.
How much is the bond?
So the bond is going to be set by the Industrial Siting Division. We have an estimate of approximately $14 million. The $300,000 number had to do with insurance for a contractor that would be working on
So
the
you
site.
don't really have an agreement on the amount of money you should put up for a bond?
So that is part of the requirements of the Industrial Siting Division to
We
review
don't
our
know what
financial.
that is what you're telling me right now.
So it is impossible until the board makes a decision on what that bond is, but it is something that has to be refreshed on a 5-year basis, and our estimates are approximately $14 million.
So how did you come up with that? Is that the amount of damage you think you could cause?
So we can get to that number, which is at the end of this presentation, and I will allow for Jacobs, who is our consultant who put together the socioeconomic analysis that gave us that estimate, which was performed by a Wyoming licensed engineer.
So I understand you've talked to a lot of agencies, you've talked to a lot of everybody. Now turn around, I'm gonna ask you to do the same thing I asked the firemen. Look at all those people. Now, my guess is they're not for this.
I think you'll be surprised that there's going to be some members in this.
We'll see. We'll
Yes.
see what they say. So,
No need-
so
we
the
don't need-
people who I'm concerned with about what they think also, I really am, because they're the ones that put me in office. They're Wyoming people. Now, you're from Texas.
Yes,
You
sir.
live out in the country down there in Texas?
Not so much anymore. We used to be out in the country, but it's pretty developed around where our
So
house is.
do you live near any solar farms yourself?
I don't live directly next to any solar farms, but we do have a ranch that's not too far outside the.
Does it have any solar farms around it?
There is a solar farm not too far from our ranch.
How far? Is that in
Um,
Bueno, Texas?
no, I believe it's going to be in Singer, Texas, which is going to be right on the other end of Denton, just on the north side of Denton. It's a very large solar facility.
I'm familiar with
Texas has some of the most solar energy production or new energy generation in the entire country. I actually think Texas and Wyoming are very similar. We're energy powerhouses.
Well, Texas and Wyoming do have some similarities in the way they think. In fact, I get texts from people from Texas telling me when they're watching these, But what I want to know is, have you talked to any of these people?
So I've definitely talked to quite a few members. Well, when I say quite a few members, I have reached out to every single member that had submitted complaints during the planning and zoning hearing. There are some members that did not get back to me, but I have posted my number and contact information for any community members to reach out to me. And I do understand that it is your job to represent the public. And I think you will see here today that there are members within your community that will be directly benefiting from this project that will stand up in support for it.
So how does our county benefit from this? I'm glad you brought that up. Tell me what the benefit is to our county.
So the benefit to the county, which we will cover in more detail towards the end of this presentation, is going to be the economic benefit. It will be the major benefit.
Well, how will they economically benefit?
So one of the things that we wanted to provide as a token of good faith that we did not need to do, that is not a requirement, is not necessary for construction, is providing a replacement for Natrona Bridge. The estimates that I was able to receive from local contractors, which would also benefit from this project, because we would be hiring locally. We want to hire local as much as possible. That came in at around $500,000. That is going to be something we provide to the community. Increasing the width of Natrona road. That is going.
Is that it?
What? So those are going to be the major benefits that are provided to the Pine Mountain community. And then for the county itself, there's going to be approximately, over the lifespan of the project, $45 million in increased tax revenue. And I wouldn't say
Will you
that.
guarantee that number?
So that is.
Writing?
So that is an estimate
No,
right
but
now.
will you guarantee it in writing?
I cannot guarantee a
I got a
45.
saying that I tell these guys, if it ain't in writing, it ain't shit.
We completely agree with that statement. That's asking me to make a theoretical prediction about the future and what the market looks like. Yes, sir. And I did get a little excited here, and I skipped over bringing up our surveyor, Brian Venn from 609 Consulting, who'd also done some of the work on this project.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thanks for having me. My address is 1805 Paintbrush Drive in Sheridan, Wyoming. And I am one of the local contractors that has benefited from working with Infinity. Our tasks were originally to survey the project site. We did all the survey work, and as Sean mentioned earlier, we have a licensed surveyor on staff, and he stamped the site plan drawing. We defined the boundary, did a topo survey, sent that back to their design team to aid in where they were placing panels. You can see from our map that we tried to do our best to avoid ephemeral drainages, minimize impact to the area. From there, we conducted an initial hydrologic and hydraulic design, which we've talked about, Commissioner Coates. It sounds like there's still some updates coming for the final site plan design that would probably impact what our drainage design may entail. So I'm here to represent the company and answer any questions you might have on that. And then on a consulting side, as he mentioned before, we'll assist them with their SWIP permit a little, and also with BMPs and just placement, just the general civil engineering type work that needs done for the site. That's the long story short for 609 Consulting.
Thank you, Brian.
You're welcome.
So just a minute. You're the only Wyoming guy that I get to talk to apparently tonight.
Yeah, I'm
So I'm
from
happy
Casper.
about that.
Yeah, I
So are
know.
there any solar farms up in Sheridan?
No, sir. Not that I know of.
How would you like to have a big 2,000 acre one right up there by where you live? You could get to work easier that way.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I probably shouldn't answer that
Your
question.
neighbors wouldn't like it, would they?
Oh, I'm sure they wouldn't.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Mel.
thank you. I actually need you back up, sir. Just going back to our staff report real quick. The difference between what you've determined, potentially the drainage analysis would not be necessary versus our staff that feel that the drainage analysis would be necessary. Can you kind of give me a why? Why is your opinion based?
I a preliminary.
Why is there a difference, basically?
No, well, our analysis was based on minimal impacts, so no disturbance essentially for the solar farm itself, just the grading for the roads, access roads into the site. So that's where, as Sean said earlier, 12-foot wide roads for 2,000 feet, less than an acre disturbance, and that's how we came up with our calculations for our drainage analysis. So, and
Sean, can you answer why you differ with him?
one thing I did want to clarify, and I should have earlier, when he was talking about retention versus detention, if we do get to a point where we do need to do stormwater or drainage controls, we would do detention and not retention.
Sorry, would you repeat your question, please?
So basically it was, they 609, determined that a complete drainage analysis would not be necessary. This is, within the body of the answer for number 8 itself, no sub. Staff feels that the drainage analysis will be necessary to determine final size and details.
My thoughts on that are the fact that there will be more disturbance than just the roads as this design progresses. A couple of the things that are within that are the areas that the battery goes. Small amount of disturbance actually where as the poles are put in for the solar panels, larger amount of disturbance for the detention ponds, potential detention ponds, and the avoidance of wetlands. So I believe that in the whole design of things, there will be a full drainage analysis needed on the site.
And so you're more looking at just the road then, or?
Area analysis, that's correct.
Okay.
So I agree with Sean. I mean, once we get a more complete site plan, there probably will be a full drainage report that we submit to you
Okay.
guys for review. And
Just
we'll-
trying to work out the differences in details,
No,
right?
right. So we haven't sized any detention ponds. We haven't got outlet works, kind of all the important things that go along with drainage.
Okay,
That hasn't been done yet.
thank you both.
Don't run off yet, Commissioner Coates.
All right, in the meat of the application, it talks about primary and secondary roads throughout the site. So I quit counting when I got around 36 acres of disturbance based on between the 20 and the 16.5 foot roads that are described for primary and secondary roads throughout the site. So that averages an 18.5 foot roadways throughout the site. So that's that's in the plan. I think it's like page 65 when I was just doing some very cursory measurements. So that to me is disturbance.
Yes, sir.
And like we talked on the phone,
Yep.
you know, when those disturbances aren't presented to 609, I don't necessarily say 609 did anything wrong
Sure.
with the letter that they provided. But that to me says that something more substantial should have been provided, especially when we're going to note that there are primary and secondary roads to access the individual panel beds, as I'm going to call them. So there may be a primary road of 2,000 feet, but all these tributary roads and all these accessory roads are something that should be considered in this, especially if we're just going to, you know, mention them or show them on some kind of a drawing. So what's your opinion on that?
I would agree with you.
Okay. So,
I'd like to state with regards to the grading and drainage plan. Our objective is to meet all of the local requirements. It has become an industry standard to use trackers that allow for up to a 10% slope on the panels without having to do an additional grading. So our objective is always to do the least amount of disturbance as possible. And in general, it has become an industry standard to do a preliminary grading and drainage analysis up front before there is a more in-depth and detailed plan put together, which is when a grading and drainage plan would then thus be submitted. We submitted this to the Planning and Zoning Department to make sure that this met the requirements at this time. And based off of that is why we are utilizing this letter and are happy to comply with a full grading and drainage report or study as part of our site plan.
the point that we keep circling around, the point I brought up earlier, is this is something that is required in the application. So it is a specific mention drainage, erosion, dust control, grading, and vegetation removal plan as part of the submittal.
So,
so-
again, I'll have our local counsel speak to that.
So
Commissioner
Sir?
Leonard.
I hear all this about how safe everything is. And I know that back in the day, they were saying that other stuff was safe, and it wasn't safe. And so I've seen a lot of terrible tragedies in my career as a lawyer. And when I hear about things that are volatile, especially, and what could happen, and it reminds me of a friend of mine's song, Bruce Springsteen's song. One line in it, he said, "It takes a spark to start a fire." And that's what I'm worried about with this thing. Because it's like a bomb out there. You know, some guy comes rolling down that highway in the winter in a big old tanker truck and loses control when he finds himself on the edge of that. There ain't anybody going to put that out. And that kind of thing happens in oil field country. And in country where the wind blows 100 miles an hour and there's ice and snow. And there's, I don't know how many wrecks down on I-80 every year, and those truckers are saying, we're safe. We follow those rules. I've never seen a one of them follow those rules in terms of speed limit. And then you hear about 45 truck pileups down there and people dying. And then truckers that won't tell you the truth, that they do as much damage to the interstate highway. One truck does as much damage to the interstate highway as 28,000 automobiles. So now when I hear about a 2,000 acre deal with all those little time bombs on there, and you all are sitting down there in Bueno, Texas, and you're looking at your computer when something goes off, our people have got to go out there and deal with it. Because you don't have no fire department out there.
Was there a question there, sir?
Yes, there was. You can answer it however you want.
Yes, sir. To start with, we will have full-time personnel on the site for operation and maintenance. They will be the ones responsible for making sure that the equipment is replaced as needed. They are also the ones responsible for communicating with the community and building good community relationships and making sure that the local agencies are well trained continually. We are not only offering training for this facility pre-construction, but it will be continual training and education. That includes community involvement with allowing for site visits to happen, for educational programs. And then I'd like to go back to the safety portion. The energy industry as a whole has dangers. We're in the business of energy. We've seen in oil and coal, there's been catastrophic events that have been horrible. They have also learned from these mistakes, and they have incorporated response plans and management plans that prevent these mistakes from happening. We've seen it in the oil field and how it's substantially become safer over time. That is going to be the same with solar and battery storage. There's mistakes that have happened in the past. Those mistakes have been reviewed by experts, and adjustments have been made to the equipment as well as to the plans in place to handle those issues. If we looked at every industry and decided that we were not going to be okay with that industry because of safety issues, there wouldn't be very much development in our economy. Part of what makes us a strong nation is being able to look at technology, look at where we made mistakes, and improve on them. And Wyoming and Texas, we produce a lot of energy, and this is something that would produce equivalent to power 40,000 homes. This is not a small chunk of energy. This is a substantial increase in the amount of energy production here in Casper, here in Natrona County.
Who gets the electricity that generates?
So that is going to be governed by the utility. It is going to be injected into the grid and flow to the local substations. Where that electricity goes, because of the commercial scale of this and the fact that we are on a utility scale, is governed by the utility. That is between the utility and Wyoming. It will directly impact the amount of energy produced here in Wyoming, directly the amount of energy that's produced in Natrona County, and could be utilized by Natrona County and Casper community members. But we do not have control over that. Any other questions, Commissioner? Okay.
Get done.
Yes, sir. All right, well, moving on to the decommissioning and reclamation plan, and I will allow for Ryan Jacobs.
Good evening. My name is Ryan Winnock with Jacobs Engineering. Chairman North, Commissioners, thank you guys for having all of us here today. So decommissioning and reclamation, I want to start by saying that the lifespan of this project is 30 years, potentially longer, that Infinity has committed to operating the facility for. What our company has done is prepare a decommissioning and reclamation plan. This was one of several studies that you would have seen in the 509 application that we helped prepare. So just some basics on the plan. The plan describes methodologies for what would occur during decommissioning and reclamation. So essentially at the end of the project life cycle, the removal of the components, and then putting the lands back to their original uses. We also provide in that report a Class 5 cost estimate, which is prepared by a Wyoming engineer that works for Jacobs. It's a stamped Class 5 cost estimate. What that Class 5 cost estimate is, it's a bottoms up estimate, meaning that we take and look at each and every type of activity that would be needed to decommission and reclaim the project. We look at labor rates, we look at different types of equipment that would be used. We kind of roll everything up. So it's not just like a high level review, we actually go bottom up to build up our cost estimate. So a Class 5 cost estimate, the confidence range for a Class 5 cost estimate, it's between -30 to +50 of our estimate. So that's like our confidence range of the estimate. And what we estimate is $14 million for the decommissioning and reclamation of this project. So going back a step, some of the triggers for starting that decommissioning and reclamation process would include the facility not being operational for longer than 150 days. That would trigger the need to start the decommissioning and reclamation process. And then that process needs to occur within a year, and specifically the reclamation piece needs to occur within 6 months. That's one of the Natrona County requirements. So there's been some questions about the bond amount. So just to reiterate what Dale has said, in our cost estimate, there's a line item for bonds and insurance. That line item is the bonds and insurance that the contractor would need to basically hold the contract for the decommissioning and reclamation. That one is $300,000. But the actual bond amount that is held by the state would be much larger than that, to the tune of $14 million or more. And that specific amount is determined by the ISD bond administrator. What they do is they take into account that Class 5 cost estimate, and then they also look at the financial capabilities of Infinity or the project proponent to kind of come up with their requirement for the project. The bond needs to be posted ahead of construction of this project, so that is one of the requirements of ISD. And then our estimate, it's in 2024 dollars. It's just where we're at with it. We prepared it in 2024. It is a plan that the Industrial Siting Council requires that it be updated every 5 years. And so Infinity will be responsible for that.
They're a lot less than that. They're a lot less than that.
So anywhere from 10 to 20 years, and they will be updated once they are degraded. But that is very much dependent on how many cycles there are in the battery. The battery could last longer, the battery could last less amount of time. It's totally dependent on the usage, just like your phone batteries, just like any other battery.
Okay.
But we have plans to increase the capacity of the battery or maintain the capacity of the battery as it degrades. If you look at the site plan, there's areas in which we've left available to be able to add on as degradation occurs.
We'll move on to our next slide. So to reiterate some statements that Dale had made previously, one of the primary benefits to the county, of course, is going to be a rather substantial tax revenue benefit to the county. So in our application, we've outlined our estimated tax revenue estimates for the project over the life of the project, the 30 years. Those are reiterated here in kind of a graph to show you exactly when those tax revenues would be generated over the life of the project. But kind of just to give you the overview, the largest chunk is property taxes, ad valorem taxes to the tune of $45 million over the life of the project. That would be generated and go to Natrona County. Sales and use taxes, so those are for goods and services. In total, we're estimating about $12.6 million, 5.7 of which would go directly to Natrona County and municipalities. The remainder of those sales and use taxes, it's up to the Industrial Siting Council to determine if there are any unmitigated impacts. They call them impact assistance funds, which Natrona County, other communities can make a case that they have a need that's not mitigated for and request, that remaining about $7 million worth of funds for those types of needs. We do have expert socioeconomics folks that prepared these estimates. They're based on the capital expenditures of the project, and then also, estimates that we've gotten from Infinity on the workforce, both during construction and during operations of the project. So,
Question.
Commissioner Laird.
You were ready to say that the batteries were 30 years just like the other because you really didn't know. So I've experienced this with experts making guesses that are favorable to their company. Now I'm looking at Mr. Harris. I think he's kind of like a landman for an oil and gas company. Wouldn't you say that? So a good landman is what he's been doing. And in this situation, though, my concern is a guy named Trump, who is going to support oil and gas. This is oil and gas country. This is like being down in Houston and trying to talk about solar energy and stuff like that, So we don't mind coal-powered electricity because we have coal in Wyoming. So people make livings on coal, and that's been shut down. And now what I understand is Trump is going to start cutting some of these free monies you guys get from the federal government for solar farms. So let's say that your LLC, and is that, what's the name of that company, the LLC? Is that Infinity? It's what?
EG Haystack Solar LLC.
Okay, thank you. So let's say that goes broke. Now, solar farm isn't working anymore for whatever reason, and that LLC's broke. So now do these people, their tax money, have to clean that all up? Or do you guys, oh no, we're gonna come back there in 30 years to clean that up for y'all? Is that gonna happen?
This is the purpose of the decommissioning and reclamation bond, for if that worst case scenario did happen, which is a small likelihood, very slim chance.
But we don't know that.
So we're in the
Fate is an interesting thing.
wild things can happen, and which is why again, learning from the lessons in the industry and why the industrial siding division requires for there to be a bond that is updated on a 5-year period for if that worst case scenario does happen, there is money set aside by us to be able to go in and reclaim the project or decommission the project.
My feeling is if these big oil companies, these billions and billions of dollars oil companies thought solar electricity was a thing, there'd be solar power all over this country.
There are a lot of oil companies that are investing.
But they use it to run the drilling rigs and all of the equipment out in the field too.
They use it for many different purposes. And, you brought up the money in which Trump is going to be cutting off from these projects. I would like to clearly state that there is no money that the government is just going to be handing out to us to build this project. The only sort of help or money that we receive is in a tax credit, which is a subsidy that is provided to almost all energy industries. We do not need any money from the government to be able to construct, operate, or maintain this project. We are in the business of making money at the end of the day.
Well, Trump said something to Canada and Mexico about subsidies, so that may end. You just don't know.
So we are totally okay with all subsidies being cut across the board for all companies. I don't actually personally believe in any government subsidies. I do think that you should look at the administration, and I think that Trump is a businessman. Trump wants the U.S. to be dominant in all technologies. He has Elon Musk, who is going to be guiding some of his policies. He is a big proponent to solar and battery. We actually are considering utilizing him possibly on this project. And so I do not think that this administration is going to prevent the development of energy technologies and allow for us to be less dependent on other countries for their
Dale, I think we're going down a rabbit hole.
Well, I just wanted to say you're a good landman.
Online, we've got a lot of people ahead that are going,
Yes, sir.
and we need to get moving.
This
So,
is it. This is the end of it right here. So if you
Okay.
guys don't have any more questions for me,
all
I
right.
would like to thank
I
you.
would love to ask a question
All right.
Commissioner
For me
Mill,
or
or two. Alrighty. So, just quick questions. With the decommissioning, how much will be left on site or underground?
how much will be left on site or underground? None of it.
None of it. You're
None
gonna
of it.
pull all cable, all conduit, all everything.
There's going to be very little cable that is actually buried under the ground, but the ones that are, which would be going underneath the wetlands where we bore, yes, that would be removed.
Okay.
Most of the cabling runs underneath of the trackers where the panels sit.
Thank you. When you're talking about 30-year lifespan, are you talking about operational life or are you talking about depreciation life?
So 30 years is the estimates that we used for the socioeconomic analysis. I engineer these facilities to last for 30 to 40 years now. And there's a chance that the facility lasts even longer. By the end of about 25 years, the degradation of these panels is going to bring them down to around 90% efficiency. By the end of the life of this system, it's not like the panels are not going to be working. They just aren't going to be as efficient.
So the depreciation life of the operational business, that's not a consideration for your business plan?
The depreciation. Can
When
you
the
please clarify?
equipment, you no longer can take those tax credits or whatever for the equipment out there.
So the tax credits, if it was an investment tax credit, that would be within the first 5 years of the project, which is where we bring in a tax equity partner that would be claiming all of those taxes within those first 5 years. So we are no longer, after a 5-year period, and probably shorter than that, requiring any sort of taxes to make the project commercially viable.
Okay. And then, you may not know or whatever, and I don't know whether it's really relevant. Your EBITDA, or actually it's the free cash flow of your company right now, it's sustainable even after the period of time of say 30 years, you got multiple projects. Looks like there'll be excuse me, all kind of coming to a head toward the end. Do you have a continuation of projected to continue other projects to offset those as they come offline?
So So this project will not be constructed if it's not commercially viable. That means that we will have an agreement in place to be able to sell the power, which will guarantee our return on investment on the project. So that normally happens within the first 10, 15 years. And then after that, that is just revenue that is generated for our company. Our company was founded by leaders in the industry that have decades. I mean, actually, on my first slide, you saw 300 years of experience. Our global CEO, he was the CFO of GE for 17 years. He went on to work at multiple other companies, learned from the mistakes in the industry, and built what I believe to be an incredible company.
So you're kind of saying that your free cash flow is actually going to increase as the company progresses over the years.
I believe that to be correct.
Okay.
And I would like to clarify, even though I do find it as a compliment to be considered a landman, I'm a senior development manager and I work with all of the engineers and all the different aspects of this project. And if you'd like a more detailed model of our cash flow, I could talk to our company about providing that to you.
You got landman cowboy boots on.
Thank you very much. Much appreciated.
All right.
Any other questions from the board?
Anything else? Okay.
Mr. Chairman, one more.
Commissioner Mill, go ahead.
So how's it feel to be living down in the Wyoming southern pasture?
How does it feel?
Nice to come up home, huh?
I hadn't heard that one before, but I do find this place to be like a second home. A lot of similarities. And I hope one of the similarities that's highlighted tonight is landowner rights and the freedoms we believe in Texas. And I'll leave it at that.
Commissioner Nicolason.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. How many of these panels are going to be located on public land?
0.
How many landowners are there in this project?
1.
And do you,
And his wife, of course.
does your company have a written agreement with that landowner to install this project?
Yes, sir.
Are there decommission and reclamation provisions in that agreement?
I am careful to state about legal agreements without being 100% confident. We could double check. Might or might not be.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, Dale.
Thank you.
All right, it's 8 o'clock. We got one more.
We got one more.
Okay.
Not mine, our local council would like to.
Okay.
Chairman North, and through the chairman, members of the Natrona County Board of Commissioners.
Would you state your name?
Sean Larson
Okay, thank you.
of Hathaway and Coons, 2515 Warren Avenue, Suite 500, Cheyenne, Wyoming, 82001. Appearing for the applicant in this matter. I'll try to keep my remarks brief. We obviously have a lot to get through tonight, and it's been a extended discussion so far. Haystack Solar submitted a complete application to the county addressing each of the requirements of the Natrona County regulations. The Planning and Zoning staff and the Planning and Zoning Commission agreed that each requirement had been met and recommended approval of the application. Throughout the county process, Haystack Solar has discussed the project with the community, met with local stakeholders, organizations, and with nearby landowners. In addition, Haystack Solar provided additional information to the Planning and Zoning Commission during the previous 2 Planning and Zoning meetings to address the publicly raised concerns. Haystack Solar continued to discuss any remaining concerns after the Planning and Zoning meetings and has provided supplemental information to the county for additional consideration and to address those concerns. Our teams enjoyed working through these issues with the local community and the individuals and departments here in Natrona County. This is a well-designed and thoughtful project which meets or exceeds all standards required for approval under your Natrona County regulations. There's been some previous discussion from the public in some of the prior hearings concerning Wyoming state law and the requirements of state law. And I think it's important to keep in mind that we're here under your resolutions and the state law guidelines. The state law that's laid out primarily plays out in front of the Industrial Siting Council. Natrona County is assessing this application based on the zoning regulations. What's before the Board of County Commissioners tonight? Whether the applicant has met all the requirements under the Natrona County resolutions. The application and the additional information provided demonstrate that those requirements have been met. The project is permitted as a matter of right within the rural, agricultural, and mining zoning. The application walks through on different pages, different sections, the different plans that have been put together, the different issues that have been addressed. And we've had a discussion on a number of those items today. For example, Commissioner Coates, the discussion about some of the planning and the planning materials and the substantial nature or lack thereof of what's been provided to the county. Throughout this process, we've been working with the Planning and Zoning Commission and the Planning Department staff to assess, what's required of us, what sort of plan do we need to put forth. And to date, we've put together the plan that the staff believes complete, and we believe we've complied with that. To the extent some of those plans may need a tweak here or there, some additional focus, I think it's completely fair for the Board of County Commissioners to come up with conditions that address maybe those issues that stick out to any one of you about some of the application materials and the nature of each of the plans that have been provided. I think what's really important and what we think about here is we have a private landowner who has entered into a contract with a private company for the use and development of their land in Natrona County. And in the big scheme, Natrona County has this area zoned in a certain way for rural, agricultural, or mining. And so if we look at Table 42-1, which lists allowable uses in Natrona County zone, and we look at pages 60 through 64 of the Natrona County zoning resolution, when the land is zoned for ranching, agricultural, and mining, so RAM, there's a wide range of uses that are permitted as a matter of right. They include a P in that table, which is permitted as a matter of right. A solar facility is listed as permitted as a matter of right in that zoning, and that's what the Natrona County zoning resolutions currently state. That's the way they stand, and this is the development of property in Natrona County. So based on those zoning regulations, we've demonstrated the necessary items under the Natrona County resolutions, and we're permitting this in the proper zone as a matter of right on this individual landowner's land. In addition to meeting those regulatory requirements, which is what's before you tonight, Haystack Solar's agreeing to at least the following conditions, in addition to any other conditions required by Natrona County. First, based on current information and estimates, Haystack Solar is committed to funding replacement of the Natrona Road Bridge, and that was brought up by Mr. Harris. Haystack Solar is committed to widening Natrona Road from US 2026 just beyond the access point of the site, which is a long-term improvement for the neighborhood in addition to that bridge. Haystack's also committed to a special setback for all non-participating neighboring properties, increasing the setback from the property line to 100 feet for its fencing and equipment. Regulations in Natrona County only require a 50-foot setback, and Haystack originally anticipated providing a 60-foot setback. And after discussions with local landowners, Haystack has determined that it will move that setback back to 100 feet from the property line. Haystack is also committed to providing as much needed additional education for fire and safety training as requested by the local entities 4 contractors and 4 employees. These commitments are made in response to a number of the discussions with community members and the local agencies that we've been engaged with. Thank you for your time and consideration this evening. Haystack Solar requests that the Board of County Commissioners grant its application for a solar facility in Natrona County. We're happy to answer any further questions you may have.
I just have a couple, sir.
Okay.
Are you practicing law down in Cheyenne?
Yes.
I didn't hear the name of your firm.
Sean Larson with Hathaway and Coons.
Oh,
And to an earlier point, I grew up in Wheatland.
well, that's good. And you went to UW?
Yes.
Very good. So, 2 things that concerns me as a commissioner. And we have it in some of our rules and resolutions, but I'm going to ask our deputy county attorney to state what I think that we've talked about in reference to this. And that is, our zoning resolution is such that it says we've adopted it for the purpose of promoting the public health, safety, morals, and general welfare of the people of Natrona County. Now that's what I'm all about, is these people out here and making sure their general welfare and their safety and health is going to be abided to by anybody we let in the state. But the one thing that bothers me here is the fact of an LLC that, and I've seen many LLCs that fade out 10 years. This LLC won't even be here in 30 years. So some of my good friends that are lawyers say that I should insist on your parent company guaranteeing payment to these people if they're damaged in any way should a catastrophic event occur. That's what I want to see. And that's what I ask Mr. Harris, that I don't want them, because you guys miscalculated something or some asteroid fell onto your property out there or whatever and caused all kinds of damage, that you can just walk away and we're sitting there hurting and having problems. So you're the lawyer, so I want to know if the parent company will guarantee total payment to these people in the event of a catastrophic event. And quite frankly, I would really have, it would have been helpful to me if your CEO came here and talked to us, talked to all of us commissioners, so we could really see the in-depths of things, because we know you're salesmen for the company and you're doing your job. And you've all done a good job in terms of representing your company. But I'm a representative of the people. And so I want to make sure if this thing gets in there and something bad happens, you guys have to pay every penny of the damage. That isn't the way it's set up with an LLC. And a little bond and then fighting the insurance company on what they excluded and didn't exclude. Because we can't review that before we give you a permit. We don't know what's going to happen. If we give you a permit and one commissioner said, we don't want to get the middle finger from anybody. So he's telling me I need to wrap it up, and I'm going to do that. But as a Wyoming guy, and you look at all these Wyoming people, you may run into them again. It's our job to do them right. And it's our job to be fair to out-of-state companies also. And so one of the things I don't see is I don't see your parent company standing behind this whole situation. So thank you very much.
I appreciate your point, Commissioner Laird, and understand where you're coming from as an elected official for the citizens of your county. So I do appreciate that, and to the extent we have an answer to that question, then we'll provide that, and we can maybe have a discussion during the break, and I can get a response for you.
Thank you.
But I would say that the Industrial Siting Act does put in a pretty strong backdrop to help protect the community, and the major elements of the Industrial Siting Act are meant to prevent the health, safety, and wellness of the individuals in that community with facilities, commercial facilities that come into counties of this size. So, thank you.
I just hope they're a little better than the government FEMA programs and how they treated South Carolina and California.
Any other questions? All right, thank you, Sean.
Thank you.
So. With that, I think we're gonna take a 10-minute break, recess, so everybody can get them stretch their legs and come back and then we'll continue. All right. All right, have we got any others that want to speak for the Haystack Solar? Come on up. State your name. We can't hear you very well, sir. Sorry. Is that better? All right. Please state your name and your address.
My name is Sheila Kiltz. I reside at 1675 Sussex Road in KC. My husband and I are the property owners of the subject property. We do support the Haystack Solar Project. Let me start by saying that as landowners, we believe in and support property rights. So long as we're not breaking the law or causing harm to others, we believe we should be able to do with our property as we see fit. That's a right we believe all Wyoming property owners should have. Many argue that the project should be denied because of the bridge. That's been addressed multiple times, and I don't think I need to reiterate all of that. However, I will say that whether or not this solar project is approved or not, the bridge still needs addressed. We have a private bypass road that we've granted an exclusive easement to Tulsa for their heavy bentonite hauling trucks. It is not a private road, it is not a public road, although it tends to be used as a public road. People should know that that is a trespass and it's unlawful. I understand why they choose to do that because of the condition of the bridge. So I think to argue the bridge here is kind of a moot point because it needs addressed regardless. And graciously, Infinity has offered to replace that bridge which I think goes above and beyond what's expected of them. In addition to them widening the road as well. The increased traffic on Highway 2026 that they talk about, again, I think that's another moot point because as it currently is, there still needs to be a turning lane there. The increased amount of traffic currently on Natrona Road would warrant that. I firmly believe that. I've been in situations where I'm traveling down the road, see somebody coming up behind me, not sure they're paying attention. There's no place for me to go because there's oncoming traffic. So again, I think that is a matter of public safety as well that needs to be addressed outside of this hearing. Let's see. We believe that we're an ever-changing society, and as population rises, so do our power needs. Wyoming is an energy-rich state, and we pride ourselves on that. I think we can all agree with that. I'm not here to argue against oil, gas, coal, uranium, wind, or solar. It's quite the opposite. I'm 100% in favor of all of those. I just think that solar gives us another source to draw our power from. The argument came up that where does that power go? Well, that can be made of coal, uranium, all of it. It comes in, it's sent out according to the power companies. That's not something we as taxpayers get to determine. So I don't know that arguing that for the solar portion of this, it really matters because it's that way in every energy industry. You know, when oil and gas, coal and uranium and all those energy industries began, they had all these same concerns. What's the safety? What's the chances of something catastrophic happening? We all know it's there, whatever industry we're in, whether that's construction, oil and gas, solar, walking down the street, right? If the sidewalk is crooked, you can trip and fall, hurt yourself pretty bad. But thank goodness for those pioneers who were brave enough to break through that. Look where we are with oil and gas, coal, uranium, all of that. Had there not been somebody to step up and say, look, we want to take this on. We're willing to take whatever safety precautions we can, whatever's put before us. We're willing to go that extra mile. And I believe in working with Infinity that they mean what they say. They've not given us any reason to believe that they won't honor what they say. And I believe that safety is a big concern for them. That's why they've hired all these specialists and professionals to explain to you the things that I can't. Fire is obviously a concern. It's a concern for all of us every day. Lightning can strike, somebody can be burning trash, it can light the trees on fire, and it spreads like crazy because of the wind in Wyoming. But again, it's a risk we all take every day. It's not fair to punish one industry for something that is inherent in every industry. Could a fire start? Absolutely. But it could start by lightning as well. These people will be monitored by DEQ, EPA, and all of those other governing agencies, just like the oil and gas industry, uranium, or any other energy industry. So to hold them to a different standard is, in my opinion, unfair. I can, before I'm asked to, turn around and speak to these people. These people, many of them I know, some of you I don't know, though you're my neighbors. I'm not here to harm or cause damage to anybody's property. Honestly, I can look you all in the face and tell you that. Is this solar project perfect? I don't know the answer to that. Nobody knows the answer to that. But nobody here is with any intent trying to cause any harm to anybody. In closing, I just want to say that in all our dealings with Infinity, they have been honest, upfront, and great to work with. I believe they will always put public health and safety first, and if the Haystack Solar Project is approved, they will operate with great integrity and responsibility. Any questions for me?
I was just curious, ma'am, thank you for coming, by the way, too. I can tell you're a good person. You're from KC, and that means a lot to me.
Thank you.
Do you know who owns the oil rights under your 2,000 acres?
I do not.
I don't know, because I know that we're supposed to notify people that have the mineral rights, because if they put a 2,000 acre farm in there, the landman's standing up, but sit down. I'll get to you later. So I'm just trying to figure out who owns the oil rights and what the situation is there, because once something like that's put in, I don't think they can go in there and drill.
Unless they do it horizontally.
And one of our
Which is an
rules
option,
here is that we
always.
got to notify the mineral right people to make this hearing, solid.
Sure.
And that's what we want to do, because I'm a person that believes too that a person ought to be able to do with his own land what he wants to do with it. I've always felt that way. Now, there's just one little side issue to that. Unless something happens that hurts other people.
Agreed.
And that's why people have insurance. You can drive a nice car and you can go out there, somebody hits you with an old beat up car with $10,000 in insurance. They did $75,000 a year. You got to pay for it.
Agreed.
So what you got with Haystack and this other company, Infinity, I think they're both LLCs. And the parent company, who's the real company, who has the money, I understand is an Indian company from India. Now, I could be wrong, but that's what I've been hearing. So maybe he's shaking his head no back there. But nobody has shown me the corporate structure here. So being a lawyer, I see cases all the time where people want to be safe and all of this, and they're underinsured, or they're not insured, they forgot to pay the premium, or they're going to do this, or they're going to do that, and they send their best people. I mean, the landman back there, he's smart. He's pretty good salesman, and they're wise to have people like that. But I don't see a CEO here. I don't see anybody telling me that the real company with the real money behind this whole gig will guarantee this. Now, these guys come up here and they tell you what they've been told to tell you. They get a big paycheck for doing that. I know that. I've hired expert witnesses. I've been in cases where one side has the best doctors in the world and I have the best doctors in the world, and each say different things. Because guess who pays them? So when I get paid people in here telling me things, it isn't the same as like the weight I would give your testimony or the people in here's testimony. Now, I know of all the people in here, you're gonna make some money on the deal directly. So I understand that. You're entitled to make money on your land. They, on the other hand, I think are primarily worried about their safety and the value on their own land. And one of the things that worries me sometimes with these projects we get in front of us is that they could devalue other people's property. And I worry about that. We've got a couple of them like that. And so I appreciate what you said, though, and I can tell you, I do respect the people in and around KC. I know a bunch of them, and I've represented them over the years. And I've heard you more deeply than I've heard anybody else so far.
Well, I can tell you, what I say, I truly believe. I'm not one of those people who will stand up here and tell you what I think you want to hear. It doesn't work like that for me. I worked in the law office for a long time, and I understand how all of that works as well. But I do believe, I've done a little research of my own, and I do believe in Infinity. I do believe that I don't think they're going to leave anybody holding the bag, so to speak. Obviously, I can't guarantee that, just like,
Very much.
you know.
Thank you very much.
Anything else? Thank you.
Thank you. Got anybody else that's in favor?
She's against, I think.
No, we're doing those in favor right now. Okay, if we don't, one more time, got anybody else that's in favor? All right, one more time, anybody else in favor? Okay. All right. Those that are against, I should have started this out this way. We do have a 5-minute timer. We're going to give you a little bit of extra time if you need it, but please keep it brief. We've got a lot of people in here, and
Yes.
and the other thing too is that if somebody's come up here and said something before you, we appreciate that. We're not trying to limit your conversation, but at the same time, we want to make sure everybody has a chance to talk. So, thank you.
Thank you. I'm Rita Spiva. My address is 4249 Cattle Trail, Casper. And I agree with Mrs. Kills. Everybody's got private property rights, etc. And it's okay as long as it doesn't hurt anybody else. But this has a lot of potential to hurt other people. My very good friend lives across the road, and they ranch across the road. And for one, and all this dirt and dust is going to blow across there. And also, if there was a fire, those fumes, I'm sure, are toxic from those batteries. And they're like, Dale said, there's 4 or 5 houses right within a mile's vicinity. Okay, and there were some other things I'd like to bring up. And according to the people that live to the south of this solar farm, they say there's not another way out if there was a fire for them to get out. Okay, and I haven't heard anything about Casper Creek. What's going to happen with that? Because it runs right there. And also, I've been to all these other meetings, and Mr. Harris has never once mentioned water until I've asked him, I think it was last time, because my grandson works down in Texas on solar farms, and they apparently have to wash off these panels. I don't know, whenever they get dusty or what, I'm not sure. But anyway, and I asked him where he was going to get the water, and he said, oh, we'll haul it in, which I didn't think that was very realistic, considering that all we got's the river for water. And I was also going to ask if they had any well permits already issued for this, because he said wells. Also, that water might be too hard for that, so okay, another thing is to the east is Kelly Birch's ranch, and he is very worried about all the dirt and dust blowing over there because the wind blows from the southwest there, just like it does here. and blow over to his ground and ruin it. And also, the fire department, they did not ever say that they could put those out. They did not say that. It sounded to me like it just said it has to burn out. And that the county is not able to handle these fires. Let's see. And also, previously, Mr. Harris had said the company was from India originally. And also, I was looking at the map with shows all the panels and stuff. And as far as I could see, there was only 2 corridors other than north-south through that they could possibly make for the wildlife to get through. And anybody that knows anything about animals know they aren't going to go around there if they can help it. And also, there again about the water, I would hate to see that ground polluted. And does anybody know what they're going to do about Casper Creek in this? I haven't heard this at all. What's going to happen to it? Because it flows into Golden Eye and then into the Platte, which where we get our drinking water. But that's pretty much it. And I am sorry if Mr. and Mrs. Kiltz don't get their sale, but I think for the betterment of the community or for the county, it's better not to have this. And as we also know, President Trump doesn't like them too much either, so probably not much chance of him giving them any money. So, but thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
I was gonna get those out of the way. Let me get organized here for a moment. I'm Charlie Putman from Pine Mountain Ranch. The address is 28525 West Highway 2026, Natrona. And I've made some comments to the commissioners in writing. I didn't want to go back over those. And I do want to say first, thank you, all the commissioners, for taking on the thankless job of being a commissioner. I know it is pretty difficult and it is very thankless. I realize that your responsibilities to the entire population of Natrona County, not just to me as one property owner, not to the Kiltz as one property owner or anyone, but your goal is to help promote economic development, growth, prosperity for us all. And we realize that and we respect your judgments on those things. That said, also, I know that you're here to fulfill your responsibility to protect the interest of all the Natrona County taxpayers. And I'm asking that you do protect us by denying this application. I know Russ and I know Sheila very well. We do business together. They're some of the best people you'll come across. It'd be the last thing I would want to do is to harm them or tell them what they can or can't do with their land. Same as I feel the same way about mine. But I do feel that this project is harmful to the community as a whole in the Natrona area and to the county as a whole. I was going to go through a few of the reasons why, my theme is this is the wrong location, it's the wrong time, and it's the wrong company to be doing this. And I'll get some people mad at me about it, but I'll go ahead and say my part. As far as the location, we've been over the things about how difficult it will be to fight fire out there with the resources that we have here. That's going to be a burden. I hear so many times in everything I read in the applications, everything we've had in rebuttals, everything is mitigate, mitigate, mitigate. There are too many mitigations. There are too many. We need to minimize the runoff problem. We need to minimize the fire problem. We need to mitigate problems for the wildlife that we're creating there. There are just too many of them. One, okay. But there are too many of these little red flags starting to stick up.
For Commissioner Laird, you asked a question earlier, and it's one of the types of problems that I keep seeing as far as red flags when I say the wrong company. You asked about this $14 million bond. It was being discussed, and you asked the question about who's going to pay for damages if things come up. Well, that bond started getting discussed. Is that a bond for damages, or is that a bond for decommissioning? A bond for decommissioning is one thing. The actual cost to decommission is another. So if we talk briefly about the decommissioning bond, that is totally separate from any other liabilities. The decommissioning is pretty straightforward, and those numbers, I know they had an engineering company come up with that number, but many sources from the Department of Energy, the NREL, all those will tell you they can base it on kilowatts, they can base it on acres. They have different formulas for figuring it up, but they all come out about the same. And for this facility, that would be about $70 million. It's about $350,000 per megawatt. So I feel like the bond is not appropriately set. And let's not confuse that bond with being something that's there to pay for damages to people as things happen. But let's go ahead and talk about the 600-pound gorilla in a room. Commissioner Laird has talked about Haystacks being an LLC. And for other folks in the room, I'll say once again, this is the definition of an LLC per the Wyoming Secretary of State. And I think that definition probably serves pretty well in other places. But it says a member will not be bound by or be personally not liable for what Haystacks does. And as you've said, if it ain't in writing, it doesn't happen. Intentions are great. Words, we're going to back this, we're going to back that, they're great, but they're not in writing. Affinity itself is a Wilmington, Delaware LLC. Once again, with members not responsible. Okay. My problem is when I see layers of LLCs, red beacons go off and I see red flags waving. I've been in business for almost 40 years myself, and that's a scary one to me. I know how to file to operate in a different state. Why did Infinity start a new LLC, purchase, through a law firm? Why didn't they file? It's a 2-page form in Wyoming. It's $150 application fee. A school kid can fill it out. It's so simple. It takes 5 minutes. And you have a competent authority to operate in the state. You're licensed to work in the state. I don't understand that. As an engineer, I'm basically insulted by the lack of viability in the application and emergency plans. If there's a typographical error, that's one thing. If there are 2 typographical errors, that's another thing. When you get things where a solar farm says, well, in an emergency, the operators will shut down the wind generators remotely on this wind farm, that's a pretty big typographical error. There are many, many of these sort of things. Detention, retention, that's a big deal in horizontal construction. And yeah, I can see any one of those things happening, but there's a whole pattern of that shows me we're not talking about somebody seriously looking at what they're asking for and seriously planning these things out. The rebuttal states that even without subsidies, Haystacks will be financially responsible for the project for the full 30 years. With an investment of $340 million, which is what they call for, a realistic decommissioning cost of, say, even $60 million, just to round it out to $400 million. I did some quick math on a 200 megawatt capacity farm, and they simply don't generate enough electricity to turn a serious profit after operating. Maybe I'm missing some numbers there, and I would let them rebut that. But to me, it looks like they don't have a sustainable business plan. Now, I go look at Global Affinity, and I can see page after page of where Global Affinity has raised funds to build more plants. They've raised a loan from here. They've raised a loan from Japan. They've raised one from England to build more plants. But I don't see where building more plants, if you're not selling the energy for enough to make a return on investment, makes sense. Just a question I have to raise in my mind. I've already mentioned that the decommissioning, I disagree with the decommissioning cost. I do want to thank all of the other neighbors, myself, and you commissioners for asking a lot of questions, because as I look at the original application, there were things that said there are no communities, no sensitive, no critical areas in the area. Now, that's been modified and changed. Now we're going to take care of the sensitive animal situation, or we're going to mitigate it. Not well, but we're going to mitigate it. I'm sorry, I'm going over so far. They had knowledge of this critical area for the antelope, for example, as one example, 3 months before that application was made, but yet they went ahead and said there's nothing critical in the area. I know we're all extremely afraid of the fire. My place has a lot of something very scarce and valuable in this part of the county, and that's pine trees. And fire is something that scares us a lot. That's why, you know, we reach out so worried about the fires that would occur, not just from battery meltdowns, but there's a substation, there's electrical things. It's not just polyvinyl things catching on fire out of the blue. This is very realistic. And looking at the pages of papers from risk analysis people, fire is a major hidden danger in solar farms. They're underreported because their owners are reluctant to publicly acknowledge fires. The risk cannot be totally engineered out. These sort of things. Yes, we went to the moon. We can handle fires out there in a solar plant, but it's not easy. It's not convenient. So because I am taking so much time, and because in the past I've tried to talk about what's good for the entire community, I want to just take another 10 seconds and talk about what's good for me. I'm very concerned about having a 2,000-acre industrial facility as a neighbor in my rural, agricultural, scenic area. About half of the value of my ranch is based on the fact that it's got extremely good hunting, because we've been extremely good stewards of the land and paid the price to make it that way. It's got value because of its scenic qualities. I don't want to see those destroyed by a neighbor that, oh, it's not a visible thing. But when you see those pictures of those simulations, looking back, you see a ridge line in the back. That's me. When I'm on that ridge line, I can look down and see those panels. It's not something I really want to see. One final thing, and I think somebody's going to talk about it today, but I have not heard a thing yet about the pipelines. We have 5 pipelines that run across us, and they extend east on over to the Kilts. And it appears to me that these panels are built planned directly over those pipelines. That is a very serious concern, and I hope that, I think it was Ms. Sleep was going to address that, but I hope somebody will address that and get the haystacks to tell us what they're doing about that. That is something that is not up for grabs. It's administered by Department of Transportation and their hazardous materials folks. It's highly regulated and very restricted. And in general, solar panels and pipelines do not get along well together. They should not be located on top of each other. Sorry, I had a lot to go over and it was pretty disorganized, but and way too long. But do you have any questions for me?
Put your letter into evidence.
You have my letter. I think I saw it there already. Yes.
Okay.
All right.
January 10th.
Yeah.
January 30th, 2025 letter.
She's already
You've got, that's the one, right?
She's got that. The one I just sent a couple of days ago. Okay, thank you. I'll make sure I'll follow up on that.
But we just have to make sure it's clear on the record, your letter's going in, what the date of the letter is. So if there's further hearings, it'll be clear to the judge that it got in properly.
I'll just hand her another hard copy of that right now so that she can check
Perfect.
that against the one that's in the machine. Okay, thank you.
Want my name and my address?
Yeah.
My name is Robert Coon. I'm at 25798 Bella Road, Natrona. Some of my concerns that I heard tonight was one of them, the fire marshal. Was that the fire marshal that was here? Chief?
Yeah, fire chief.
So I live out there and I've helped assist with 2 of the firefights. One of them I called in, it took them 40 minutes to get there. By the time they got there, about 400 acres burned up. By the time they got it put out, with the assist of airplane drops, there's probably about 600 acres burned up, charred. The second one that I'm aware of, I helped fill up the fire engine trucks at my place because it was taking them too long to get to the Highway 2026 to fill up. And I don't mind helping because it's a scary thought out there. We, as a community, we all work together to thrive and make sure that we look out for each other. But them guys were coming to my place and they spilled up 1,100 gallons in 30 minutes and then going and fighting the fire that was on the top of Pine Mountain back in there. So the fires out there are very scary. The biggest one I've saw so far that burned along Highway 2026 and took out a lot of utility poles. We were about a week without power out there. It's very concerning with the fires and stuff of that nature. The other thing is I'm not trying to be petty, but I live out there. I moved out there to have the scenery and the peace and the quiet, and the wildlife is abundant. The game and fish officer, I wish he was still here. The elk is unbelievable. Where the antelope migrate through there, so do the elk. We slow down and look for them all the time at night. We see them bedded down along the side of the highway or the county road right there. There's a bunch of turkey out there, probably 500 head of turkey, 1,200 head of elk, 12,000 or 1,200 head of antelope. There's a lot of sage grouse out there, a lot of chicks. We've seen those this summer. There's even mountain lions out there. I got videos of them. I just don't understand why this project has to go in that spot. And there's other places that could be picked where it's not threatening any community, threatening fresh water table. If there is a major catastrophic, I pray to God there's not, but we can't control lightning, but we can control man-built things. However, if there is a catastrophic failure and there's a lot of water waste going in the ground, where's that waste going to go to? Before you know it, it's going to be in Platte River. Next thing you know, it's going to be in Nebraska. When's the end? How much is the almighty dollar versus projects like these? How do you weigh people's safety? I admire this gentleman here because he's really talking and thinking about the community. How about the devalue of my property value if this project goes in? Who wants to drive out there and look at a 2,010 acre solar farm every day, twice a day, in and out? I don't want to look at it. I'm not trying to be petty. And I have nothing against Sheila and them. I understand they're wanting to do this project and they have money to gain on it. But why build it on top of a community? I mean, how much is the almighty dollar worth here? I mean, has anybody thought about a catastrophic failure, acid getting into the water table, working its way all the way to Nebraska? Who's going to pay the price? Everybody between here and 500 miles away. Everybody's going to pay the price. Is it really worth it, the risk? I don't know. It seems to me like the whole thing is built by the cheapest bidder. And I think there ought to be a lot more research into it. Game and Fish, I think he was on cue with a few key points, but they don't see what we see out there as residents. They don't see the wildlife that we see. It's unbelievable out there. Y'all have a letter from a guy named Hugh Mitchell. He's out of Florida. You should have a letter on file. He lives on the mountain. If y'all put in these solar track arrays, he's going to get blinded whenever it sets up because he has full view of that. There's a lot of people live up on top of that mountain that has full view of where this project's going to go. They're going to get blinded. These glares are going to be astronomical. I don't think nobody's really touched on that. And he's paying like $3,500 a year in land taxes. I mean, he's going to have to look at solar glare off of these solar. I just don't think it's right. He said he asked the county. He says, "Why am I paying $3,500 a year in property taxes? You've got the views." Wow, that's a hell of a statement. How about looking at views now of solar panels? Worth $3,500 a year? I don't think so. Especially when they shift his way. And then how much sun are we actually going to get? Wintertime, it's mostly gray out there. How much energy are these things really going to produce? Summertime, when we have monsoons, rainy clouds, I mean, we get a lot of sun in the summer, but I just don't know if it's going to be worth the value, the weight of the cost of this build. But anyhow, thank you a lot. I appreciate your time. You have any questions?
Thank you for coming.
Yep.
do some stuff. So my name is Michelle Sleep. I live at 7907 Natrona Road. And call me crazy, but I've gone through that 533-page application several times, and I've not found one indication that they have mentioned the pipeline. One time on October 8th, it was brought up at the meeting. They said they were going to use those as animal corridors. I have been in contact with the pipelines. I've talked to all 4 of them. There are 4 pipelines out there. The CO2 is further north. And the solar project is not compatible with pipelines. And with my research, 3 of these pipelines transport crude oil, while 1 carries natural gas. They are installed 2 to 3 feet below the surface, with 3 of them bearing at least 60 years old or more, because everybody knows Wyoming is oil, and it started back in 1848. And I did, because I was expecting to do a slideshow, I did do all this. So if you look at page 7 through 7 through 10. These are a lot of things that the pipelines send out to the communities, informing them before you dig. And Denbury, for one, do not try to guess the route or location of the pipelines from where the markers are placed, because pipeline markers do not indicate the depth and exact location of a pipe. Kinder Morgan's Handbook 2021, and these can be found online if you need to look them up if you didn't get one in your mail. Same goes with Kinder Morgan addresses on page 13 of their potential impact of blasting near pipelines. And this is RAM. They fall underneath mining. They may not be throwing dynamite in the ground, but when they start pounding those stakes in, it's going to cause a lot of vibration. And Wyoming has a code about vibrating near homes. Tall grass is markers do not indicate how deep the pipeline is buried or how many lines are in the area. It is important to know pipeline do not necessarily follow a straight course between the 2 markers. And with this next one on page 10 is from the Pipeline Association of 2024. In it, it says, recognize unsafe conditions, which is exposed to high heat, and solar farms create heat. They generate more heat. And then we all would know the next page is that where the steel comes from, it comes from ore, and steel doesn't want to be steel. So what is a stray current? There is a relationship between the magnitude of the electric current and the rate of steel dissolution. Faraday's law tells us that 1 amp DC leaving a carbon steel pipe in soil will consume approximately 9.1 kilograms of steel. It is the relationship between current discharge and metal consumption that gives us cause for concern over stray currents corrosion. When we speak about corrosion, currents, and buried pipelines, we are typically looking at values in the microamp range of a million myths. Yep, stray currents from industrial sources can be several orders of magnitude higher. So what is the problem? Leakage to earth is the problem for DC, and induced voltage are the problem for AC. When we look at the electrical shrines of a PV system, we can see that there are various configurations and earth connections. Leakage to earth can start at the solar panel itself, usually due to damage or failure of the isolation between the panel and the supporting frame. but it includes all the metallic elements in the grounding system. Every electrical current produces a magnetic field. Fluctuating currents produce fluctuating magnetic fields. If a conductor is in a charging magnetic field, then a voltage will be induced into the conductor. The induced voltage is directly proportional to the magnetic field strength and the frequency of change. So what is a PV system? I've learned a lot doing this research and learning not only about the oil field and the pipes, but also solar. The main components of a PV system are solar panels produce DC voltage, junction box or combiner to connect all the panels, battery charger to use the panel voltage to store energy in the batteries, an inverter to convert the DC from the panels to AC, earthling for safety and lightning protection. So what's the problem? PVs are classified as DC power systems illustrated from Earth, or isolated from Earth. PV's isolation is not perfect. Ground current, leakage current is formed by the contribution of the PV molecules, DC cables, and inverters. Leakage carries increased underground fault conditions. So the diagram on page 16 illustrates a solar farm. You can imagine solar panels positioned along both sides of the pipelines, and that's according to their map. The red arrows specifically the existence of stray currents. Solar panels affixed to a steel structure direct energy into collectors or junction boxes, which are then linked to inverters before the energy is distributed. There is usually an earthling system surrounding the area shown by the red dotted line. This indicates that the earthling system usually doesn't function properly. Consequently, with their pipelines already in place, the stray current must return to its source. If there is even a slight defect in the pipelines, that creates a low resistance pathway. It will allow the current to flow through the pipeline until it finds an exit. There are three basic types of systems, and we are uncertain which one they are going to use. The illustration, how the current jumps on the pipe without an issue. However, the problem arises when it jumps off the pipe to go back to the earth to complete the circuit. This is where Faraday's law comes into play, resulting in a corrosion rate of 9.1 kilo per amp per year. This indicates that when the current exits the pipeline, it can potentially lead to a fire or an explosion. The floating PV system isolated could be another system they could intend to use. It has a different earthling system. Here you can see the earthling, but current isn't returning to that because it's isolated. So it's returning by cable. The cable insulation isn't always good, especially if there has been some cost savings applied and very cheap. If the cables or insulation have been laid in the wet ground, it very soon runs the risk of picking up and discharging current, especially if bad handling happens of the cable during the construction, having resulted in the cable damage, just even a little nick. So what could possibly go wrong? Thresholds used by the PV system operator are for leakage currents and are not usually based on corrosion risk. They are typically based on the fire risk or the safety of personnel. DC stray currents depends on the DC earthling configuration. Leakage currents can vary considerably over the course of a day due to the PV plant operation and variations in environmental conditions. Poor selections of buried cable installation can lead to aging of the insulation and increased leakage currents. Operational, the system will tolerate long-term DC current leakage, and because of this, leakage faults may not be repaired quickly. If these stray currents enter the pipe, then they will have to discharge from the pipe to return to their source. Discharging current means corrosion. So crude oil, pipeline, stray currents, and corrosion. There are 3 crude oil pipelines and 1 natural gas pipeline that will be in the center of the solar project. Yes, crude oil is flammable. It can catch on fire. It is a Class 3 flammable liquid under the U.S. Department of Transportation. The fire risk is an oil leak can ignite and cause a fire if it encounters a heat source like sparks or flames. Once oil starts to smoke, it can catch fire in as little as 30 seconds.
Michelle, can you kind of wrap this up?
Yeah, so the whole conclusion is that pipelines and solar farms do not go together. They are very incompatible. And when that current jumps onto that pipe, it will find a way out. And the point is where. That pipeline runs that direction, it runs here underneath Casper, and it's when it leaves that pipeline is where we need to be really concerned. And that's where our health, safety, and welfare comes in place, because these pipelines have not been notified. I went through their application, and all those certified letters that they sent out, and even that list, not one pipeline is mentioned in that list. They have not been sent a certified letter, but the town hall in Commerce County has been sent a certified letter. The school districts, the bus garage in Commerce County, in Douglas and Glen Rock have been sent certified letters, but the pipeline has not been notified. I don't understand why. Why hasn't anybody brought up the pipeline? Why isn't anybody understanding how these two are incompatible and making sure that public is safety? And that is, the pipeline is the neighbor. Thank you for letting me go on.
Thank you. Anyone else against?
Good evening, Commissioners. Rosemary Saban, Natrona County resident. Currently, there are extensive reversals coming out right now of federal policies. Caution should be exercised for the implications associated with what's going to happen with eliminating subsidies. What's the cost to the tax base? This isn't a profit in the end, and the premise of zoning is to limit the financial burden to the people. Private property has a limit. That limit is when you encroach on other people's private property rights and uses. The limit is when the ramifications don't stop or remain on private property, and this won't. There's all the required infrastructure and hazards. Solar impacts in the state of Wyoming are not fully comprehended, and we need to clearly understand the ramifications to the citizens, as all actions have consequences. Wildlife is owned by all residents of Wyoming. That makes them private property. Sagebrush habitat has been impacted greatly due to the recent fires, and since sagebrush is needed for pronghorns, this would be detrimental to clear or remove more of it. A similar testimony to what I just said here in my own words was given by Senator Larry Hicks yesterday. Chapter 1, Section 3, authority of the 22 zoning resolution states this resolution is adopted pursuant to the authority conferred under Wyoming State Statute 18.5.201 through 18.5.207 for the purpose of promoting the public health, safety, morals, and general welfare of the people of Natrona County. Wyoming State Statute 18.5.502, County Regulation of Wind or Solar Energy Projects, subsection A, it is unlawful to locate, erect, construct, reconstruct, or enlarge a facility without first obtaining a permit from the Board of County Commissioners in the county in which the facility is located. In short, this board has a legal liability, responsibility, duty, and obligation to restrict or deny the facility that would impose any hazard to the public in matters of health, safety, morals, and general welfare by your own adopted resolution and state statute. I won't get into too much of the fire because you've heard quite a bit about it, but I do find it funny or strange, ironic, that this board did not approve $35,000 to the volunteer fire department of Midwest. And somebody else asked me to please speak on this part of it. Approximately 12,236,000 acres in solar farms to date in the U.S. 2,400 acres a month taken out of ag production. 288,000 a year taken out of ag production. Average of 10 animal units, 28,000 cows taken out of production every year. There are 28.2 million beef cattle in the United States as of 2023. Now, I have a friend in Kansas who watches a lot of my posts on this issue, and Kansas is spending a bunch of money and time and their resources to reclaim lands for ag purposes once again. I thank you, commissioners. I would stand for questioning.
Any question?
I have one question.
Commissioner Coates?
Ms. Saban, so we've talked about briefly impact on services. We've talked about the fire. You didn't, elaborate on fire. What's your take on taxpayer services being impacted during construction?
If there's heavy truck travel down the roads, just like Zero Road, that was never intended or designed to handle that kind of weight on it, it's a burden to the people, correct?
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Anyone else against?
Chairman, North County Commissioners, thank you for having us. My name is Brenda Janikowski. My maiden name was Brenda Wing. My address is 5150 Natrona Road, Natrona, Wyoming. I live at the end of County Road 209. Yes, there is a private road that goes beyond my house that intersects with Strawhecker Road. In 1975, my family has moved there from Riverton. That ranch was in my family from the mid-40s until 2024 when it was sold to Matt Fulwell. I can tell you that the road that goes beyond my house, that is now a private road, is not and should not be considered a viable access road. You cannot access that road for 6 months out of the year. You cross the South Fork of the Casper Creek. All of those are prone to flooding, and I can promise you that if you don't have a four-wheel drive in any time of the year, you are not getting through there. And I know the fire risk has been addressed by several other people. I just will tell you that there's been numerous fires on Mr. Petman's ranch, on the neighboring ranches, on the ranch before Mr. Kiltz bought it, that my husband and myself have helped fight, because it does take, on a good day, 30 minutes for the fire department to get there. If the wind is blowing 40 miles an hour, there's been times we've had the fire put out before the fire department came. We have reservoirs, we have pumps, we've helped the fire department with water. My husband sets up at least 2 fire trucks every year, because when you have lightning, you cannot control that. But I agree with whoever's comment was here. We should do the best we can to mitigate the man-made potential causes of fire. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mark Rosenbaum, live at 20255 US Highway 2026. I run across the highway from Russ over here running bulls. I winter my bulls on Casper Creek. And I know there was mentioned earlier on a selenium concern. And I definitely have a selenium concern in Casper Creek. We have to watch it pretty close to get our livestock off it at certain times of the year. And I'm a little concerned as far as the erosion control plan that they've got set up, or not set up, I guess is what I've heard here today, is that they can get permits and permission to proceed without a stormwater permit in place. And I'm a little concerned on Casper Creek and a hole in the health of my bulls if there's any concerns with selenium from the disturbance of the soils on the other side of the road. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners, my name is Scott Contour. I live at 4710 West Lafayette Street, right here in Mills. I actually work as a ranch hand 3/4 of the year out there. So I spend most of my year out there, actually. I'm here today, obviously, to oppose this. You've heard a lot about other things, you know, fire and everything else. But I'm here to actually discuss what that gentleman just brought up, selenium. What is it? Selenium is a chemical element within the periodic table with the symbol of Se and atomic number 34. It is a metalloid with the properties that are intermediate between elements both above and below in the periodic table, sulfur and tellurium. Also has many similarities to arsenic. Native, i.e. elemental selenium, is a mineral which does not usually form good crystals, but when it does, they are steep rhombohedra or tiny hair-like crystals. Certain soils are selenium rich, and selenium can be bioconcentrated in some plants. In soils, selenium most often occurs in soluble forms such as selenates, which are leached into rivers very easily by runoff. It's one of the most soluble materials we have naturally on Earth. One of the most common uses of selenium actually is also in the production of photovoltaic cells, or solar cells, i.e. solar panels. The most recent one was built in 2024 and has the best rate of production so far that they've seen. But it's a caustic material. The most common form of selenium pollution occurs aquatically, caused by farming runoff or industrial processes, such as mining, or per se the installation of large metal beams in selenium-rich soils. More specifically within the depths of 4 to 10 feet below the surface, where the greatest concentrations begin in areas with little selenium deposit. Wyoming, having the second highest concentration of selenium-rich soils in the United States, where it has been found that selenium exists in large amounts just in our topsoil alone. A state in which the practice of flood watering crops at even a small scale would result in levels of selenium concentration exceeding toxic levels by 10 to 15 times what the human body can safely consume. A state where the constant driving of roads for installation, inspection, maintenance of solar equipment will disturb the selenium in the topsoil, causing severe aerial and aquatic runoff. Now, what does this all mean for my health, your health, our community's health, and more importantly, the health of the next generations of Wyomingites? The generations in which at this time are at an even higher risk of selenium poisoning due to their smaller size. First, let us state that selenium in many different organic compounds is necessary for proper development of cells. It is also an element that is quite easy to ingest in toxic levels. To put this into perspective for you, no more than 400 micrograms of selenium in any form is toxic. Anything greater than that begins to become lethal. That is in a full-grown adult. To put it into even better perspective, there is over 600,000 micrograms of selenium in 1 teaspoon. There's enough selenium in 1 teaspoon to reach a toxic level in over 1,500 adults under the age of 17. Under the age of 17, they begin needing much less. If this construction project were allowed to go through, it would increase the amount of selenium in even our filtered water. All our crops and vegetation far beyond current levels that are at this current moment are barely within safe levels. Now you might ask, what are the physical ramifications of selenium toxicity, or selenosis, as it is medically called? Allow me to give you a list of possible health problems in a healthy adult of the approximate age of 20. We have syndrome, myocardial infarction, which is a form of heart attack, renal failure, vascular symptoms such as tachycardia, flushing of the face, as well as neurological features including tremors, irritability, myalgia, echocardiogram abnormalities such as T-wave inversion and QT prolongation are often seen, both being heart conditions associated with causing heart attacks and strokes, with death often occurring as a result of refractory hypertension or lack of blood flow in simpler terms. Again, that is in a healthy 20-year-old. Conditions becoming more severe and exponentially lethal in adults over the age of 45, infants and children under the age of 17, and anyone with underlying health conditions, such as but not limited to immunodeficiencies, heart conditions of any kind, respiratory conditions, vascular conditions like hemophilia or thin blood, as it is known, or neurological conditions. Selenium toxicity is an ongoing issue with the Conservation District that is diligently worked on for years to keep within EPA guidelines. So we don't need nor want to go backwards on this fight and endanger our populace. That was all I have.
Thank you.
Well,
My name is Adam Bram, 6102 Natrona Road. A little bit about myself. Grew up in Miami, Florida. Went in the Marine Corps for a little stint, and I've been on Miami-Dade Fire Rescue for about 33 years. And I've been coming here tonight just kind of winging it, listening, and thinking about this beautiful place that I plan on living the rest of my life and having quiet, and now we're dealing with this industrial complex and everything else going on. I've listened to everything these guys had to say, and it just felt like a big sales pitch. I really didn't hear any definitives. I didn't hear any facts. When you guys asked questions, it got put off to somebody else or somebody else. The one definitive I do know, I fought these fires before, and there is no way of putting them out. There's nothing you can do. You can train all you want. You can have all the classes you want. The chemicals that go in the air, there's nothing to do with that, and there's no putting out the fire. And that's just one aspect of all this. The bigger aspect is my dreams. I've met a few of the people that live out there, and they've all been amazing people, but we all have one thing in common. We've left the work in the cities or wherever we've made our lives, and we've taken everything we've worked for in this world, and we come here to live a beautiful time and live out the rest of our lives in Casper. Beautiful town, beautiful people, and beautiful nature. And now this is being kind of threatened. I don't think anybody's even talking about that. You know, we worked our whole lives. This is everything we have. We're not a big corporation. We don't have millions of dollars. We've taken everything we had, at least I know I have, and everybody I've met, worked hard, come out there, build their dream to live in peace, away from the industrial scenario. A town that's full of great people, and now it's being kind of threatened. And I kind of take it personal. I'm sitting here listening to all this stuff, and it's just business to them. It was funny because you made a comment saying we're going to be surprised on how many people are going to step up and talk for this. Well, I haven't heard one person that spoke up here for it that wasn't getting paid. Not one. All the people that are against it are from here, they live here, and it affects them personally. And I think that's your guys' job. Your job is to take care of the community, the people who vote for you, and that's what's most important. Appreciate you guys look at me in the eyes and watch what I'm saying. He hasn't looked up most of the whole meeting tonight. I don't know why. But I need you guys to really think about how it's affecting the people. Because when you work your whole life in this country and you pay your taxes and you work everything you got, there is no other choice. We don't have another plan. And it's your guys' job to protect that. And I hope you do. That's all I got.
Commissioners? You know I'd get up sooner or later. My name is Terry Winggerter, former county commissioner.
A lot of my questions were answered tonight by the company representatives, but I tend to learn and pay more attention to the people in Natrona County. I'll tell you what, this brings back about 14 years ago, 14 to 15 years ago, when I was sitting up there. We went until about close to midnight with our hearing. And what it was about was, it was about electricity too. It was about wind towers. Well, what happened is a particular company out east of town wanted to put some wind towers on their land up on Coal Creek area, and we let them. After a 5-hour hearing or 6-hour hearing, we actually broke down and let them. And we had a lot of neighborhood meetings out there in Evansville at the time too. And all they were gonna do wonders for Natrona County. They brought in attorneys from Salt Lake and our main office in Houston, and we had all kinds of company representatives here. But anyway, we went for several hours, like I said, and to wrap things up, at the end, we all voted, all 5 of us voted for those wind towers. They're still up and they're not working. And you know the ones I'm talking about. And I went to several meetings just recently about them. The last time I went was about 6 months ago, and Chevron invited me. And I brought it, that's the first thing I brought up when I had time on the table. And they said, well, we're currently discussing with Rocky Mountain Power to get them started again. Well, that's been 6 months ago and I haven't heard anything since. But what I'm trying to say, I've been in your spot before, and I personally, I can't talk for the other 4 county commissioners that I was working with at the time. But I personally, I regret that I voted to have those towers up there. You know, we all go up on Coal Creek every once in a while, and they look bad, especially not turning. I mean, with the wind gusts we have, I've yet to see them turn in 4 years or longer. So I know what you're going through, and I would tend to, if I was you, I would tend to listen to residents out here that voted for you to get in office. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Terry.
Hi, my name is Dana Sutter. I live at 7714 Natrona Road. I live about a quarter mile past that grid where this is going to go. I live on the mountain, so I got the whole view. You know, I got 30 miles worth of view. And the main thing I want to come up here is once you decide for it or against it, if you do it for it, that's never going to be back the way it originally was. And you guys probably got my letter. Everyone I asked, you know, how many of you would like to have solar panel in your backyard? I didn't get a response. I know David North, you sent the thing back. That wasn't really addressed, but the last meeting I went to in November, I remember them saying, HSTAC, saying that Natrona County isn't going to benefit from this electricity. Now he's saying, oh, it's up to the commission or whatever. But the main thing I want to say is just, you know, protect the people first, you know, animals or land second, animals third. With this project, all that's going to be wiped out. And my main concern is, I almost got like $1 million in my property, you know, building it. The cabin's been there, but built the barn and all this other stuff. And $350 ain't going to do me any good. And this is my retirement here. I got everything, just like Adam said, everything's here. So, you know, please don't take our view away. You know, just think of the people that live there. You know, the Kills, they don't live on Natrona Road. They own the property, but if they want to approve this thing, they should live on the property. And the bond, that should be guaranteed by Zurich or somebody who has backing. This company is going to go out of business. I can guarantee it. If we had a catastrophic, you know, event, they're not going to do anything. Look at State Farm. They closed out of California.
Thank you. Anyone else to speak against?
Thank you for listening to us. My name's Tammy Sell. I'm from Powder River, Wyoming. Research sciences at San Jose State University, Moss Landing Marine Laboratories have detected unusually high concentrations of heavy metal nanoparticles in marsh soils Elkhorn Reserve following the January 16th fire at the nearby Vistra Power Plant's lithium-ion battery storage facility that burned for more than 5 days. They found that the heavy metals traveled in the smoke that was emitted from the fire were at a level of 100% more than what was found in the soil prior to this event. The heavy metals were detected at 100 times the normal level, but up to 2 miles from the site of the battery fake. Analysis of metal contaminants of soil following a lithium-ion battery fire at Moss Landing Power Plant. The abstract is the study investigated the presence of heavy metals in soil samples collected from the vicinity of a lithium-ion battery fire at the Moss Landing Power Plant in California to assess the environmental impact of the incident. Soil samples were analyzed using inductively coupled plasma mass, big long word, to quantify concentrations of key metals including nickel, magnesium, cobalt, copper, and lithium, which are the primary components of lithium-ion battery cathodes. The results revealed significantly elevated levels of these metals in a 2-mile radius of the fire, highlighting the potential for soil contamination following such incidents and the need for appropriate remediation strategies. The batteries are increasingly utilized in energy storage systems, but for their potential for catastrophic fires raises concerns regarding environmental contaminations if incidents occur. This study focuses on the aftermath of a battery fire at the Moss Landing Power Plant, where large-scale lithium battery storage facility experienced a significant fire event. Soil samples were collected at various differences from the fire epicenter, where the control sites located further away to establish background metal levels. Soil samples were digested during a nitric acid hydrogen peroxide mixture to extract metals for analysis. Metal concentrations were measured using ICP-MS, a highly sensitive technique for elemental analysis. And the results of that, compared to control site soil samples near the fire, exhibited significantly elevated levels of the magnesium, the cobalt, copper, and lithium, and nickel. The highest metal concentrations were observed with a close radius of the fire origin, gradually decreasing with distance, while lithium was detected in oil samples and its concentrations were generally lower than the other metals analyzed, potentially due to its higher mobility and leaching potential. The source of contamination. The elevated levels of nickel, magnesium, cobalt, and copper in the soil samples are directly linked to the combustion of lithium-ion batteries, which release these metals as particulate matter during a fire event. The presence of these heavy metals in soil poses a potential risk to ecological health, especially if they enter the food chain through the plant uptake. Given the significant contamination around a fire site, remediation strategies such as soil removal stabilization should be considered to environmental impacts. So the conclusion is the study demonstrates that the lithium-ion battery fires can result in substantial soil contaminations with the metals. The findings underscore the importance of keeping this danger out of our county. So thank you very much. We're from Powder River and we live in, my mom is at a assisted living place in Casper and we drive back and forth a lot. And, you know, 0.4 miles, they make it sound like it's really far away, but that's not far at all. The rest of us that live here know that. And I just hope we don't have to see it. And I feel for these folks that look down on it and are right around the vicinity. So thank you for your time.
Tammy, would you mind sharing that with Michelle? Thank you. That'll be your notes. Okay, anyone else against?
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Lori Anderson. I live at 73 Marigold Street in Casper, Wyoming, 82604. My main concern for being here this evening is in support of the community that is directly affected, as well as those who will be affected in the future. When it comes to solar panels, as well as the wind farms, I see them as parasites of the economy. The destructive nature of constructing these farms will create problems that affect native habitats being destroyed. There's no coming back to their original status quo. It just doesn't happen. Especially when you're looking at solar or wind and the humongous efforts to create such an industrial project to effectively create a small amount of energy in comparison to coal, oil, and gas. This affects wildlife long-term, and huge swaths of land are overburdened. Not to mention that they degrade rapidly and are a hazard. They are non-biodegradable, same as wind turbines. After 25 years, they're approximately at 12% of their original capacity and take up, or they contain heavy metals that have been mentioned. The volume of waste outweighs the new units way too much. It's actually scary what the amount of waste can be. Not to mention that there's a recent idea proposed in Wyoming that even wind turbine blades are going to be an idea to put them into coal mines. And that's recent news. There's also a need, most likely, for a specialized workforce to remove old panels, the solar panels that become useless, and then where are we going to put them? I was actually working in a little project over by the Platte River this summer and came across an old solar panel, and the shards of glass is just awful, just from one panel. So who is really profiting here? Not to mention the add-on of cost to U.S. taxpayers of humongous batteries, and if everything goes down the drain with this supposed goodwill of a company that's trying to push this project, where will they be when it becomes a Superfund site? So conversely, when you look at coal, oil, and gas, it's cost effective. We have experienced and reputable businesses that have been operating coal, oil, and gas, especially in Wyoming, for many decades. We have Wyoming businesses with the expertise and remediation that can be carried out beyond our expectations. It's much more affordable, sustainable, effective, and reliable when you're looking at solar or wind. They're parasitic and need coal, oil, or gas to sustain their low peak energy times, which can be affected by cloudiness, snow, when it's too hot, when it's too cold, things that are out of our control. We need to keep in mind Trump's energy plan. So with that, I would just like to finally say that this distinguished professor emeritus in the Faculty of Environment, University of Manitoba, his name is Václav Smil. He says, fossil fuels are the most important factor in explaining the advances of modern civilization. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Steve Logan, Natrona County resident. Just wanted to briefly kind of touch upon what she actually hit is I think we already have an issue with the wind turbines that are out in our area right now. Why create another problem that where you guys are going to have to deal with in more batteries and everything else as well? Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Rhonda Gregory, Pine Mountain. Mr. Chairman, and the members of the Board of County Commissioners, we are all stewards of this land, along with all of its resources, and to allow this proposed solar farm to move forward will endanger so much of what we stand for. The people of Wyoming are a rugged people with a strong dedication to the state, the county, our communities, and our way of life. By allowing this project to taint the soil in this great state, we are endangering all of this for generations to come. Infinity Global is using this process to demonstrate that they have projects in the work with no intention of following through with anything that they have said. They have pitted neighbor against neighbor and put all of us through months and months of insurmountable stress and sleepless nights trying to fight in our attempt to put an end to this nightmare that they've perpetuated, only to acquire money out of potential investors while eating away at our community, our way of life, and causing an intentional infliction of emotional distress on our community. Their company is not financially sound in any way, with much of their operational budget coming from debt financing rounds, which in short are loans based on promises, not collateral, production, or results. Their $75 million in revenue does not even cover a fraction of the cost associated with this project, let alone all the ones they boast they have around the world. Even with the millions and potentially billions of dollars of debt they have incurred through these debt financing rounds, they have not come to a point of being profitable. They are on round 11, which means 11 times they have asked investors to bail them out and are still not even nearing being in the black or even nearing any level of profitability in any aspect of their business. They do this through a system of smoke and mirrors, where they puff themselves up to look as though they are more than what they really are, luring unsuspecting groups and individuals into investing. When things don't come to fruition, the investors are placated by the tax benefits associated with the new Green Deal. The same program that President Trump has put in his crosshairs. In the recent federal funding memo, all funds and benefits to this program were frozen. Yes, the memo was later rescinded because of its ambiguous language. It, however, is being rewritten as we speak with a clearer direction to halt all funding to this program, including the tax breaks. When this completely goes away, so will all of Infinity's financial operations. And if this project is underway, we, the citizens of Natrona County, will be left holding the bag and financial burden of the cleanup. In addition to what the federal government is doing to move against this type of development, there is a bill in our own Wyoming legislature that will be passed within the next year that will levy such a heavy tax burden on large-scale solar businesses like this that it will no longer be financially feasible to do business within our state. I think those are pretty strong statements pointing in the direction of the demise of this type of business. Throughout this process, these companies have shown their true colors every step of the way. They have contradicted themselves in every conversation and presentation. They have attempted to bribe and coerce our citizens into supporting our project. They have made verbal promises and statements, but when asked to put it in writing, they have squirmed out of it. You can see how they operate simply by looking at their application, as it's inaccurate, incomplete, incorrect, and downright fraudulent in hundreds of ways, including but not limited to the fact that large chunks of it are copy and pasted and presented as an original rather than a plagiarized mess. But we're told that that doesn't matter. They can't do the application correctly, and within ethics and morals, it clearly demonstrates that they are not qualified to do business in our Wyoming and should be shown the door. I always was taught that if you want to know the kind of person someone is, to look to see who they surround themselves with. And the same thing is true of companies. Well, in this again, this company shows their true colors. 2Doc Consulting, the company that did the wildlife studies, has a combined approval rating of a mere 1.5 across the internet, with its own employees reporting its poor and inaccurate business practices. FTC Solar, the supply company for their solar trackers, has a gross profit of only $8.31 and claims that our operating income is only $50.78, as reported on Duns & Bradstreet, a reputable financial reporting company. FTC is also currently immersed in a legal suit for patent and licensing infringements in FCX Solar LLC versus FTC Solar Incorporated. Pacific Corp, the company they have stated that will be buying the power, in 2020 was found to be responsible for the Labor Day fires that burned 1.2 million acres of land in Oregon. This was due to caused by high winds, low moisture, and a lack of required maintenance of Pacific Corp equipment and lines. These are conditions that occur in Wyoming every summer. Are we willing to increase the possibility of a repeat of the Labor Day fires here by adding even more powerful lines with an even greater possibility of spark, transformer deterioration, an expanded substation at the protected BLM area of Golden Line with a company that obviously has issues maintaining their equipment and keeping everyone safe? On August 5th, 2024, Berkshire filed a 10Q, a filing that's required of all public companies, revealing that Pacific Corp faced at least $46 billion in claims from 4 separate class action suits from those fires in September 2020 due to a failure to maintain their equipment. Something like that would decimate us. Not only the country, but the state as a whole. Now let's look at Infinity, E.G. Haystack's parent company. Their combined rating on the internet site was only a 2.95. One review was written by a vice president of business development, and he states his dislikes as a lack of vision, non-alignment with business goals, a focus on theory rather than execution. This does not leave them in a very positive light, nor does it instill confidence in their business practices. But let's put that aside for a minute. What will this cost Natrona before they even break ground? With the increase in traffic and the addition of the commercial traffic on 209 will need to be brought up to the state standard outlined by Title 24. 24-1-105 width restrictions, all county roads established under the chapter shall not be less than 60 nor more than 100 feet in width. Natrona Road is currently at 20 feet in width and will need to be expanded by 40 feet for the full 7 miles in length at a cost of $1.5 million per mile, or $10.5 million total. The final 3 miles of non-existent road will need to be built to connect Natrona Road to County Road 210 at a cost of $3 million per mile for the additional $9 million, for a total of $19.5 million just for the 10-mile stretch of road. This does not include the acquisition of the additional land to build the road, but just the construction and materials to do so. The bridge will also need to be replaced to safely accommodate the additional traffic at an estimated cost of $2.5 million. Then, based on YDOT's response, an extended turn lane will need to be added to 2026 for traffic safety, which will add an additional $1 to $1.5 million to the price tag, not to mention the right-hand turn that will eventually need to be bought for the upgrade for GoldenEye substation, as the cost is at an additional $500,000. So the road upgrades will cost in the neighborhood of $24 million, plus the cost of the property that will need to be acquired to make these adjustments. The local fire departments will also need to be included in the pre-construction expenses. There'll need to be specific training in the firefighting of lithium-ion batteries. According to the NFPA, this training will cost approximately $1,000 per person for hands-on training. Hands-on training. Actually fighting the fires on a live battery. If you count approximately 18 firefighters per department with 7 agencies, Natrona, Casper, the Airport, Mills, Evansville, Bar None, and BLM, that's $126,000. Then you need to add the additional equipment that will be needed to fight these fires, including a truck with higher volume tank. So add an additional $300,000 minimum. Since E.G. Haystacks has no detailed recycling plan, that will fall to the county as well. This will impact the county in the short term as well as the long term. With the average dunnage of 2 to 5%, or 7,961 to 19,902 of the individual panels that'll be damaged just during construction, these panels, as well as other components, are hazardous material, and as such cannot simply be placed in the landfill, but must be addressed with care in accordance with federal and state guidelines and regulations. It will cost between $15 and $45 per panel to safely dispose of, according to the National Renewable Energy Laboratory findings.
Rhonda, are you getting close?
I am. I've got 3 paragraphs left. Am I good, or?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Finish it up.
These are just pre-construction costs. And it does not include the budgetary impacts on construction and the post-construction costs to the county. These include, but are not limited to, the increased cost for fire response fees from agencies who remain on site for more than 12 hours during a lithium fire, increased police response for theft and vandalism on site. To kids, the arrays are going to look like a shooting range. And the theft will come in the way of the copper wire, if nothing else. The need for weed and pests to monitor and prevent the spread of noxious weeds from the site, conservation district's impact, increase in road maintenance and snow removal, water treatment upgrades to deal with the lead, selenium, and heavy metal toxin in our waterways and plants. How could we add the needed funds to the budget to cover all of this, especially since we as a community will be losing revenue in many other ways? We'll see loss in revenue in hunting tags, fishing licenses, heads of steer, tourism, property taxes, to just name a few. Each house that's built in the subdivision will increase a 40-acre lot from approximately $400 per year for an undeveloped lot to over $3,000 per year. There are 121 lots. That's a loss of $314,600 per year for 30 years. That's $9,438,000 of lost revenue as my neighbors move out. What impacts this will have on Revitalization of Hell's Half Acre, it'll kill it. What services and programs are you going to cut to accommodate this? I'll skip to the end. The entire project goes against the cowboy way of life, the code of the West, and everything we stand for. We live each day with courage. We take accountability. We are fair but tough and do what must be done. We know how to keep our promises and know that some things are not for sale. We know where to draw the line, and this is far beyond that line. So please, stand with the people of this county by denying this application and protecting our people, our land, our way of life, and our future.
Thank you.
Hey, Rhonda, you should have been a lawyer. That was very good.
Anyone else?
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Corey Fisher. I live at 7115 North Appian Way in Evansville. I'm a licensed big game outfitter for the state of Wyoming. Just so happens that I lease the property that belongs to Kelly Birch, which sits just west of this, just east of this property. My concern tonight is I already have a volatile industry. The animals in that industry happen to be, for my sake, the antelope, who already haven't recovered from the winter 2 years ago. I have a lot of questions as far as what would happen in the future if this does go through. That antelope herd is going to take a hit. I have been very strategic in what animals we harvest out of that land and made sure I left plenty for the public on other properties. I worked very hard at that to not decimate that herd. I've also personally hunted, not with clients, on the land that used to be the Wings and the Janikowskis, and that is a treasured place to me since I was a little kid. Besides being an outfitter, I'm a fourth generation Casper businessman. Several questions that come to my mind that haven't been brought up about safety and whatnot. As a licensed outfitter, if one of my people happens to miss their target, those are only 100 feet from of Mr. Birch's fence. What happens if a bullet hits one of those lithium batteries? I don't have the answers for that, but it got brought up in my mind tonight of all that. On the other sides, there's other people that own land that'll be hunting it. And these are all licensed things that we've been allowed to do, and part of the reason we live in Wyoming. So I don't see that we should put this behind us and other people's properties should be affected by this for benefit of few. Aside from that, the fire end of it, living out on Coal Creek, I've brought this up to Commissioner Nick Layson a couple years ago. A fire broke out in March of a house that lived out by us. And I can promise you that the county doesn't have enough sources, because I watched that fire burn that house down. And myself and my neighbor got in our skidsters and got there as fast as we possibly could. And we made a path 10 feet from the next house. And we got that fire stopped. They did not get the fire stopped on the home itself, but the spark from that and our wind brought that thing for probably 600 yards in less than 5 minutes. I was in the middle of catching those people's horses when that fire jumped from the house to the grass. And I had to run as fast as I could, jump the fence, get in my wife's vehicle, and she drove me as fast as I could to our skid steer. We saved 3 houses that day and several people's properties. That's only 15 minutes from town. 25 miles from town, There's no way that the people that have ranches across the highway, the people that have a home right there next to this, the people in Natrona, depending on which way, there's no way any of their places to be saved if fire did happen there. So that's where I'm at. Like I said, I brought it up to Commissioner Nicolason that we need some help with the county fire for things we have already, and that doesn't even include hazardous things like lithium batteries. Appreciate your time.
Rhonda, could you give your notes to Michelle, please? You have them already? Okay, thank you, good.
You have. So, all right, anyone else?
Okay. Hi, my name is Stacy Schmidt. I'm with Range Solar and Wind out of Casper here. The address is 301 Thelma Drive, Casper 82609. I'm also a landowner in Natrona for 23 years on Beck Road. Our company, we are in our 19th year of doing business across the state of Wyoming. Our solar installations have produced over 30 gigawatt hours between off-grid and grid-tied systems. I've been a professional installer for 11 years and a designer for 9. This application, prepared by Jacobs and submitted by E.G. Haystacks, has over 100 discrepancies, miscalculations, and other concerns. We don't have time to go over all of them. But Solar 101, nameplate capacity was factored wrong in the application as listed at 258.7 DC. That is found on pages 46 and 47. The Canadian solar bifacial 650 watt module has a 20% production coefficient. This is simple math, Solar 101. 3,925 modules multiplied by 780 watts is 310 megawatts. This is a grave and serious error on their part. This would not make it through the typical application process here in Natrona County. Our electrical inspector would catch it. Some of the components listed do not work together or on this site. The tracker company was not specified in the application as required, but I found it on the engineering topo maps on pages 46 and 47. I do have that map here if you guys need to look at it. The tracker selected FTC Solar Pioneer system requires near level ground with only a 10-degree slope north-south. As many of you have visited this site, you know that a lot of this area is not conducive to that. And they certainly couldn't keep within the 11-foot height restriction they're talking about. The application has also indicated little to no grading, just not possible to build these trackers that way. If you look at the standards there, I apologize, I missed. The tracker selected has a standard operating temperature of 0 degrees Celsius. That's only 32 degrees Fahrenheit. That's in photo 2. Sorry, I skipped over photo 1 there for you, but so needless to say, that's not going to work out so swell in Wyoming weather. The tracker power has onboard lithium batteries. That's 4,817 additional batteries in the field, not mentioned in the application. The tracker posts are going to be W6 and W8, galvanized or galvannealed. When driven in the ground or they post pound them. It will deposit zinc into the ground from the heat. That is not ideal over wetlands and existing creek. It's a live creek, which I think most of you got to see out on location. The tracked pile driver will destroy any topsoil remaining, disturbing the just below surface selenium. We've all talked about it. Selenium has been mentioned several times and is a known problem at this particular site, causing cattle deaths and infertility and in all kinds of species. It's serious. Okay, so the tracker ground clearance recommended is 11.8 inches from the panel edge. This is going to create enormous wind erosion doing that. And if the county were to inherit the system, if anything goes wrong, the trackers only come with a 5-year warranty. Our racking system has a 20-year warranty by industry standard in comparison. The tracker stow positions, this will be photo number 3. It's an optional, they don't say they're doing it, optional stow of 50 degrees for snow. This is not conducive to Wyoming drifts, as you can imagine out there. The optional hail stowing is only 50 degrees as well. Industry standard is 90 degrees for best hail protection. The supporting photo is there as well. Page 5. I had a little error there. I apologize. Picture 4 shows total land destruction by the tracker company with no vegetation left on site. And this was just completed in Colorado not long ago. So very comparable arid climate to ours. Photo 6 is the Natrona County the town of Natrona elevation. And where this comes into play, picture 7 is the data sheet of the SunGrow 4400 standard inverter. China made. This model was selected on pages 46 and 47, again, on the topo map. The standard operating elevation is 1,000 meters. That's only 3,280 feet. It is not meant to operate at our elevation. So the inverter will overheat at our elevation per SunGrow, the company. That is per their specifications. Needless to say, that is a fire hazard. We have more fire concerns. Photo 8. Junction box failures are a long-standing problem for the solar industry. Burn junction boxes, shatter panels, and start fires. They're supporting photos of the danger here in your next photos. In 2024, this module is discovered by the owner. Spontaneous burn of the junction box shattered the panel. And under heavy cloud, and it shattered, you can see with our fluke meter, it is still producing near full voltage. This is a serious fire hazard. Molten parts start fires, as in the Eagle Point fire, if you guys have watched the news. As reported by PB Magazine, burning junction boxes are becoming more and more common due to fast and cheap production. It has not been able to be automated, and there are many faults. This is evident to us as we inspect incoming solar. Fire is such a concern, as you're aware of, and it clearly states in the app it's prone to fire. With only up to one full-time job, it says in their application in several spots, it is going to be impossible to detect these faults in time with 398,000 solar panels spanning over 2,000 acres. These concerns will not be able to be picked up by online monitoring. When a panel is still producing full voltage, monitoring is not going to know there's micro cracks or full-on cracks or burn junction box. The monitoring cannot do that. That has to be physically seen by a person. And again, the application states in several places up to one full-time job. Up to one. They're not even saying one person. I couldn't imagine trying to to oversee a utility scale solar field all by myself. And another photo, we have micro cracks, and micro cracks are not seen by the eye. They cause panel weaknesses and leaching toxins. Problems arising will not be caught in a timely manner with this, also with only up to one employee, and system monitoring can't detect this. So photo 9 shows a tracker mishap, which is very common, and only one module looks to be damaged, but the infrared shows micro cracks and the extreme fire hazard and potential there. And then it also allows moisture in and can start leaching toxins. And the panels can break easier then. So your next wind event, your next hailstorm, your next snowstorm, as you can imagine, sandblasting we just had the other day out there. So it's a problem that is not going to be picked up by internet monitoring again, and just by one person in the field. These large bifacial modules are 83.6 pounds, and they only anchor them in the center of the panel, like this, where my fingers are. That makes them extremely susceptible to wind, snow, as you can imagine, getting racked around and moved constantly. So this will support, once again, micro cracks, can lead to shattering, can lead to all kinds of problems. So the fire hazard is really great in a field of solar panels. Just as sheer magnitude of them is not really a danger on your home or in your yard when you're monitoring it, but in this situation. And so along with these micro cracks, the modules selected are double glass. What that means, glass on front, glass on back. Those glass shards contain a lot of lead. Canadian Solar has not updated their safety and data sheet required by Wyoming DEQ since 2015. You can tell on the data sheet provided. I have that circled. This means that the lead levels are quite high in these modules. You hear how they're improving. You hear how they're improving on this, but blatantly, it's just not happening. Okay, battery specs, we know there weren't any included. That is not good. So I'll skip. Okay, but this is what battery manufacturers are reporting, including Tesla. 25% of these batteries for the utility scale solar, they have defects. That's just coming right out of the manufacturers. This is far more serious than they made it play out. And this information probably was submitted to you already by the Larson family and Triple V Rodeo in Natrona, Wyoming. So then I did hear a little bit about this, but the battery fire toxins, they were published by San Jose University. The Moss Landing fire you guys just heard about, those were Tesla batteries. This is the 4th or 5th fire on site. But just quickly, because it was a university, it is credible, and it was 10 to 100-fold of heavy metals on the ground coming only from smoke up to 2 miles away. So we won't talk.
Stacy, you're getting close.
Real close. Okay, so anyway, they're toxic. You get it. So remember, creek, tributaries, wetlands, proposed site, big problems. So here we go. This will be the end. Our company needed the truth on toxins from broken solar panels. So we conducted a study through the USDA Analytical Lab in Laramie, Wyoming, through the university. We tested a small portion of a bifacial panel, Canadian Solar. We went to the lab in November, got exact requirements on how to do it. So photos 10 and 11 in your packet, the last ones. You have a copy. The the lead contaminant in a tiny portion of one solar panel. We were 10 times over the allowable limit by the EPA. 10 times. They were not even completed with the report, and they called me. You can see that in the report that they called me. They were so scared that we were going to drink that water or do something. And they said no further testing is needed. This is absurd. This is so toxic. But as you can see, the levels on aluminum, manganese, silica from the solar panels, that's also highly toxic. We're over on all kinds of things. Well, I could give you toxicity reports, but lead, I know we have a couple of sportsmen here, maybe everybody is. You're all aware of lead shot and how we can't do that with waterfowl hunting. Remember, we're over wetlands, a creek, it's a major industry, Goldeneye Reservoir, North Platte River. This is serious. This will harm the fishery. And this is part of our tourism and package. So we have, if you want to hear, I have more toxicity. Zinc toxicity, the anti-glare was mentioned.
Yep, Stacy.
All of those are,
Yeah,
okay.
We've got all those stuff in here.
Oh,
so
great. Oh, very good. Oh, very good.
I
Okay.
appreciate you bringing it to us.
Okay. Okay. Well, I know you got to visit. Okay. And then just for giggles, in the decommissioning, this is just something I noticed today. They don't even have their removal of their tracker row vertical support. They have it as the same number of trackers, not the actual number of piles, which would be over 33,000. Interesting, and I'm not sure, but I don't think it's legal. On page 245, you can't read the notary stamp at all. Not even close. But I think this application is borderline fraudulent, and I think we have proven this will harm the community, the people, the wildlife, the waterway. Thank you for considering. No, in your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Stacy.
Oh, I went way over. Sorry.
Anybody else? All right. Nobody else? All right. County Attorney, you want to give us some ideas?
Mr. Chair, to start with, is the public hearing officially closed?
Yes, it is.
The public hearing portion.
Yes, if we haven't got anybody else coming up, yes, it is officially closed.
Thank you. I just wanted that clear for the
Yes.
record.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, you've obviously heard a lot tonight. You heard the requirements that you are to follow. Sean went through those in quite a bit of detail. At this time, it's going to be your responsibility to have a discussion on what you have heard, what you've been provided, and make specific findings as to whether you are going to grant the permit or deny the permit. Those requirements are listed in section 5.09 of our zoning resolution. It's your job to evaluate what was presented and what was submitted, and essentially relate those back to the general intent and purpose of the zoning resolution, which is to protect the health, safety, and welfare of the community and the county as a whole. The purpose that the resolution was adopted. You, as the decision-making body, do get to have final say and evaluate what was submitted. Although there was a finding that the application was complete, it's your job to determine the sufficiency of the documents that were submitted in relation to the zoning resolution. Further, our resolution and state statute requires us to hold this public hearing to consider public comment and allow the public to submit written comments, which that has happened. So that is another consideration that the board does get to make, is that public comment on top of the other conditions that would need to be satisfied. So I do recommend that you, prior to any motions being made, given that this is a public hearing that requires specific findings, that you have a discussion before a motion is made, and that any motions to either grant or deny the permit include specific findings.
All right, has anybody got any questions? About that? Okay,
I move we have our discussions.
well, you don't have to move that.
I don't have to move that?
No,
Good.
you don't.
My recommendation, Commissioner Laird, is to have the discussions prior to any motion being made, specifically for the reasons that
In front of the public, of course.
yes, that we do require specific findings to be made. You also, and I did fail to mention, you can make the decision tonight. You can also elect to make the decision within a 45-day time frame, and we are required to issue a written decision.
Mr. Chairman, question.
Commissioner Milne?
So we've heard a lot tonight. There have been some questions raised that may not have been answered within the application as far as equipment and different things. I don't want to slam the door on this project, but I don't feel comfortable right now with those questions being hanging out there. Would we be able to hold off on a decision right now until we have some answers from the applicant as to some of those, specifically some of those technical issues that were brought up that I really am kind of don't have a warm and fuzzy with.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, I do believe that you do have the authority to essentially table the matter and give those specific instructions that you want these questions answered, and
Because some of the stuff that was brought up here wasn't answered in some of the documentation that we received prior, where there was concerns, prior meetings or written concerns that they answered. Again, some of these technical things I'm really not concerned about, but yeah.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Nicolason?
to Commissioner Mills' point, we closed the hearing without asking the applicant if they wanted to follow up on any specific points. And for example, if Commissioner Milne had a specific question or two on some technical points from some of the public testimony, it seems to me that we could reopen the hearing for that purpose. But I don't know, council and commission, whether that's a viable option instead of tabling it.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, I do believe you do have the authority to reopen the public hearing at this time. Everyone is still here, and if that is how you wish to proceed, if they do have the answers you're looking for, then I think you could either open the public hearing back up or just ask the applicant to come back up and answer some additional questions.
I just have a question about that. I like, may I go ahead?
Yes, you may.
I think we ought to reopen it up. If they want to come back up and give a rebuttal, fine, but it's got to be in the public hearing, in my view. Because this is one of those things that might have to be decided by a court sometime, and I want to make sure that we follow the right steps. I would think they're entitled to a rebuttal if they want one, and I guess the chairman will say what amount of time he will give them, or they can say what amount of time they need and who they want to have give the rebuttal even. But I'm for doing that because I think that's the fair thing to do. And then we break into our discussion.
Commissioner Milne, did you have?
Yes, I'm just concerned with some of the technical questions that were brought up, that they may not have the appropriate expertise on hand or don't have the backing documentation to give us for their testimony. And at this point with it, with what was shown, and what was said, I almost need some documentation rather than just verbal testimony on some of this.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Coates.
I understand what Commissioner Milne is discussing here. However, this project, as has been indicated by the applicant, has been 2 years in the making. I would think that's enough time to have some answers for us here tonight. And I think the public's looking for a decision. That's all I have on that.
Commissioner Laird, did you have something to add?
Yeah, I mean, you know, I go to court a lot, and if you're not ready on that hearing, you don't get to come back. The judge will let you put whatever you're ready at that hearing, but to continue it on and let it languish and these guys go do more preparation, and I agree with Casey Coates that they're pretty sharp. They can get up and answer the questions. If they don't have the material, I mean, they should have known people in Wyoming are pretty smart and that they come well prepared, and they did, and they're entitled to have this matter concluded tonight. Now, we do have the right under the statute to take it under advisement, which may be necessary, but I think the public has a right to see how each of us feel presently. But I think, Mr. Chairman, you just reopen the hearing and let them choose their spokesman and let's get after it.
Mr. Chair, I would suggest reopening the hearing and allowing the applicant to come back up.
I do plan on doing that. The fact that this has been in the process and it's been over 4 months since it went through planning and zoning. And I would have thought that these questions would have been answered by then. And so I don't have any problem with coming back up and defending the questions at this point in time. But I am disappointed that there's a lot of things that have been brought up tonight that were not addressed in this application. And I want to be very clear about that. And that's to me, that's a big problem. But I will allow a short rebuttal, not an hour's worth. It will be very short, preferably 5 minutes or less. So, depending on how many questions we have. So, it all depends on how many questions. So with that, set work.
Yes, so you're opening the
Yes,
the
and
public
we
hearing
will
back up
reopen
for
the
purposes of
hearing.
rebuttal.
We will be reopening the hearing for rebuttal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So,
I'll do my best to keep this short and sweet because there's definitely a lot to rebut there. As you've noted before, that I am very careful with the words that I use because I do believe.
yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Can you hear me?
state your name again, just so it's for the record.
Yes. Dale Harris. Address 5717 Legacy Drive, Plano, Texas. There is a lot to rebut. And as you've said before, I am careful with my words because I do believe that I'm a man of my word and I do not want to provide any false statement. There was many false statements that were mentioned both by the public and some by the board. We are a U.S.-based company. We are not owned by an Indian company. I want to state that unequivocally. The other statement about the pipelines and the fact that we did not consider them, I would like to express how many people have worked on this application over this 2-year period. There's been over 50 engineers involved in this application. And yes, there were 2 typos. There was a typo in the decommissioning and reclamation plan where we stated wind instead of solar, 1 time. There was also a typo whenever it came to the mill rates where we had used the wrong county name. Some of these do come from templates, but we customize them for project-specific information. In a 533-page application, I think 2 typos is somewhat respectable. If you would like to pull back up the design, please, I would like to highlight the pipelines that we have avoided and the statement regarding that we have not reached out to the pipeline companies. I would like to inform you guys that one of the owners of the right-of-way is Tallgrass Energy. I have an email communication right here discussing the right-of-way access and the pipeline. The other company name is going to be Enbridge. And I communicated with an individual named Dan Barnes. They own the other right-of-way. We have avoided both of these right-of-ways in our site. There was a statement with regards to the inaccuracies in our design and the inaccuracies in the application. One of the things she highlighted was about the megawatts and the fact that we had wrongly mentioned the megawatts. Could you please pull up the actual design document? This presentation doesn't have the design specs that you were showing earlier. It's going to be on that other computer. So I heard from her that she is in the solar industry. If she was in the solar industry, she should know the difference between AC and DC. And if anybody would like for me to explain, I'm happy to give a basic course on electricity. But the AC capacity of this project is going to be 199 megawatts. The DC capacity is going to be 256 megawatts. The DC capacity can range depending on the efficiency of the system, as long as we are meeting what would be the injection capacity to the transmission line, which is 199 megawatts. And to falsely claim that these errors exist within our application undermines the amount of work and effort and the due diligence that we have performed on this site. There has been many statements that have undermined the ethics of our company, the backing of our company, and undermined the legitimacy of our application. When you've heard from your own planning and zoning board that we have met all of the requirements, we have been working with the county for over 6 months, at least since July, and we have made sure to provide every single piece of evidence and response that was requested for us. And so I think that is where I'd like to leave it.
Let me ask
Short
you
and
a
sweet.
question, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Commissioner
Mr.
Blair.
Harris, what's the name of the parent company and where were they incorporated?
It's Infinity Global Inc. Infinity Global Inc. And it's incorporated in Delaware. And I do want to,
And that's the
one
parent-
second. That is correct.
That's the parent company?
That is the parent company.
Who's the CEO?
The CEO of it is Carlos Domingos.
Carlos what?
Carlos Domingos. I have a bad pronunciation of Spanish last
Carlos
names.
reside.
Carlos resides in Miami, Florida. He's a
So
first
now,
generation immigrant to the United
lady
States.
the lady where I got the issue that she thought it was an Indian company, she said that's what you told her at one of these meetings. Now, maybe she misunderstood you, but that's what she said. She said other things that you were saying differently here than you did at some of those meetings, but she didn't get into those. So people can be mistaken. I understand that. So Carlos, how do you spell his last name? Do you know?
I mean, I can tell you right now if you'd like for me to look it up
Sure.
for you. Second here. About us. Leadership team. Domenech.
And so, is he a Spanish-speaking gentleman?
Yes, he's a first generation American immigrant.
Oh, good. Tell him I'd like to talk to him. Now, the issue here for me is, I didn't hear you really refute anything that any of these people said. AC/DC, to me, that wasn't really an issue. The issue that I'd like you to explain is specifically, if some tragedy occurs, it's in the millions of dollars hurting these people, and their homes are devalued, who's going to pay them for that?
That is the purpose of insurance, which is different than the reclamation bond.
Did you bring an insurance policy with you?
We did not bring an insurance policy because we have not constructed the site or started doing business in Wyoming. But we will have an insurance policy that we are happy to meet your requirements.
We've got to see that stuff before we give you a permit.
For other development, are insurance policies submitted?
Well, I'd like to see one. I'd like to see one, but it's too late now for me to see it.
Well, in any other time you've reviewed other businesses asking for permits, have you seen an insurance policy?
I can tell you, I always look into the insurance policies.
We would be happy to provide.
Courts here make you give it to me in cases that I'm in. Now, this isn't this particular case, but these are things people need to understand, because you've scared all these people about what could happen to their property, their animals, everything else, and I'm not hearing anything specific, but I have no further questions.
We would be happy to provide you with the insurance policy whenever that's in place.
Commissioner Nicolason, did you have?
Mr. Harris, do our zoning requirements, do our zoning regulations require proof of insurance?
No, sir.
Mr. Harris, a couple of things specifically that I heard that I wanted to follow up with you on. These are actually, I think, more of the technical questions that I think Commissioner Milne, I'm not sure they're exactly his questions, but maybe they're of the sort that, at least as I was listening to public testimony, it kind of piqued my interest. One is the glare from Pine Mountain. When I was looking at your application, I was trying to figure out on your glare analysis whether you had done an analysis from a higher elevation. I apologize, people, if Pine Mountain is about 1,500 feet in elevation above the natural grade level of topography, but help me understand what you guys did with respect to glare analysis from somewhere higher than kind of the typical elevation that your project would be located on.
There are going to be many aspects within that permit that I will be able to speak to with regards to the technical requirements for the glare analysis. I am not an expert and do not want to misstate.
Appendix K, starting on page 408, is the glare analysis, and I see I see a map that has a bunch of pinpoints on it, but it's too small for me to tell whether it's on Pine Mountain, and if so, how far up it is. 2 and 6, but that was a question I had. I take it you can't offer anything more specific than that?
I will state that there is only a few areas within Pine Mountain that would be able to see the project, thus there be any possible glare. But the way in which we set up our trackers to follow the sun, it is to mitigate glare, and we can adjust the tracking system to prevent any glare if there is a specific point that is negatively affected. So I would be happy to state that we would cause no glare to the Pine Mountain community.
4.13 of your application is the narrative, I think, on the glare. I'm trying to pull that up, and it says something about putting some sort of product on the panels themselves. There are a couple options, at least in that respect. Does that ring a bell?
Yeah, I mean, the panels are designed to absorb sunlight. So the objective is to not have glare. And there is multiple materials within the solar panel that absorbs that light. And again, the trackers can be adjusted to prevent glare.
Just 1 minute, I'm about to get to it. So page 30 of your application, 4.13 solar glare analysis. If glare is predicted, applicant shall provide mitigation measures to address impacts of solar glare. Mitigation measures may include, but not limited to, textured glass, anti-reflective coatings, screening and angling of solar PV panels in a manner that reduces glare. That's what I was referring to. that's something your company would consider doing?
Absolutely. If there is a negative glare impact from the site, we will adjust the panel angling accordingly. And again, to speak to the technical specs of the project, there were people referring to the tracker system we're using and the panels we're using and the inverter we're using. We are 2.5 years out from construction. We have not gone into an agreement with a manufacturer. Those have not been specified. We are using a preliminary design based off the technology that exists today, but that will be updated, and the manufacturer that we will be using will be submitted as part of our site plan.
One of the, I believe, yeah, it was Ms. Schmidt provided us some information about operations, stow conditions. Is it the case that you're going to utilize, you're going to design a project and utilize facilities, panels that work at our elevations and in our harsh Wyoming winter conditions?
Without a doubt. There was also a statement made about batteries being throughout the site for the trackers. There are no batteries that are used on the trackers. There are motors there that are powered by the system.
Well, Peter stole all my thunder, just about. So pretty much that. Can you, I know you covered it once, but just to reiterate, subsidies as far as any governmental funds coming into you, is that accurate or not?
So there is no, I want to be careful when I say this, because subsidies, people view them as money that is being directly paid to somebody from the government. That is not what we are receiving. And that executive order that was with regards to the Green New Bill, that was talking about funding for infrastructure. That did not discuss the investment tax credit. The investment tax credit is going to be the only subsidy that our project would be utilizing. And
moving forward, disposal costs. What are you all estimating for disposal costs of per panel or and any kind of concept of where or what they're going, what's going to happen to them?
So Wyoming has yet to provide a classification of waste for solar or batteries. Generally, it falls underneath of the universal waste classification. And we would be working with the Department of Environmental Quality to make sure that we're disposing the material in an appropriate way and not causing any major impact to local landfills. And that is for the material in which we're disposing. The majority of the material that is used on this site will be able to be recycled. There is multiple companies that have come out that have been able to recycle the good majority of the metals that are used within the panels and the batteries. And a lot of the material on the site are going to be trackers, which are steel. The steel is going to be recycled. So most of it is not going to end up in landfills is the point. And also to address a question about the mineral rights and a statement that we did not notify the mineral rights or who are the mineral interests. There is one mineral owner, that is the United States government. The United States government has been notified about this project.
Took care of that question too. Now going to the pipelines. You said you talked to Tallgrass and to Embrum
Yes, sir.
and notified them. And they have any concerns or problems with this project?
The only thing they care is that we respect their right-of-way, which we are.
Okay. And how far away from the right-of-ways are you staying away from, or do you have a plan on that? As far as the easements, are you staying 10 feet away from them, or what's the plan there, basically?
So we are going to be using those right-of-ways as migration corridors. They will be 2 of the 3 migration corridors that we will be implementing in the site. The exact width or offset that we are going to have from the right-of-way has not been decided because our plan is not final right now. At a minimum, we're going to have a 50-foot offset from the right-of-way.
So 50 foot of ground between anything you're doing and the right of way.
Yes, and the right-of-way, I believe, is going to be either 100 or 200 feet wide.
Okay. With that distance, is there any concern about leakage? Electrical leakage to the pipelines?
No, sir. The company does not have any concerns that our facility will be affecting their pipelines. And we have built there are many solar projects that are built around pipelines. The rule is to not build over the pipelines. And there was a statement made that we were building over pipelines. That is false.
Okay. Do you know of any studies or anything that has shown that solar farms are causing corrosion to the pipelines or anything like that?
No, sir. And the majority of our cabling is going to not be buried in the ground. So there's not going to be a increase in the electroresistivity.
Is there going to be anything buried in the ground?
Well, the piles that are hammered into the ground.
Okay.
And then underneath of the wetlands, we are choosing to bore the medium voltage cables. And we're doing that to minimize the visual impact. It's actually cheaper for us to run the cables overhead. But we do not find that to be pleasing to the public because instead of our project being 10 feet tall, you're talking the height of distribution lines, which is anywhere probably around 30 feet tall.
Is there the cabling that you're tunneling, that you're running under the wetlands, is it shielded? Is it insulated? How is there plastic conduit? How are you protecting that?
There will most definitely be insulation on the cables, and the actual gauge and the required insulation will have to be determined once a geotechnical study is performed, which tells us the electroresistivity of the soil as well as a whole bunch of other soil properties. This is one of the most expensive development studies that we perform, and we perform it in late stage development. It's probably going to run anywhere from $300,000 to $400,000 for this project.
And then building the road, the bridge and all that, expanding the road, where are you going to get, what services, where are you going to come up with the construction outfit for that stuff?
Here locally. And I have already been in communication with multiple different firms that are qualified to be able to work on this bridge.
Including the engineering and architecture of it?
Yes, sir. And I can give you the name of the firm if you would like. Two seconds here. The firm we've been in communication to that has already provided us a proposal for engineering on the bridge, as well as the left turn lane and expanding Natrona Road, is WWC, based out of here in Casper. We also had another firm reach out to us that wanted to do the civil work. There was also multiple firms, businesses here that were here to support the project. Unfortunately, based off the timing of this hearing and how things ended up playing out and how late it got, they were not able to speak in support of the project. So I do not think yeah, go ahead.
Appreciate it. My final question for you is all the materials, the panels, everything that's coming in, where are you having that shipped to? Where are you receiving it? How is that working?
So that is a complicated logistics question, but most panels are going, from my understanding, going to be coming in here to Casper and then delivered out. I think you guys have a great rail system from my preliminary review, and that looks to be the best way to ship this material.
So it'll be purchased from a manufacturer somewhere, manufacturer ship it here, and then you receive it here?
That's correct. Well, yeah, we purchase it. We're kind of responsible, I guess, maybe for the shipping. But let me back up a little bit there.
I'm interested in where you're gonna receive the materials.
Yeah, I believe the materials would be received here in Casper based off the railroads, but that is not my expertise, and that is a complicated logistics question.
Okay, thank you.
You want to go? All right, my turn. Dale, reading through the application, it says there will be no hazardous material waste produced. How do you classify batteries that are at the end of their life? How do you classify broken panels and stuff like that that do become hazardous material? And remember, I've got the background and you know that. So
Yes, sir.
you know exactly where I'm coming from on that. That is something that's what that's classified. When they're no longer that way, they're hazmat. And how do you justify saying that they're not in the application?
So the handling of the materials, they are not classified as hazardous materials. Now, when we're talking about the decommissioning or the recycling of that material, my understanding based off of Wyoming's current regulations is there is no definition currently for solar or batteries defining them as hazardous waste. They fall normally underneath of the category of universal waste, which is what your most electronics fall underneath of. But it is based off of the decision of the Department of Environmental Quality on what they consider the waste at the time of disposal.
You know, DOT doesn't agree with that.
The Department of Transportation, with handling the panels themselves.
They're classified, especially the batteries and stuff like that. Those are rated completely different. So it's just not the DEQ. It's all the way across the board. It's every agency, and the most stringent is the one that takes charge. It's not the weakest one. It's the one that's got the most teeth. And so you've got to look at that. It's just not just the state what you're doing. It's everything else. And so those would be classified that way. When you start shipping, there are associated with that, hauling them out. As long as they're, it's just like storage. You can't store that stuff just anywhere. There's very specific requirements on how you store it, where you store it, everything else. So, so I have a little problem with that, with the, not saying that. And with the breakage, especially after seeing the results, of what one of those panels has in it, amount of lead and the other heavy metals, that was a little disturbing as well too. So you're going to have problems, or you could have problems disposing of those. So have you guys contacted the city landfill and asked them specifically with those qualifications and what they will accept and what they won't?
We have not been in communication with the local landfills. Our objective is to try to recycle the majority of the material that is on that site. The majority of the weight of the panel is glass. That can be recycled. A lot of the crystalline silicon, they're coming up with methods to be able to recycle it. Currently today, some of those methods are not commercially viable, but we are talking about decommissioning a plant in 30 to 40 years. These methods, we believe, will be in place, and we are committed to making sure that we are handling the material in a responsible manner. And if they are defined as hazardous material, we will take the proper precautions to do so.
Okay. Does have any questions?
So, I found the
Madam
federal.
Mayor.
Thank you. I found the federal government owns the oil rights underneath this property.
Yes, sir.
And I saw you sent them a letter, but I didn't see where they acknowledged it and authorized you to go ahead and do this project. Because you can't bind them by our actions.
Mr. Chairman, just to help
Commissioner
Laird.
Nicolason.
So just as a matter of law, the mineral estate is the dominant estate, and pipelines that have rights of way and easements of record are the dominant estate. And so any type of construction whatsoever, whether it's industrial or residential or, whatever, has to be subservient to that and recognize rights of way widths. And anyway, so that's all just a matter of law.
Yeah, it is the dominant estate. But you haven't had anything come back from the government advising you that this is okay to do, have you? You sent some letter, somebody got it, I saw, but to me, with the way the government operates, they have laws that prevent them from being held to some standard beyond what the federal statutes say. And Mr. Nicolason is correct about the different kinds of these estates, but I don't see where you've gotten their approval. Because I don't think you wipe them out just because you filled out some forms in little old Natrona County, Wyoming, and sent them a letter. And isn't going to do it. So would it be fair to say you haven't heard that they have authorized anything?
That's correct to state. We will not be constructing this project until our title insurance company signs off on it and gives us an underwrite or underwrites the mineral estate. For them to do that, they normally require for a surface agreement of at least 50% of the mineral interest owners. So thus, we will be required to get a surface waiver in place with the federal government. And you are right, they take a long time, which is part of the reason we don't have it here today, but we won't start construction without it.
So then we were talking about insurance, and Mr. Nicolason helped you with that, but here's what I want to ask you. Do you believe that you can just do this project and you don't have to pay for damages that you may cause people?
No, sir, I do not believe that.
Well, how are you going to pay it if it's in the millions of dollars and you have a LLC that has no liability to anybody? That's why I want the parent company to insure this whole project.
So the LLC will be responsible for holding the insurance, which will not only be title insurance, ensuring that we have the right to be able to build on the project, but also liability insurance.
What insurance are they required to have that you understand?
I don't believe there is a requirement right now through your guys' regs on insurance. If there's a specific requirement you would like for us to meet, I'm sure we would be happy to meet that requirement.
Well, the requirement is if you wreck something and it's a nuisance and it hurts people, they can sue you. Now, if they do that and they're suing an LLC that has no money and no assets, it means nothing. That's my whole issue here in protecting these people if there should be some tragedy happen out there.
The LLC has a $300 million asset, and we will have insurance to protect that asset up to a certain point. If there is damages that are caused.
I would like to have you prove they've got some LLC has $300 million in assets that can be reached by anybody when you've heard what it says our law says about an LLC.
The objective of the LLC, just like any other corporation there is or any other energy development company, is to be able to protect the larger company, of course, but the asset itself is not valuable. This is a large investment for us, and it does hold value. It will be the one responsible for the bond. It will be the one who owns the panels, the batteries, the substation, and we're talking just in recyclable material, tens of millions of dollars. So
that doesn't mean that the LLC has any liability to sell it, pay for the damages.
Mr. Chairman.
But if the LLC owns the site.
And an LLC isn't like any other corporation. You're just making statements up, man. You're not a lawyer, and you're not really explaining it properly.
Mr. Chairman.
Is there a financial statement available? You have a financial statement you can show us?
If you would like more financial details, we'd be happy to provide. But
Well, that's good. I'd like them. When can you get them to me? Tomorrow? Quick enough? You can have them emailed, right?
Maybe.
Commissioner Laird.
But the LLC owns the project. Is that not clear that that is an asset?
I don't know whether it's true or not, and I don't
So-
think you do either.
Commissioner Nicolason, did you?
Mr. Harris, one of the things I was concerned about is that our regulations say that the application shall, and number 8 is drainage, erosion, dust control, grading, vegetation removal plan prepared by a Wyoming licensed engineer following A through G. Now, that's not like have your people decide whether or not it's appropriate to provide, which is essentially what your appendix F and Miss Goals, she's a Wyoming engineer, that she said it's really not appropriate. Mr. Gustafson or our staff said that the analysis will be necessary, but the intent of the information in Appendix F is appropriate for this application. I think in the future, we need to, if we have mandatory language, then the applicant needs to provide it. We have kind of a partial letter from your engineer in this case, and I think that there was some discussion earlier that maybe there's some more disturbance than your engineer was initially aware of. So would you be willing to agree to a condition that required review and approval by our staff of that study as a condition of it if we granted this application?
Yes, sir. That is a condition we'd be happy to comply to.
Okay, have we got any more questions for Mr. Harris?
It's been a long night.
Yes, it has. We all knew it was going to be. So, all right. If we don't, then I don't think we have any more reason to answer any more questions. If we don't have any more questions, then that satisfies the board at this point in time. So I believe that we will close the hearing again.
Thank you for your time.
And we will open it up for discussion amongst the commissioners at this point.
Chairman North, just for the record, I'd like to state a few things before, if we can reopen the public hearing just for
Very
1 minute.
short.
I will be very brief.
Very short.
I will be
Okay.
very brief, which you
Okay,
typically
we
can't.
will reopen it for that benefit.
Thank you, Chairman North, Commissioners, long night. I think, some points, Commissioner Laird, that you brought up specifically about the LLC and the insurance. At planning and zoning and earlier in the process, had we had noticed that insurance was a concern of the commission, of the commissioners, it's something that we would respectively try to address. The same with some of the other new concerns that have come up tonight after we worked through the process and the application was deemed complete. And I know some of that is each of your commissioners' views and look at the application and you take a look at the regulations and what does this mean and is this sufficient? And so what I'd say is that the commission should consider additional supplementation in this matter to those points that have been raised during this meeting that weren't prior foreseen by planning and zoning, because we would love to address them. And coming into this process, for example, the insurance issue, we would have really liked to address, knowing it's a concern, even though the regulation doesn't specifically speak to insurance or some of these other discussions we've had. But they're concerns that you all have, and we'd love to address them if given the opportunity. So thank you, and with that, I'll sit down.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
No, we're good. All right. With that, we will close the hearing last time, and we will open it up for commissioner discussion. Commissioner Mill? Commissioner Nicolason. Commissioner Laird. We can do that. We could take a 5-minute recess so that a couple of our commissioners can gather their thoughts. So, well, it may be us too. So we'll just take a couple of minutes and then we'll be back in here. All right. Commissioner Milne, did you have a chance to get them together? You get to.
So we are going to discuss this prior to any motions. Is that what I understand?
That is correct.
Okay. With that in mind, I think, just a minute, sorry. The applicant may not have met 100% of our application requirements, specifically those that are talking about the drainage and such. I think, however, they have met all the other requirements for the Natrona County zoning. There are five of us up here that through life experience, occupation experience, whatever, have our own different thoughts, different viewpoints, and different beliefs. One of my primary belief, and it's bit me in the past, but I believe in private property rights. First and foremost, and it takes a lot to get past that. I have to see some significant impact of harm. Well, maybe significant is a little too much, but some substantial harm to keep me from holding to that. With our different beliefs and our different thoughts on this project, or any future project, or any project in the past, I think in order to avoid those thoughts and beliefs from conflicting with our job of sitting up here, taking hours of time, trying to understand all this information, going through it, we have to rely on what is in front of us. This is what we will be held accountable to if it goes to court or whatever, as it well should. That is our guidance right there. Again, with what I said about this, following that, the findings, the prevalence of my beliefs for private property, for economic development, I'm in favor of the applicant. There have been conversations, arguments. It's out in the county. It's too far away. Yeah. There have been other projects that are industrial in nature, or similar of this, that have been closer to town. You know, it's too close to town. Why can't it be out in the county? Where do we draw that line? 5 miles outside of town? 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60? Oh my God, we're outside the county line. So, do we just take the zoning and take all those permitted uses for any industrial use out there? Let's get rid of it. We don't want industrial in Natrona County. We don't want any development. I understand what you're talking about and how you feel about development around your house while you live out in the county. I really do understand it. But I also believe and think the applicant in good faith met these requirements minus the one. And they've made a commitment to complete that one to our satisfaction. So I'd be in favor of this.
Commissioner Nicolason.
Mr. Chairman, this is hard because we've heard from so many people tonight that are concerned about the impacts of this project on their property in a variety of ways. You know, being presented with an application for industrial development on a parcel of land in Natrona County is something we've been thinking about in other contexts for a long time. And I specifically am thinking of the gravel pit. But this is a significantly different situation. This is private land versus state land that has access and is heavily used by the public. There would not be any public cleanup of these 2,000 acres. There's no liability for Natrona County to do any of that cleanup. Now, if there's a fire out there, then we're going to respond to that. But in terms of part of the reclamation and decommissioning, that's not a county liability. It's not a public liability. It's between the landowner and the developer and the bond that's been filed or would be filed. You know, in a gravel pit situation, there's substantial disturbance. That's kind of the very nature of a gravel pit operation versus this, which is, I think, very modest, if not minimal, ground disturbance. On that potential gravel pit off of Coates Road, not only is it public land that's highly accessible and pretty darn close to town and has houses on 3 to 4 sides of it, there are multiple houses along the access road, like within 20 feet of the access road. In this case, we have a mile setback from the access road. I think that the landowner, they have 5,000 acres and they tried to set it back in a way that would lessen the impact. A mile is a long way. The Coates Road possible gravel pit is urban agriculture and suburban residential zoned. This is RAM. This is as broad as we can. We as a community in our comprehensive land use plan have said, if there's any place where industrial development such as mining or other industrial projects can occur, it's on RAM. You know, that's part of the name of this zoning classification. And I'm sorry for the people that have invested $1 million or their life savings in this subdivision that was developed. But the fact of the matter is it's been RAM for a long time. And so it's kind of like one of those deals where if we are not going to have industrial projects in Natrona County, that's a decision that other commissions can make or the public can make. But I think that's a problem for us and for our future economic stability and just how we want to live. I'm not concerned about mineral rights. I'm not concerned about existing pipelines or rights of way. Those take care of themselves under the law. We heard a number of concessions from the applicant that they do selenium testing. They'd mitigate the glare of their panels as they stated in Appendix K and in 4.13. They'd agree to a condition to comply with paragraph 8 of 5.09. That's the drainage, erosion, dust control, grading, and vegetation removal plan. We heard from a lot of people tonight. Some are experts and some are not. Some people have a lot of wisdom, even if they're not maybe practiced experts, and I really appreciated the comments. But I appreciated the applicant saying that instead of the 50-foot setback that our regulations require, they're doubling that to 100. When we talk about fire, I've fought more fires out land fires than probably most of the people in this room. And lost a house and a lot of structures that I put blood, sweat, tears, and money in. A couple years after I bought that property, and it was a pretty traumatic deal. But we had a little bit of insurance. We didn't have enough, but YDOT deciding to mow on a red flag day was the cause of that fire, but the state kind of shrugged its shoulders, and that was my recourse. Our primary, our sole determination tonight is, if we're doing our jobs, is to look out for the public interest, but it's also to apply the facts to the law, and our laws in this section 5.09. And I think that they have complied or have substantially complied with all of it. And to the extent that they haven't, they've agreed to perform in a manner that would comply. I think that this applicant has their stuff more together than most renewable applicants that I've seen in my professional practice as an attorney, being on both sides of this issue for clients. And so I think that when I hear the landowner saying that these folks have done what they've said they're going to do and they've been honest and transparent, I put some weight to that. So, I wish that our staff didn't say that in its report that what was provided on this drainage plan was sufficient, but they did. And so I think it's difficult for us to now put too much weight on the failure to comply with that. And I think that the applicant's attorney, when he said, hey, if we would have known you guys wanted more information on insurance, we wish you would have let us know. I think there's a point there. So we're going to see economic benefits from this. This community, it's not going to be all rosy, and I think a lot of people in this room are going to be affected, and I'm sorry. But at the end of the day, for all those reasons, I have to vote in favor of the private property rights. Thanks.
Commissioner Laird.
I keep going back to one of our sworn duties. And I take this sworn duty very seriously. The Wyoming Statute 18.5-201, authority vested in Board of County Commissioners. A, to promote the public health, safety, morals, and general welfare of the county. Each Board of County Commissioners may regulate and restrict the location and use of buildings and structures and the use, condition of use, or occupancy of lands. Now, I haven't heard anything tonight where this is good for the residents of Natrona County. From what I've heard, we don't even get the electricity. It's going to go in and they're going to ship it out somewhere. They were very cagey in not telling me that. Well, that's up to the electric company. People that are making money on it are the ones that testified for it. So I consider there's some bias there. And the lady from Johnson County, her land, she ought to be able to do what she wants to with it, except when it causes a certain amount of damage and problems for residents. So I think that these statutes that we have to live by and are guided by. See, here's one of the kind of between a rock and a hard place situation that we can get into. So the law requires we have a public hearing. It says that. I can read it to you. You have to have a public hearing. Everybody has to be heard. And what the people say should be taken into account. And if it isn't taken into account, why should we have a public hearing? Why should we care what the hell you say? But I believe we have to hear what you say. And I've researched some other areas that have had these solar farms and the kind of problems they've had from them. And I don't like hearing, we don't have to do any insurance till you give us a permit, because once we give a permit, I don't think we'll ever see them again in terms of presenting us any information, because they won't have to come back with anything. There's nothing here in writing that says they will do anything. Now, their attorney, I think he's an honorable man. I think if he says something, I can believe him. Now, setting that aside, I'm a duly elected commissioner of Natrona County, Wyoming. And I took an oath. And it said I serve the people of this county. I don't serve the guy in Miami or anywhere else. I serve the people here in Natrona County. And I've heard them loud and clear. And I think that these kind of things coming in here, we're people that have been raised in Wyoming and grown up in Wyoming and worked hard for a living, and people who want to live out in the country, they do it for a reason. And I think we should sustain that reason for them. They were here first. These guys are coming, Johnny come lately, come in here with a little bit of money from somewhere and say, we want to make millions, hundreds of millions of dollars on a solar farm that isn't going to do anything for Wyoming or its people. And so I just find it difficult to not see through what we're required to do, which is pay attention to the health, welfare of our people. I see the stress in all your faces. I've seen it in another matter we have. People can't sleep at night and they wonder how this is going to affect them, and what if there's a fire, and what if there's this? And just the worry and the fear of it all. And then you got some people from out of the state and out of town that are pretty good speakers and nice, and they're getting paid. They're getting paid money to come here and convince us that we should do this. They're selling us, I know that. Yours is a different kind of version. Yours is telling us your way of life and how you want to preserve it. When I heard that this would dispossess possibly a herd of antelope, 12,000, then I hear about elk and everything. I wish I had more friends out there. I'd get a better hunting license. But I don't do that anymore. And so those are things money can't buy. Insurance can't buy that. When some of these animals get damaged and go different ways and get tied up in they don't know what this farm is. I don't know whether they're going to go in there and cause some problems or not. The fact that hunters are out there and a bullet or two may go in there concerns me, as it would any hunter. But the solar farms are, I think they're a nice tax incentive for people to make money on, and they're sure entitled to do that. But when I weigh the difference between some guys taxing some very rich person, I'm assuming, is tax write-offs, and the people I grew up with right to live the way they want to live, there isn't any question in my mind who I'm going to vote for. Because I do think that it's going to harm, this is a substantial harm to the people of this county. I'm just reading something here. Negative effects of solar farms include significant land use, disruption of natural habitats and wildlife migration patterns, soil erosion during construction, potential water resource depletion. This is an arid state. And he's talking about all these thousands of gallons of water. He's not going to get that. I know that. He's got to go get a water permit to drill a well from the state of Wyoming, and then he's way down the list anyway. He's not going to get that kind of water. He's going to rely on our fire department to try to get it for him, if that even works by the time they get out there. So potential water resource depletion, impacts on local biodiversity, visual landscape alteration. We've talked about all these things. And potential for chemical contamination during manufacturing and disposal of solar panels. There's a big, huge article in here on the disposal of these solar panels. And these guys, I think, in their application said, well, we'll use the landfill. And that's one of the big problems that they're having all over the country with depositing their waste in Wyoming and in other states, and they can't handle it. So here we are. We're Wyoming. We got 500,000 people. We want to live the way we want to live, and we got people coming in from out of state telling us they want to put stuff in here that we don't even want. It's not going to help us one bit. Not one bit. So I have to ask myself, how in God's name can I say that I would vote for them? With the fact that I believe these things are problematic, and they have been. They've caused fires, they've caused heartache. I don't even know that I couldn't even go out and tell my wife that I protected the people if I voted for this. Because I know a lot about negligence, and I know a lot about people. They don't want to have a fire. I know that. They don't want to have anything blow up on them. I know that. But all of these wrecks and deaths that occur in Wyoming, the people didn't want that to happen either. I've seen people get hit in cars, and their children had $500,000 in medical bills, and the guy who hit them had $25,000 in insurance. And guess who went bankrupt? The dad who had to take care of those children, because the guy that hit him didn't have financial ability to pay the bills. So yeah, these things get to me after 54 years of practicing law. And so you know, the lady up in KC isn't going to be hurting if this deal doesn't go through. There's probably a clause in her contract. They get out of it if they don't get approved. But there's more to this deal than meets the eye, and this is about the people of this county. And I'm going to vote no for this. I'd vote no 5 times if I could. Because these guys haven't, I thought to myself, if they can prove to me where they could take care of all the damages and all the problems if these people get hurt, I might look at it a little differently. But I see some errors in the application, situation Mr. Milne talked about. The ex-county commissioner that's still sitting down there, I wouldn't have voted for those wind turbines if you'd had a gun to my head. And now when I see them sitting there not operating, and I see them laying dead out in our landfill, and I was on the city council at one time, and now we're putting that stuff out in the landfill, and they can't get rid of it. And then there's some deal down in the legislature where they were considering allowing people back east to ship these radioactive rods and bury them in one of our counties because they don't want them back there. Well, why do they do that? Because there's only 500,000 of us, and if they kill us all, it isn't as bad as if they blew up Chicago. Well, I don't want that in my state. I don't want radioactive waste to be buried in Natrona County. I don't want these solar panels and these wind turbines buried here because they don't go away. They're not going to go away in my lifetime. They're not going to go away in your lifetime. And the biggest thing that happens in the county commissioners when it comes to protecting their people, these kind of things devalue your property. That's another big part of this article. You've got a $800,000 house, and now you're looking at a big solar farm, and it's out there, and the trucks and all of this stuff going on. A little bit more selenium gets in the creek, and a realtor comes out, and the guy says, "We'll offer you $200,000 for your house." Because that kind of thing happens. It's happening now on the mountain. People can't sell their property right now because they're worried that there's going to be a big gravel pit up there. And it's devaluing their property, and not one piece of gravel has been taken out of the front of that mountain. But what it tells me is their money's worth more to you than you people. And I don't agree with that. They could go put this somewhere else. They could move it out where they're just not going to hurt anybody. They're not going to have a guy who has his family house and he looks down on everything. That's how I feel about it. And I feel strongly about it. And I know if they want, if we vote them down, they'll go appeal it to the courts. Let the court decide it. That's what's going to happen with this other stuff. That's my feeling. I just want you all to know about it. I'm voting no on their permit.
Commissioner Coates.
Multiple thoughts here. So the first is the continued citation of the ISA or follow-on processes by staff appears to me to be an excuse for the completion of inadequate work. This submittal is and was for the benefit of Natrona County and the people herein. But, you know, I was talked to specifically on this as to what a complete application is. You know, there's a difference between complete and sufficiently complete. So, you know, this was a 2-year project, and we heard that around 60 engineers worked on this. So the simple thought of, you know, oh, hey, you know, we missed this one piece. You know, it doesn't seem like a big deal, but it is a big deal because I can read. I would expect 60 engineers to be able to read. I expect our staff to be able to read, but it appears there's quite a few people that need to go back and get some phonics training. So in my world, complete means simply the fact that all boxes are checked. There's something in every box. Sufficient means all boxes contain good and meaningful information. This application appears, and it was somewhat confirmed, to be a cookie cutter document. And in my opinion, it also appears that it somewhat seeks to pass on participation alone. My specifics with this under 509 are area sensitivity. The applicant provides that the rolling sagebrush steep, as 10% of the project area has been and is subject to frequent fires. The application provides a salt desert scrub basin, 90% of the project area is sparsely to diversely vegetated with arid landscape being sensitive to grazing pressure, which may promote the invasion of weeds. The problems herein concern the real possibility of enhanced fire danger and the promotion of invasive weed species. It is without question that large-scale fires far from urban centers already tax our emergency services. And in consideration of weed prevention efforts, since the county already spends substantial tax levied funds or otherwise through weed and pest to combat invasive species alone, adding large-scale sensitivity to an area that is already subject to high winds and occasional flooding would certainly burden those county services and would expose, in my opinion, the surrounding landowners to risks of having to mitigate weeds that may otherwise not be present. Moving on to the issue of drainage, erosion, dust control, grading, and vegetation removal, which, as we said, a plan is required under subsection A. Existing proposed contours, it was provided, however, a detailed summation of the overall elevation changes along roadways to be established is not provided. This is key as roadways facilitate the movement of storm waters, runoff waters, and can affect flow patterns, existing wetlands and floodways. Under B, the mere identification of the area as a flood zone D and the highlighting unknown risks involved does not satisfy the potential for flood hazards involved in these areas because Casper Creek notably floods and within the last 2 years has flooded. County Emergency Management could have easily confirmed this had they been consulted, even once, on that issue. Water management structures under subsection C on there. These are identified on the drawing, however, no details provided as to the dimensions of said structures or design specifications required for handling runoff from panels or primitively improved roadways. Moreover, in the drawings, I can't tell if they're in any way strategically placed, and if so, is earthwork required to ensure that proper drainage occurs? Drainage and flow direction under subsection D, this is provided, however, no detail was provided regarding the effect of drainage on existing wetlands. Some mention of impact should have been produced. Effect on downstream, upstream properties. Downstream properties are casually mentioned with no indication as to the scale of projected impacts in relation to the impact of panel placement or road construction. Some mention of runoff control should have been included. Erosion and mitigation and runoff control. The letter provided indicates that less than an acre of earthwork disturbance will occur. However, the roadways average based on the application when combining the two roadway widths, 18.5 feet, and they intersect the farm at various points. This accounts for more than an acre in total and requires some form of erosion control and runoff prevention. The earthwork issue is further complicated by the issue of recontouring as detailed in the reclamation section. So for me, what is actually occurring on the site? How can we mitigate it? This is part of the plan. This is why things are required. Dust control plan. The recommendation to apply magnesium chloride underwater yearly or as required is insufficient. A detailed scheme should have been provided that accounts for the total length of roadway to be managed and a prescribed frequency of treatment. That is dust control. Overall, I find this particular section to be totally incomplete. For in addition to the above listed reasons, I also find this section fails to discuss vegetation removal at all, despite revegetation being mentioned in the reclamation section. All said, and most plainly, this piece of the application calls for a real plan to be produced, not a drainage letter, which is what appears before us now. Despite what may be felt as necessary, without a real plan that addresses the concerns, this county board can't say the health, safety, and welfare of the public is preserved in any way, shape, or form, in my estimation on this. And finally, to section 9, waste management plan. A waste management plan that includes the inventory of estimated solid waste to be generated and proposed disposal program for the construction, operation, and eventual decommissioning of the proposed facility. Although the applicant provides an adequate construction and operational waste management plan, the applicant fails to ensure that the regional landfills identified can accommodate the project as it is presented before the BOCC. Secondarily, most importantly, the applicant fails to address the components of the disposal and decommissioning program in that a host of possibilities are provided without a commitment to any particular avenue. We heard tonight that technology may improve, may change. That's all well and good, but we have to worry about today, 5 years from now, and 30 years from now. So some commitment to that would have been amazing here. The problem herein is that without confirmation that the regional landfill in any regard will accept the component waste, this particular section cannot be said to be complete, and thus the county board cannot say that the county will not be burdened by the status of that waste, where it will go, and in regards to our staff, planning and zoning, and the comments from the applicant's attorney, certainly it puts us in a interesting place, but I don't feel that I can support voting yes on this at this point in time strictly because of those deficiencies. Like I said, there's many people looked at this over a period of time before this was submitted. So that's where I am at.
I guess this whole thing comes back to I'm disappointed in the process that has led us up to this point. I do believe that the ball has been dropped. A lot of these items, in my opinion, should have been brought up in the planning and zoning. Now, whether they were or not, the fact is they still weren't addressed. I'm not going to go through everything that Commissioner Coach just went through because he identified basically a lot of the same areas and more than I had. I do have concerns, and I understand that there's been a lot of time that's gone into this, but I also understand that there's a lot of people out there that are very concerned about their welfare and the safety in this county. whether downstream or next door or just even people that live here in town. I don't believe that all the necessary questions were addressed. I believe there were things that were dropped, and I believe that those were brought up fairly well tonight. I don't think there was very many stones that were left unturned in this situation. But as a result of that, I don't feel in good faith that I can move forward, because it does say you shall do these things, and they weren't completed. And whether that was the direction that you needed, or you didn't get the direction you needed, I'm not sure. But the fact is, we have a statute that we have to go by, and that basically says you shall do these things. And because of that, they weren't completed adequately. Met a lot of people over the last few months, and a lot of people that I never would have crossed paths with otherwise, and I really do. I've enjoyed getting to know a lot of you, but right now, because I do feel that the application is insufficient, and Commissioner Coates pretty much laid out my concerns as well. And like I said, he even hit on a few others that I completely forgot about. So, so with that, I will close our discussion on this and open it up for a motion.
Make the motion.
Yeah. Now, we have to make a motion. When we make a motion, we have to list every item that we find in the findings.
Well, we do that in writing when we put that together, but you guys have both stated it pretty clearly.
So I'm going to ask legal counsel about that, is if you want this verbally or if you want it in writing. Okay. All right. So we do need to verbalize them. Okay. All right. So
I would suggest Mr. Coates, who is more thorough, can remember my issue and lay out his and your issues, and I would suggest he make the motion. I'd be happy to second it.
Mr. Coates.
I will make the motion to deny the application on criteria under 509 solar and wind energy facilities, beginning with subsection A3, general scope, which speaks to the fire dangers and the invasive weed issues, with the two identified areas, the rolling sagebrush steep and the salt desert scrub basin. In addition to 509, section 8, drainage, erosion, dust control, grading, vegetation removal plan prepared by a Wyoming licensed engineer, which includes the following: existing and proposed contours, existing wetlands and floodways, water management structures, drainage and flow direction, effect on downstream and upstream properties, erosion control, erosion mitigation and runoff control, dust control plan. It's noted that the applicant provided a letter as opposed to an actual plan. In addition to section 9, which is the waste management plan, which for me has to deal with, which deals with the eventual decommissioning and disposal of the waste.
Second that.
Include the requirement of having a public hearing, and where we're required to attend to the public's health, safety, and welfare, as well as the points you've issued. I second the motion.
All right. Any other discussion? All right. With that, we will call for the vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. All opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries. So we have denied this permit. With that, I want to thank everybody. I mean, I know you've spent a lot of time, and I really do appreciate everything that everybody has done. I appreciate that you come in here and being cordial tonight and working through this. You know, no doubt you're disappointed, and I understand that. And I know the guilts are also in this decision, but like I said, we have certain statutes that we have to follow, and if we don't believe that those have been met, then that's what we need to do. So, but with that,
I'd like to point something in, folks. You've set a new record for the longest meeting that anybody knows has been had here, at least one I've been involved in.
all right,
And that,
Yep. All right. If there's no other comments from any of the commissioners, then we are adjourned.